Hey, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and hello, Spat. You were in entirely another room just before I went live. What are you doing here now? My goodness, you came to say hello to the pigeons. Well, I'm sure they're happy to hear from you. Hello, everybody. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm a little out of it. Rough night, rough night. Even by my standards, I famously have terrible time sleeping, but this was slightly above average time. But it was lovely and cold last night, which was a bonus. So I was at least cozy, just not able to sleep. But it's okay. I have an entire pot of coffee here. We're gonna power through. Mm. I hope everyone is doing well this morning, and thank you for joining me for our little chill sesh here. And of course, Spat is here too. Yes, Spat, we all hear you. Yeah, so I actually have a ghost bed, which is made of like this really this material that displaces body heat really quickly. So it's very cool to lay on. Like I let my mom lay on it one time. She was just like, "Oh my god, it's freezing." So that is everything is very cold at my place whenever I can get it. What is the temperature right now? Hello, Brian. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Let me see here. What is the temp right now? Yeah, it's 44 degrees Fahrenheit right now where I am. I actually have in my bedroom, I have my bedroom door closed, but I have the windows open and just let all that cold air in so that when I go back in there later tonight, it's gonna be nice and cool. By the time that happens, it's gonna be like in the low 40s again. Ugh. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. The frame is actually broken. Oh, rip. I'm amazed my frame hasn't broken yet. It's always been really wobbly. But somehow it's still chugging along. I haven't fallen down yet. If you are in our, I guess I could call it the old Discord server at this point, you will have seen that I posted the schedule. I meant to post it earlier today, realized I hadn't, so while the starting soon screen was going, I threw that into the announcements channel. So yeah, you know what we're gonna be doing next week at the behest of our very own Banana. We're gonna be playing some Reverse 1999, another gacha game. I was planning to play Arknights that week, but Arknights currently is not working on my computer, so that's a shame. That's a shame. I'll get that sword eventually, but no Arknights, at least for now. Worst comes to worst, I'll have to clear out some space on my phone, and then I can play it through Samsung Desk. That is not the ideal solution any way, shape, or form, but I can at least make it work. But yeah, I haven't played it in a few days now. So I may as well fill the gap with some Reverse 1999. Why not? The art looks really pretty, so we'll see how that goes. We'll see how it gels with me. And then, of course, we'll be playing the 7th Walpurgis Night and some more Library of Babel. And since everybody seemed to want me to play more, and I definitely want to play more of it, we're also going to play some more Unsighted next week. Oh, yes, yes. There'll be more of the Outer Worlds 2 at some point, obviously. You know, on Steam, that was the plan. Yeah, I saw it was available on Steam, so that was the idea. I should probably just bite the bullet and get it now, as a matter of fact, so I can get all the installation stuff out of the way. Learned that with Limbus Company, that installing the game does not mean you've actually installed the game. There has been the big ol' post-install bloody update. That'll probably be multiple gigabytes, so may as well do that now. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. I'm sure it'll be fine. There we go. We got that going. Excellent. It's always the case. Yeah. I know it's like the case with gachas generally. For some reason, I just thought Steam would be different. You know, I just thought that it would just install the bloody game. You know, because my only ever experience with gachas has been on mobile. Well, tell a lie. I also played Genshin Impact a bit. I played like until after we dealt with the dragon in like the opening. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm kind of done. Like, this is how we're starting. It's like, all right. Whatever. But yeah, so I'd only ever dealt with like mobile and Genshin Impact, but those have been through the official launchers, so it made sense for those to have that additional patch. But I expect the Steam will just install the Blade game. But yeah, shame on me. That's what I get. That's what I get. So that's the plan for next week. It's really hit me. Okay, yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Like, I don't. It's not that I think gachas are bad. They just don't tend to gel with me because it always bothers me, like the split between story and gameplay. It's one of the reasons I love Limbus Company so much. It's not just because the writing is really good. It's because the things that we're pulling for are worked into the narrative in a really compelling way, and I like that. Whereas everything else is just like, you summon this duplicate of a character you already have, and then they get broken down for resources, and it's best not to question what happens in between. I think a horror-based gacha with if you take the horror elements of what that system could really entail would be very interesting, but they mostly just kind of sweep it under the rug in gachas. It's like, yeah, you just gotta pull this character 6 times for the money, and you just get to deal with that. It's been the case with Fate Grand Order, especially Fate Grand Order. Yeah, you summoned the servant, great, now go do it again. Although admittedly it's just to power up their noble phantasm, so not really that necessary, but still, just oy. I would love for Limbus Company to cross over with Fate Grand Order. That'd be so cool. Give Gregor Shiro Ego, and watching Gregor unleash 9 Lives Blade Works would just make my life complete. That would just be everything. Like, yep, there it goes. I mean, who else would be more deserving of having the Shiro Ego with the messed up arm unleashing 9 Lives Blade Works than Gregor? There are people from a lake in a suitcase. I have questions. When the Kusan decides to play Maple Story. Guys, Maple Story's still a thing? I feel like that was a thing when I was in high school. Is that really still a thing? Hold on. When did Maple Story come out? I'm gonna look it up right now. Let me see. Is Maple Story still worth playing in 2025? Yeah, 2005. Oh, it's 20 years old now. Oh, Jesus. So you know how Limbus has a bus? Yeah, I'm well aware. Yeah, so, okay, Maple Story is still a thing. And apparently people are questioning if it's still worth playing in 2025. That's funny. Well, there you go. Okay. All right, well, I suppose I'll find out all about this suitcase on Friday. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Coffee. Mom. No, I've been using those reusable filters. Those of you who don't make their own coffee probably don't know what I'm talking about, but you've likely seen coffee filters in stores that are made of paper. And yeah, Hassan is actually my cousin. So you've likely seen those paper coffee filters in your grocery store or whatever, even if you don't drink coffee. And so I have those reusable ones, which is effectively just like this really finely woven mesh net, right? And so I've started using that because that just makes more sense, right? But I've noticed that I don't even know how I would describe it. There's this at the bottom of the glass is always this sediment that builds up at the bottom whenever I use the reusable filter. And that doesn't happen with the paper one. I find that to be really, really interesting. I don't really know what that is. That's just really finely ground coffee grounds that just went through the filter and are now sunk to the bottom of the glass, or what? I really don't even know. It does make me curious. I wonder what would happen if I were to put a paper filter inside the reusable filter, which completely negates the purpose of having a reusable filter. I wonder how it would affect the coffee. I experiment with that. I've also been really meaning to have do these experimentations where there's this channel on YouTube called Doka Ryan, And if you're not into drinking, you probably don't even know who I'm talking about. But this guy like will take X ingredient and throw in a mason jar with X alcohol for a week and see what happens. Two mixed results. And I've been wanting to do that with coffee for a while. See, like, just put some coffee in a mason jar and leave some ingredient in it for a week and see what happens. I might start doing that too. Somewhere in shop, and the other was my grandfather in Puerto Rico. I've never been to Puerto Rico. Really want to go down there at some point. Yeah, I do watch Stoker Ryan, and Spat hates him. I don't know what it is. Like every time he hears his voice, he goes into attack mode. He just decided that he is not about this guy. There are some YouTubers that he just hates. I've actually been thinking about making another little like short series of if Spat approves of a YouTuber or not. But it feels kind of mean. I don't know. It's not like they do anything. Spat's just like, nah, I just don't like you. That's just all there is to it. Oh, well, congratulations to the happy couple. I hope you enjoy your time down there, and I hope it's a great wedding. Yeah, I'm sure it's a great place. Does Spat approve of the stream? Oh, yeah, absolutely. He doesn't approve necessarily the lack of attention during the stream, but he loves you guys. I know he does. There are a few that he approves of. A few people that he approves of. I happen to be one of them. You know, obviously he likes me. I give him the food. I bribe him. Yeah. It does confuse him sometimes because there will be times where like I'll load up the stream on my phone or something just to make sure that things are going well and that we're not having any issues. And sometimes he'll hear my voice on it and he'll just get so confused. And I hear Papa, but Papa's over there. I hear Papa coming out from over here, and this just don't make sense. I ain't having it. Which is really funny. A lot of the time what I'll be doing is I have this projector connected to my desktop that I kind of use as like a fourth monitor. And I use a separate browser to load up a YouTube video of like one of those 8-hour bird videos for cats. And I'll route that browser's audio specifically to the Bluetooth speaker I have in the living room and just have the projector on, and he can just go talk with his bird friends for a while. He can have a parasocial relationship with those birds on the screen while I'm streaming. And that tends to work out pretty well. It doesn't happen all the time because it could be a bit of a pain to set that up, if I'm honest. But every now and then I'll throw him a bone. And he can just chill out there with his bird buddies. I'll probably have to do a lot more this winter because he gets confined to be inside basically all the time. It's been an iPad kid? No, we don't have iPods. Jesus, we don't have iPads in this house. I have like a random one of those like junkies Samsung tablets that they give you quote unquote for free, but try get you to pay some data plan monthly for. It's an absolute piece of garbage. But I do have one. So sometimes I'll have something on there for him too, because I don't really care if he attacks it or not. I don't give a rat's ass what happens to it. Yeah, pretty much. Anything that keeps him from interrupting the stream or being destructive, I'm fine with. That's fine. Yeah, he could be an iPad burb. Yeah, it works. Yeah, I would not be a good dad of humans. You know, I'm definitely destined to be the crazy old bird man. Because, like, if a child starts acting up, I can't treat him like a bird. You know, if Spat starts misbehaving, getting out of line, I can put him in the cage until he calms down. If I put a child in the cage until he calms down, all of a sudden I got Child Protective Services coming to my door asking me questions. So, where's the equality? Yeah, I know that about myself. I've never wanted kids. I just take one look at the members of my family. I'm just like, nah, we don't need any more of those genetics. I wouldn't say like I'm better than my family, but I am the black sheep of the family for sure. You know, you can make your own judgments on that one. But I have had this conversation with my mom one time because I'm the most adamant that I'm not going to have children. And she was like, why don't you want to have children? This is exactly what I said to her. I was like, Mother, I want you to look at both sides of my family tree, your side and dad's side. I want you to provide me the name of a single positive male role model. Name one. And she couldn't do it. So like, well, there you go. Don't need any more of that. This tree is diseased and it's just got to go. I'm sorry. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Thank God for soundproof headphones or noise canceling headphones at this point in time. It's the only thing that protects me whenever I have to leave the house. I go to like my local thrift stores once a week just to see if there's anything there that would be useful to me to have or something like really nostalgic that I'd like to have. And it's very rare that I actually buy anything, but just about every time I go there, it's like a whole bunch of screaming children because, you know, ugh. So thank God for noise canceling headphones. I actually have those Samsung Galaxy Buds, which are pretty good. One thing that is really annoying about them is that when you have the active noise canceling on, if your hand gets too close to them, it'll create this feedback. The high pitch feedback. Because for noise canceling to work, it has to project some kind of sound going outward to cancel the noise coming in. And so when my hand gets too close to the buds, say like I went to go scratch my ear or something, it'll create this feedback noise. Like, oh God, it's so annoying. Yeah, it's the worst, isn't it? Like you just absentmindedly go scratch your ear and all of a sudden, like, oh God, why does it have to be like that? Like I understand, like the noise canceling has to send out some kind of counter sound to prevent sound from going in. I got that, but what's with the feedback? Why does the microphone have to be involved in this? Like I have the adaptive sound turned off. Yeah, that too. It is so obnoxious. I could see if there was like the adaptive setting on, because like there's that one where it has the noise canceling on, but if it detects someone's talking to you, it turns that off to let the voice in. I would understand if that setting was on. If I put my hand too close, then the feedback would start because the microphone is active. I would get that. But the fact that it's just the noise canceling, like the microphone doesn't have to be involved here, guys. It's fine. Just cancel the noise. I'm not talking to anybody. I have noise canceling on because I don't want to talk to anybody. It's actually very handy that I don't know anybody in my state. Like my friends and family are all hundreds, if not thousands of miles away from me. So I never have to worry about running into people I know. And I definitely never have to worry about anyone I know from work approaching me. So also I think it's playing. Yeah. That's exactly what it's doing. And that's why it creates that feedback when you're covering it, because then you got the noise going back and forth and then the microphone picks up, and yeah. So I understand the cause, but it's just the cause is silly. It shouldn't be like that. All you have to do is disable the microphone. Oy. Oh, you're a sound tech, huh? Is that a hobby thing, or is that what you're doing for your career? Tell me about your life plans, Banana. What do you want to be when you grow up? Yeah, I had no idea when I was your age. I was just kind of like, my life was extremely railroaded up until like I arrived at college. And so, okay, cool. I hope you enjoy it at least. But yeah, my life was extremely railroad. It's like you're going to grade school, go to middle school. You're going to middle school, you're going to go to high school. Going to high school, go to college. And then you're going to college to do... Why am I here? So I had no idea. I'm actually a college dropout. I think I was there for like several years, just trying to figure stuff out. It's like, yeah, the school thing isn't for me. Like CPUs and GPUs. Ooh, very cool, very cool. Like a computer science kind of deal. Yeah, I just kind of stumbled into my career as a developer. And then I kind of like, once AI became like a real thing, I kind of got side promoted. because I just kind of saw an opportunity to move up really quickly if I could master this whole AI tool thing at my company because nobody else was doing it. So I immediately like jumped on that. I was like, well, here's my opportunity to get my foot in that door. And so here I am. Programming stuff. Okay. Engineering. I got mad respect for engineers. The stuff that, like the stuff they have to go through in college is just ridiculous. Like I've heard it from multiple engineers. It's like if you get 56% on a test, that's basically an A, and it's impossible to get into grad school because the average grade is so low. Because those tests are so ungodly difficult. And why does it have to be like this? Coffee. Mom. Oh, okay. That's gonna be smarter than me in no time. She probably already is. Oh man. Despite the fact that I'm a college dropout, I did actually wind up teaching a class. I was a teaching assistant at college for Java for like a couple of years, I want to say, just because my work experience was enough to kind of compensate for my lack of a degree. And that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. You kind of, yeah, that's me to a T. I literally just got lucky when I got into this field. I have been trying, so I worked in restaurants for a long time, and in 2015, there was this dude that came by, and we just kind of got to talking, which is a very rare occurrence for me. I tend to avoid the guests like a plague, and well, because you're smarter than you think you are, Banana. But he got around to talk to me about like his career. He was a programmer at NASA and things like that. And so, I'm a bit of a space nerd, so I was talking to him about that, and he was talking to me about being a programmer and things like that, and I was just kind of like, ooh. And he kind of took me under his wing and started teaching me like some of the basics, and it took a long time to break through that glass ceiling. I was literally like studying on my own for like 5 years before I finally landed a job somewhere. And yeah, the rest is history. Here I am 5 years later after that. And I am very, very happy in my job. Playing Java. Yeah, Java can be a bit of a barrier to entry. But I do really like Java because the thing that I like most about Java is really the same thing I like in all static languages, is that it's both the best and the worst thing about static programming languages, is that if anything happens, it's because you mistyped something. I both love and I hate that. It's nice knowing that there's like some kind of syntax error that I did. It wasn't like the compiler messing anything up, or it wasn't some unintentional thing that dynamic language like JavaScript did. Nope, it's 100% my fault, and then you go track it down. Hey, Jacob, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, so I really like Java for that reason, despite the fact that it can be very, very long-winded. There's a bit of a barrier to entry to that one too. But once you get a hold of the syntax, I think it flows very, very well. Yeah, a lot of people learn Python first. I actually learned JavaScript first. God help me. I learned JavaScript and jQuery, Backbone, low chaos or high chaos. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna be going like super stealthy. That's gonna be my thing. I'm gonna be going for no alerts. Just gonna be going around, giving people the poke. I can do anything. Da, 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 da. Yeah, we're not gonna be going like super shoosty if I can avoid it. I'm not gonna be like reloading a save anytime I get detected. I'm just going to be going around trying to be super sneaky and stealthy. We are going to be absolutely killing everybody. There will be no survivors, but I gotta try to do it super stealthy like. And if I get busted, we'll go in John Rambo style, but you know, these things happen. But if I see somebody and they have a weapon, they're going down. That's just it. We're gonna take them down, we're gonna hide the body, and we're gonna go about our day. Hee. Oh man. You know, it hit me while I was writing the schedule today. Probably not the civilians unless they're like getting in my way, but if I see somebody holding a weapon, they're going down. Ooh, text-based RPG. Oh, that sounds cool. I kind of made something like that. I made like a text-based adventure game that took place in SCP facility. That was a lot of fun, although it was an absolute monstrous bit of code. I went through a couple iterations. The first one was entirely written in else-if statements. So it was just looking at the code is an absolute nightmare because it's like 12 nested if statements. It's like, it worked. I eventually cleaned that up in the second iteration. I just had like this, I have these array of responses. And so anytime there was like, you would be presented with these options and you would go do that and would just go to that position in the array for the area that you were in. And you would be able to like go and, you know, get something. If I have an array for your inventory. And I would also have like, I would have like this object that would hold, like if you had something that would have multiple, I would have an array for key items and I have an object that would hold your, you like your standard inventory. So it would hold what item you had and how many uses of it remained. I gotta get against what you want in combat. I can't call back to rerun the combat. Oh, what do you mean rerun the combat? Hi, Frisk. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. What do you mean rerun the combat? I thought, by the sound of it, if you won the combat's over. Why do you need to rerun the combat? Are you talking about for like another encounter after that encounter? Or are we talking like the current combat and there's something I'm not understanding? Help me help you, Banana. Well, you didn't ask for help. I probably shouldn't be. I shouldn't be imposing myself. Sorry about that. But force a habit. Into loop of win combat, get money, then new encounter. I see. Okay. And so, how is it meant to handle the new encounter? Like, what is the process? I'm assuming it's not the same encounter over and over again. So. What is the handlings here? Also, I'm trying to debug your code while not looking at your code. So, you want to talk about shooting in the dark? Same encounter just because I'm too lazy to change it. Oh, well. So if you're just doing the account, so what is the issue? Is it not running the encounter more than once, or is something meant to carry over between encounters and it's not carrying over? And if I'm being too inquisitive, you want me to shove, feel free to tell me to. I will drop it. But I am willing to help if I can. Welcome to Riz Tech Support. Yeah, it doesn't run the encounter more than once. Okay. So it's probably again, this is me blindly debugging code that I haven't looked at, but it sounds like the loop is not told to run again. Are you using like are you using like a standard loop? Are you using like a while or a do while loop? What kind of loop are you using? Do while statements. Okay. All right. Loop just doesn't exist. Now, I'm sure the loop exists, but the loop is getting closed when it's not supposed to be by the sounds of it. Loop for combat, one loop for victory. Why is there a loop for victory? Why do we need a victory loop? Shouldn't the victory loop just be like you won? I would think that victory would just be like some event happens in the DOM and then you would have a break statement to stop that loop and go on to the next one. Why do we need a second loop? Banana.exe is processing. And you get a chance of getting at double cash from victory. Okay. But again, why is that a loop though? That's not answering my question. Is this is the gambling thing like you can do it more than once, or yeah, you absolutely should do that. That's probably why your loop isn't going more than once, because you're closing that loop and then starting a second loop, but the first loop is already closed, and so the program says, well, I got nothing else to do. The first loop is already closed because I had to start the second loop. But unless you need the gambling to happen more than some indeterminate amount of times in your victory scenario, like if you're again, I don't know what kind of gambling system you're running, but if they have if they're gambling currency and you can gamble 10 currency per pull and you just keep going until they run out of money, that would make sense. But I've not gotten that detail. So, but yeah, if the case is that you need a loop for the victory, I would say you should have it inside the first loop as a nested loop so that the first loop can still continue. Otherwise, you're just going to close the first loop and it's never going to happen again until it gets called again. But that's just going to reset everything. So, if you want everything to carry over, you either need a global variable, which I don't recommend, or you need to just have it in a nested loop. Thank you for calling Rismo Tech Support. Oof, and Frisk with the triple stagger. Oof. With a Brian cameo. Rip. Yeah, let me know how it goes, Banana. If I can help you out in any way, I am always willing to. After all, that's what I did at the school for 2 years. It was always kind of funny being a teacher back then, because I would always have this great mix of students where it'd be you would have the ones that were going into it with all this foreknowledge, and so they don't really need the class knowledge because they already have it. They're just here because it's a requirement. You have the people that are genuinely really engaged, and then there are the others that are just here to do the bare minimum. And then you have the ones that are just I have no idea why I'm here. Oh, those hidden nested if statements. Oof. They'll get you. They'll get you. I have to see if I can find the code for that old SCP Adventure game somewhere. I know I had it on Replit. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I am actually curious. I want to see this abomination. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find it. I gotta remember what Google account I even used for that. Let me see. Your public apps limit has been exceeded. 90 apps out of 10 created. Oops. These things happen. We're not gonna worry about it. That's what you get. Let me see here. This hasn't been updated in years. It's around here somewhere, I think. I also made Scrabble. I forgot about that. Let me see here. Ta-da. If user input was Y, code that's meant to be here. User input in. Aha, I see. Okay. Let me see. I want to talk to the AI. I want to look at the code I already wrote. Let me see. So I haven't used Replit in years. Where is? Again, I don't give a rat's about your agent. I just want to see. Where is the code here? Let me see. Where? It should be this hard just to view my own bloody code on this. Where is it? Uh, bum. I've not used REPL in years. Where even is anything? I don't care about your workflows. I just wanna know where it is. Where is the code? Where is the code? Where is the abomination of code? Beep, 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 beep. Ah, dude, why is this so difficult just to find where I view my own bloody code on this Replit? Why is this a thing? How do I... I legitimately don't know. Like, where do I see my bloody code? What the hell is this, Replit? Like, yeah, granted, it's been like, it's been, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years since I've used you. Granted, but it shouldn't be this. Ah, there we go. There we go. All right, let's see this. Oh yes. Oh yes. That beautiful nested if statement. Oh yes. Let me see if I can get this on screen. Hold on one moment. You can all admire the spaghetti code. Yeah, hold on. Let me I really should just have like a separate scene just for my browser, but you know, here we are. Yeah, yeah, there we go. Look at this lovely abomination. Hold on, let's get this a little bigger here. Oh yes. Oh god. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, it's hideous. It's hideous. Oh yes. God. Oh yeah, it's a beautiful abomination. I love it, but it works. Oh god. When did I think I did this in 2021. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's literally just a whole bunch of nested if statements to lead you through. But hey, it's technically playable, so you know. Like I said, I did eventually clean this up in another iteration of it, where I had everything like just in a whole bunch of arrays and objects, and so it was significantly cleaner than this. But everything, separate files, those are dumb. Let's keep everything in index.js and just write a bunch of if statements. Oh yes, what an abomination. It's painful to look at. I shared this with my students all the time because every time we were learning about else if, I wanted them to be sure that like, yes, it can work, but please don't do that for readability. I would walk them through this, but yeah, try to understand this. God, nostalgia. My beautiful abomination. Yep, that was my that was my little adventure game in the SCP facility. I was much heavier into the SCP Foundation stuff than I am now. It just kind of got like way too complicated for me. What's console.log? We may never know. We may never know. Some people say it's a debugging tool, but nah. Real coders don't need it. That's not true. Everyone should use console.log. Oh god. The olden days. The days when I could code without any responsibility whatsoever. I actually had a really fun emergency meeting last week at work because somebody decided that they were going to change the name. I have to keep things really vague for company purposes, but somebody decided they were going to post or change the name of one of the objects, and they broke a lot of shit when they did that. But the thing is that this change they did, they bypassed the usual deployment procedures, and so they sent that to production. So all of a sudden we had to have this emergency meeting because things did not work. No, I don't work at Amazon, but things really literally were not working in production, and the multi-million-dollar contracts were on the line. So that wasn't fun. You want to talk about pressure there, like, oof, somebody done goofed and somebody's going down, but first we gotta fix this immediately, because those things are time sensitive. There were like contracts that were like, yeah, we gotta get this resolved by X date or we're gonna lose out on a lot of money. There were literally millions of dollars at stake. Of course, I don't get a bonus for fixing that issue, but you know, what are you gonna do? Capitalism. Classes, but they're scary. They can be, especially when you're just starting out. If you really want to get programmers emotional, especially like JavaScript programmers, if you want to see them get emotional, ask them to explain the difference between a class and a prototype. You will rarely see a JavaScript programmer get more emotional than them trying to justify that they are different when they are in fact the exact same thing. It's so funny. Tabs for space is tabs. Easily tabs. 100% tabs. It's my main pet peeve with my current job because I have to use spaces. It's like it's their coding procedure. They demand spaces. It's like, ugh, I hate it. I just want to use tabs. I think that's just so much more readable, in my opinion. It makes everything feel significantly less blocky. I think I have a minor case of dyslexia. I've never gotten that formally diagnosed, but whenever text is like really bundled together closely, I have a lot of trouble reading it. I skip over lines a lot. Hotkey tattoo 5 spaces. I would actually my hotkeys were always like around the what were my hotkeys? I was about to say, and all of a sudden the information leaked from my brain. I don't know what happened. But no, it wouldn't be 5 spaces. So like the first line would have 0 spaces. The next line has to have 1 space. The line after that, depending on how many nests you're going in down, it has to be 2 spaces. And so each one just gets 1 additional space. So can't do 5 spaces, unfortunately, unless we're really deep, which very rarely happens for obvious reasons. But yeah, ew, indeed, it was right. I don't like that. I hate that. I feel the need to take a shower every time I have to write new code like that. Yeah, not a fan whatsoever. Oy. But what can you do? What can you do when you live in a shoe and you haven't got a soul? Yeah, that's some of the pain I have to go through with my current job. And my job is generally really, really good. Like, I'm very fortunate to be in the position I'm in. It's generally low pressure. It's just like, the only times that are really painful are the times where I have to obviously just use the space bar to do my coding. I don't like that. And then whenever an intern breaks something and I have to go and get their mess sorted. So that happens a lot. Peach can tell you all about that. In your life, me. Yeah. Well, you just need to find a company that uses the same conventions you do, and it'll be fine. Have you let me think here. Banana, have you ever heard of the organization Launch Code? Pause here for a moment while I wait for that answer. Heroes of Hell. Okay. I know you haven't heard of them. So Launch Code is a non-profit organization that gives people certifications in coding, and they're also connected with multiple organizations such as like certain healthcare organizations, what's it? Delta Airlines, Boeing. And so they teach you how to code in JavaScript and Java, Bootstrap and Spring Boot, or at least they did at the time that I knew them. And after that, they get you working with recruiters to get you a job for one of their partners. So if that's something that would interest you, I'd recommend looking it up. I know they started doing. They're based in St. Louis, and they started doing online stuff. Obviously, when COVID hit, I'm pretty sure they're still doing it. So if you're looking to get an easier in, because you get the references and stuff like that. If you're looking for an easier into that industry, I definitely recommend joining up with them. I've done some work with them in the past. They're a great organization. You're there. Oh, okay. There you go. I used to be near there too. I lived in the St. Charles area for a couple of years. Missouri just wasn't my scene. I wasn't particularly happy there. So don't particularly miss it. I got out just in time for the cicada apocalypse that hit that area really hard. Oy. I got to hear all about it. Rest in peace. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, cicadas have this. They live most of their lives underground, I believe, and they come out for mating seasons at these odd times. Don't post where you live, Banana. Don't do that. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, I'm sure. So we don't need the details, but what was I just saying? Yeah, so cicadas come out during certain patterns. I believe there's 3 of them. They come out either at every 3 years, every 5 years, and every 7 years. Don't quote me on that. The point is that it's like a prime number amount of years, and that apparently made them, evolutionary speaking, less targetable by predators because they couldn't keep those patterns in their heads. And so those times rarely line up with one another, but every now and then they do. And a couple of years ago, all 3 of those lined up, and the cicada apocalypse descended on the Midwest. And oh man, was it bad! I was fortunate enough to live far enough north to not have to deal with it, but man, everybody I know in Missouri was miserable. I was told it sounded like car alarms going off all the times. I saw footage of like bulldozers moving massive amounts of cicada husks off the freeway. Oof. You hate to see it. Yeah, cicadas not to be messed with in large numbers, let me tell you. Ooh, yay. I need to drink some more coffee. Yes, caffeination. Also, I want to do a reaction to a video that Frisk shared in the YouTube reactions called The Management Sin from Hell, which is apparently about Lobomi Corp from someone named Pac. Let me get that loaded up. Let me see here. Let's do it. I'm quite curious. I don't know if we'll watch the whole thing. It is nearly a 3.5 hour long video. Oh, we'll see here. You used to watch your streams? Oh, okay. Well, hopefully this will be familiar territory for you then. Let's see here. I gotta pause that. Get the audio on. Guess what game it was? Lobomi Corp. And they made a 3.5 hour video about it. I assumed that they had. I assumed that they were streaming it. All right. Anyway, let me window capture back on. Oh, reverse 1999. It all comes back around. Of course it does. Alrighty. Let me just bip. Bip. Do all this real quick. Hold on. I have to resize this window because I made it like much bigger so we could all view my lovely abomination of code written back in the day. All right. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna watch the management sim from hell, shared with me by our very own Frisk at Undertale. Let's see what Pack thinks of Lobotomy Corp.
Hey, check out the new abnormality.
Birds.
What's it washing in there?
Is this from a game or did this guy make this?
Hi.
Hi.
Lobotomy Corporation is hard.
Oof. Oh,
Yep.
Trains are safe. My cat is alive.
Nah, train's
From
fine.
the twisted minds
Yay,
of
living
Project
cat.
Moon comes a video game colloquially known by every YouTube Let's Player known to man, SCP Facility. A game with such a
Accurate.
stupid difficulty curve, I had 3 heart attacks when I finally beat the Monolith Pineapple.
Oh, thank God. Oh my.
What I just said didn't happen.
For real though.
Man, did it feel like it. In the game, you play as a manager ordering around these employees around a big, sprawling facility with a layout of an inverse Kabbalah, or the Tree of Life in Judaism. The goal of the game is simple. Collect as much energy as you can by working with these beings known as abnormalities. Abnormalities are monsters that have been extracted from the collective human subconscious. Very weird terminology that won't make much sense for a very long time. With this video, I want to do a couple things. Firstly, to be a sort of guide for new players because this game is actual agony. Secondly, to dig into all the deeper meanings behind everything, like the names, and kinda study the deep symbolism. And lastly, as a cry for help. I 100% this game, which cost me 173 hours of my life that I will never get back. With the only thing I could glean from the experience being hours.
Hang on, I gotta do a comparison here. How long, what was my playtime in LobCorp? Let me see here. 131.7 hours. Get wrecked. Haha, victory.
Hours of psychiatric help. Lobotomy Corp, or L Corp, and its world and characters are also just all incredibly well written, and so let's jump into that.
True.
The world of L Corp consists.
And actually, fun fact, I've been talking a lot about my Sarah analysis videos, but actually my initial plan was to do the Sephiroth analysis first. But I wanted to, after I beat Library of Ruina, I was like, oh, I should make videos about the Sephiroth because they're all really interesting. But I was still in the middle of playing Lobotomy Corp, so I was like, I should probably wait until I beat that game so I have the full story, and then I can do that. So I decided to sidestep and do the Sinner analysis videos instead. So there's your peek behind the curtain for today.
Of 26 districts, each of which being referred to as a wing, with each wing being governed by its own respective megacorporation.
Remember Z-Corp?
Each wing can be divided into 2 parts. The nest, where the upper class and the VIPs live, and the back streets, where those icky, disgusting poor people live. The back streets are low importance areas to the wings, and as such are completely covered in crimes and monsters that shan't be witnessed. Most people living in the back streets spend their entire lives working to pay for life in one of the nests, as nests, while heavily monitored and under the regulation of the wing it belongs to, is also billions of trillions times safer than the back streets due to being under direct protection of the wing. People of lower class fight tooth and nail to survive, and most end up failing, whereas people already high on the ladder never have to think or worry. Metaphor? Maybe. Your job as L Corp is to supply the energy necessary in order to keep the entire city running. When you start up a new game or the tutorial, you get a loading screen featuring this character, setting the stage for you, the manager. Angela is an android with the single most intelligent AI, perceiving time at 100 times slower than what a human could, also being completely unable to forget anything ever. She welcomes the manager dubbed X to Lobotomy Corp.
Gotta wonder the storage capacity in Angela's hard drive.
She provides surveillance of the corporation and does dozens of high-skill jobs that aren't shown, leaving many people jobless. She's pretty warm and nice throughout these first few days, which is a facade. But we'll get to that. Hire an employee, wonder why it costs points to change their appearance, download the free Change Appearance mod, name them something obscene, and manage some monsters. This is the part where most of you will notice, yeah, this
What
is
does it cost
just
to change their appearance?
SCP. According to the director of Project Moon, Kim Ji-hoon, he liked
man, the
the
myth, the
idea
legend.
of the SCP Foundation, but found that there were no games where you managed the SCPs. With that gap in the market in mind, he wanted to make his own version of that with his own worldview in mind. So he created the company Project Moon on his 4th year in university, and at that time surrounded himself with
Oh, wow,
7
he was still a
people
student
to
back
work
then?
on Lobotomy Corporation. Each of those people
The Mad
belong on
Lad.
some kind of list because this game is downright malicious. The monsters, dubbed abnormalities, are immortal creatures
White
that must
Knight.
be worked with in order to create enkephalin, an opioid peptide that my middle school janitor used to abuse before pulping us with a wet mop. He would then get fired for drinking on
Oh.
the job. When the manager completes
my.
the day, they'll be ranked on how many agents died and be rewarded with lob points, which you can spend to peel open a new hire's dome and remap their neurons into new skills. There will be bong bong abuse in this video, I'm warning you now. Asia
Not
is the
bong
layer
bong.
of the facility that we start off with. Asia in Judaism representing the world of action. Here housing the control, information, training, and safety departments. Each department has its own leader called the Sephiroth, with their name again reminiscent of the Kabbalistic
Sephiroth.
tree of life. Malchut is the kingdom, the rule, the recognition of a divine presence. In the game, Malchut is named Malkuth and is the control team captain. And it is on our first encounter with her that we learn that our employees
Oh,
are
I never noticed the tree of life in the background over here. Wow, how? Or did I? Did I notice it and I forgot? I don't remember the last time we even saw the Malkuth background here.
expendable and function as little more than a means to an end. An employee goes mad, she takes a sledgehammer to the back of their neck, all the while talking about how hard it was at first to dispose of these nuisances. How you, the manager, will soon be disposing of your own employees just like
Yep.
she is.
Execution
and how
bullets.
you shouldn't feel bad if people die on the job. They signed up.
I
for
don't.
it.
It's only the
It
pigeons
just
I feel
applies
bad for.
immediately. When I first began, I tried to keep every employee alive, sometimes restarting days when it wasn't necessary. By the end, I was quickscoping my dear beloved children like I was attending school in the free state of Colorado. That'll be the
Damn.
darkest joke in the video, maybe. Before leaving
hope
though,
so.
she imparts on you a mission. You're going to want to be every mission's little bitch because they give you fantastic rewards and are required to progress through the story. Some of them are easy, like completing the day quickly, while others are stupid, like having 8 people with justice over 100. By the way, guys, have I told any
That's
of you
fine.
that I put 173 hours into this game before I got the true ending for the first time? There's a saying in life that all good things must be taken in moderation. Sunlight, for example.
Oh, welcome,
Sunlight
Master
is
Flank.
our primary
Glad to have you
source of
back.
vitamin D and is great for bone health, battling depression, and getting good sleep, among so many other things.
Oh, yeah?
What happens if you stay in the sunlight for too long? Uh-oh, skin cancer. Enjoy that, stupid. Or we could look at red meats,
yeah.
incredible
Sun
source
is
of iron,
overrated.
proteins, and tons of other vitamins and peptides that the human body loves to absorb to create energy and growth. Whoops, what's that? You ate 1 molecule more than your recommended
18.
ounces per week? Enjoy the liver cancer, fuckhead. Lobotomy Corp is
Womp
giving me
womp.
ovarian cancer, which is strange for 2 reasons. 1, I don't have those assets. And 2, the analogy was about good things that can give me cancer. But playing this
Lobotomy
game
Corp
gave
is
me
great.
0 sense of joy or happiness. Just the constant reminder of the sad emptiness inside us all. Each character has their own
Oh, yeah.
sub-story to complete by doing their missions. In doing so, you can learn harsh truths and dark secrets about the company. For
Mhm.
example, did you know that you can have Huggy Wuggy from hit Roblox indie game Cartwright into Poppy Playtime
Oh,
in your
interesting.
facility? This might result in a prison sentence. Maybe next the Stolen Concept team will rip off Project Moon. Now that would be interesting. Malkuth takes the day off and Angela apologizes to us for not informing us how L Corp resigns its employees. Following this with the most important analogy of the game, likening every person to an actor in a play, with you as the director. If someone fails to do their part correctly, the harmony will shatter. Malkuth then makes her return and mentions something, quote, creepier than the abnormalities. Entities unable to be contained. Sometimes
Ordeals.
manifesting themselves in corridors. No matter how meticulous the plan is, we can't control the unknown. When they arrive, she feels like she's no longer herself.
Did I ever beat
referring
Violet
to
Midnight? I don't think I
ordeals.
did.
Ordeals are uncontrollable events that take place whenever the meltdown bar reaches its next level. But more on that later. Yesod is the foundation, the connection, the bridges that connect people. And here that's taken literally by being what connects not only Asia to Bria, but also 4 departments together. Yesid is the Sephira of the information team with horrific germophobia, refusing to expose
Yes,
even the tiniest bit of
turtleneck
robot
wearing
skin.
jerk.
Every last piece of data created by the company is stored at
Oh,
his
but yeah, I didn't think I did.
Every observation log, managerial guideline, and work type is overseen by him. His second talk will probably be the first time you're exposed to Hod, who is a real dumb bitch. This character has a massive cult built around her. A cult which I'm a proud member of. The Hod Mind must grow. Hod, who is a dumb
Hod
bitch,
Mind.
is super sweet and takes special attention to the employees.
I love the
being
Hod
one of
Mind
the
meme.
only Sephiroth that actually care for their well-being. She's here now to chastise Yesid for letting a lot of people die. To which I have to say, again, it is only a human life. Literally, who cares? There's plenty of those. As long as My Hero Academia Rule 34 stays alive, anybody can perish. It doesn't matter. Hod in the Tree of Life is splendor, humility, and the ability to persevere. Here she operates the training team. Weirdly, upon seeing you, she asks if you're mad at her. Either this is because she's
I'm
clumsy
sure
and
it's fine.
sloppy and is prone to making mistakes, or a deeper story reason that I guess we'll find out later, Lamau. Midway through the conversation, a sacrificial pawn disguised as a valued employee named Tiffany talks about how she would have hung herself by now if not for Hod's unique desire to see
Tiffany.
her get better. Then, valued employee, what do you mean she has a name? Leaves to her different department
What
where we
do you
can
mean she
only
has a
assume
name?
good things will happen.
Yeah,
It's thanks
yeah,
to
it's
Hod
fine.
that we, the player, get to see Lady Angela's indifferent cruelty for the first time, irreparably demolishing Hod's employee wellness program and telling her how Tiffany from the other day committed toaster bath. Apparently, Hod's employee wellness program involved distributing enkephalin to the
Oh,
employees.
no.
Quick reminder, enkephalin is an opioid, a highly addictive drug. Angela then continues to stomp on Hod's idea of employee wellness into oblivion, as human death and suffering are needed to create enkephalin. This is a McDonald's, people. Put the fries in the bag. We would replace all of you with robots by now, but unfortunately, employee suffering is extremely profitable. Netzach is the
Indeed.
source of conquest and the path of victory. It's the urge to get things done. A mystery to me, because this guy
Really?
is lazy and tries to no-scope himself over the course of the game like 6 times. I guess
Yeah,
the
for
thing to be
real.
symbolic for is how the Green Man wants to urgently get his life done. Hey, not in corporate hours, buddy. I still haven't done
God.
the billionaire thing where I take a rocket into space. Stealing resources from Africa is coming up soon, though. Netzach is depressed as hell and extremely resentful of his role as safety team leader. Not even remembering anything before he was given the role. Life is a prison. Enkephalin is the only escape from this hell that we call Hod. And of course, there wouldn't be any safety team if there was nothing to keep employees safe from. Let me introduce
Yep.
the abnormalities. Man, I'm dead. So this is the first abnormality in the game.
go,
so
Jesus.
I'm gonna use it to also talk about stuff like work types and stats and ego too. The first and arguably least dangerous abnormality is known as one sin and hundreds of good deeds. Everything
What
will
is the
devour,
one sin and
snuggle,
one sin,
or do an
100 good
epic
deeds?
reference. And if it does none of those things, it makes your entire facility bald, which is arguably a million times worse. One sin is hard-coded into being the
Oh, this is
first guide
awesome.
you're ever given, and it is perfect for not killing your day one employees. And it's also the least likely to drive agents into sheer hysteria due to being so chill with all work types. Instinct work is done to satisfy an abnormality's physiological needs. Agents that perform this get increased fortitude or higher max health. Something that will be necessary when it comes time to gently tell God to go home. Insight work
nothing
is
there
done
fighting
to
White
improve
Knight.
the abnormalities.
Not what I thought I was going to see today.
Insight work does require your jelly bean to touch the abnormality, though, which can sometimes
Ah.
have consequences. Agents that perform insight work train their opponents, leveling up their sanity cap and making them a lot stronger, making the sight of these
Well, I never saw
inconceivable
that.
abominations slightly more tolerable.
Probably would just
Attachment work
I
is
probably would
done
just
to fulfill
restrike
an
Dave
abnormality's
rather than
social
subject
needs.
the nugget
Agents
to
will
that.
act as companions or even playmates to an abnormality. This work teaches an agent how to connect with abnormalities and trains their ability to carry out work quickly and efficiently. A high level of temperance is also needed for an employee to resist some abnormalities,
Nope.
traps, or
Nope,
goals.
that's not true at all.
Lastly, repression is unique because it seeks to do the opposite of all the other works. It keeps them hungry. It keeps them alone. It keeps them in pain. It keeps them in check. Not a lot of abnormalities are privy to repression, so justice is a little hard to train. Employees with high justice
Yeah, just
can
a
enjoy
little
the
bit.
effects of better, more decisive decision making. They attack faster and
Mountain
move
of
with more
smiling
confidence and
bodies.
certainty. Certain
I
abnormalities
don't think that
will
was
respect
ever a
the high
problem.
level
It's
of
like the
justice.
easiest
For
elf to
example,
deal with.
The butterfly twink and the German man.
Why are you say this?
The amount of training a Nugget gets is relative to both the amount of positive and Kefalin boxes and the risk level of the abnormality. Because the skull emoji is a pathetic
I've
little
watched a
Zidane,
video
he's going to quickly
about
get
how
outclassed
XP
by
is
something
calculated in
that's
LabCorp. It's
on
like
the
so
collection of enough
overly
positive and
complicated.
Kefalin boxes and unlocking all the information, you're able to use those boxes to purchase skull emoji's ego. Ego is the identity of any one person, and in this game it stands for extermination of geometrical organ. These are extracted
Naturally.
from abnormalities using technology and can be equipped on your indentured servants for when combat time rolls around.
Indentured
Some
servants.
weapons have their own abnormalities.
Yeah, only the
specific
pigeons
special
get a
ability.
paycheck. They get paid
Skull
in
emojis
dino
being a
nuggies.
5% chance to heal an agent's mental health by 10 on attack. Every abnormality has a chance to give something called an ego gift. When an agent is given a gift, it is entirely dependent on whether an abnormality vibes with their swag. If Skull Emoji enjoys their aura enough, they'll be given a crown of thorns, increasing
Oh,
their
God, the ego
successful
gifts.
workload
Ugh.
with Skull Emoji. Easy guy, don't worry about it.
See, Brian, that's
don't
just
tell them why, unless
that's
you
just
please.
wrong. You were not vibing with
Wow,
Judgment
a tier
Bird
list
enough.
featuring my favorite 3-letter word. Just for
God.
warning you, this tier list will be 100% personal bias.
King Rays, yes, extra dino
If you
nuggies.
thought every abnormality was going to be a horrifying eldritch abomination, then you're wrong. Some of them can be quite
hello,
silly.
Hollow Tempest,
How
welcome in.
zany is it that a couple of shrimp individuals will drug
And
you
Pigeons,
into
Hollow
the
Tempest
silliness
recently
in every abnormality
obtained-
is always a farce. And this little
what's it,
puppy
Twitch
dog
affiliate.
will snap your
Give
butt
them a hearty
cheeks.
congratulations
Open
because they
Can of
deserve
World
it.
Cheers is a vending machine surrounded by 2 shrimp men that can never hurt a soul. Only send people on an awful voyage on the SS Cheapskate. They can now go search for their $1,000,000 ever earned. Something paradoxical to me.
A $1,000,000
because I don't pay my employees. When you complete any
Aw,
work type
Pac-Pac,
with
no, you
World
gotta pay
Cheers,
your
a
employees
can
in
of
Dino
soda
Nuggies.
pops out of the machine, and your agent drinks that can. Instinct to Work nets you a cherry soda that'll heal 40%.
You're
of
welcome, you earned it,
employees'
man.
health. Insight gives you a regular flavor.
Congratulations
soda that
once
heals
again. Welcome to the
40% of
club.
employees' sanity. And the other 2 work types grant a grape soda that heals 30% of both health and sanity. What
Oh,
does
I didn't know
regular
that.
flavored soda taste like?
I was just
Don't
an
ask me.
instinct.
I don't drink soda. Only carbonated water with extra shrimp. This is all
Ugh,
if you get a
what would
good
that
or
taste
mediocre
like?
work result. If
I
you
think
get
I
a
wanna
bad
know.
work result, your employee will instead drink
I
the
don't even like
dreaded
carbonated
open
water.
can of Welchers and get kidnapped. Yeah, that's right. These shrimps will abduct your employee, put them on this low-effort drawing.
Yeah,
of a boat,
that's happened
and
more
send
than
them
once.
To who knows where. Yes, the lowest danger leveled abnormality in this game is capable of insta-killing your most powerful
Jerks.
agents. In fact, the higher level your employee, the more likely they are to spike their drink.
Oh,
You would have the
what?
most
I didn't know that.
unstoppable, well-equipped monster of
Ow.
an employee kill a god, and then 5 minutes later have that employee get fucking trafficked. Welchers is a reference to a Korean urban
Bloody
myth saying
shrimp.
that people go missing after drinking a sleeping pill-laced can of Welch grape juice, later to be put on a journey to
That's a
sail
good
the
question,
high
Master Flank.
seas.
I would say
So let
probably
that be a
not.
lesson. Don't drink from unattended bottles of soda. Or better yet, don't drink Welch's grape juice. According to an unnamed employee while on the prowl for miladies, they ended up in a meeting in a different department. The leader of the department brought in dozens of cans of Welchers and everyone drank up. Next thing they know, they were in a boat. Instead of doing the usual kidnappy stuff
on
that
a
you
boat.
think of when you hear
I'm on a boat.
abduction, this
Everybody
employee
look
was
at me
offered some
because I'm
tasty
sailing
wine.
on a
The
boat.
ship
Sorry.
crew would train that employee in the art of sailing, pulling fish traps, filling bait boxes, repairing fishing nets, and cooking ramen. Till eventually, that employee decided on his own free
Shrimp
will to
ramen.
become a member of the crew, living an undeniably much better life away from Lobotomy Corporation, where employee death is an unavoidable daily occurrence. If the story
For
provided
real.
is anything to go off of, sipping the spiked soda is the best possible outcome for an agent.
Ah,
in
yes,
this
the,
company,
the
because it
backstory
gets them away
that we
from a
always
life of
needed.
mental anguish and intense physical pain. But they didn't.
I do
agree
wonder
to
where on the
vacation
Great
time when they
Lake
signed up
the-
to
the
work
shrimp
here,
will be.
so we are not prawn, really. I swear, Incorporated can fuck off. They can krill themselves. Frequent visitors to the crustacean hydration station get drops of liquid carbonation all around their mouths, which is just disgusting because it looks like a 5 o'clock shadow. For that, you go and shrink tier. The Fairy Festival is a big fairy mama with little fairy babies.
Oh,
Why does
God,
mama
that's a good
have
one.
bloody fingers? Who's to say, really? Upon a successful or mediocre
Yeah, don't
work
worry
result,
about it.
the fairies will gift the working agent with their fairies' care. A magical site where the fairies surround a person, providing constant healing for 8 seconds. How whimsical. But remember the rules. Everything in this facility is a bloodthirsty monster. The fairies will provide the target of their care with constant healing as long as they aren't assigned to a different abnormalities container.
Yep.
If this is
Don't
the
do
case,
that.
the fairies will quickly feast on your nugget
Nom,
and
nom, nom,
find
nom,
it
nom,
hard to
nom, nom.
digest. It is thought by most employees that only those that are kind-hearted and good-natured will receive the fairies' care. not knowing that in reality, when a group of fairies gather around an individual, that's a sign they want to eat them. According to a document made
this is the
accessible
float.
only to
What's
level
happening
4
here?
higher employees, a man named Walta went under the fairy's care and was found dead inside the room of another abnormality. His face and stomach were all missing. Strange, because the abnormality that he was in the room of only inflicted psychological attacks. Meanwhile, the fairies had some blood and flesh smeared all over their mouths. The researchers came to the conclusion that fairies are carnivorous monsters, with the fairy's care simply being a method to keep the meat fresh. If an employee attempts to enter the containment unit of another abnormality, they gobble them up in fear of losing the food to someone
Ugh.
else. The low-leveled employees adored the fairies, though.
I don't think we
because
ever
it
got
helped
to that
with
point
their
of Mountain
morale
Smiling
and reduced
Bodies.
Their accident rate. It was deemed unnecessary to tell them the truth.
Bong bong, no.
Don't press the button.
For the love of
No
God,
matter
don't
what you
press the
do,
button.
Do not touch it.
Do
You want to know
not.
what happens if you order work to be done on it? Everyone dies or everybody loses their mind. Same story if you even scroll past it.
You can't even click on the thing's name. If you do that, absolutely everything that could go wrong will go wrong.
Draining
Yep.
every Qlifoth counter of every abnormality to 0 at the same time. Everything that can break out will break out. Oh wait, I haven't mentioned Qlifoth counters yet. Every abnormality has a Qlifoth counter that you can see here.
Oh, so
Some
that's
are
how you
stationary
pronounce
and
it.
Some go up and down depending on multiple factors, such as work results, people dying in the facility,
Hang on,
people
go
up
back.
and down. Abnormality has a Qlifoth counter that you can see here.
Qlifoth,
Some are
okay.
stationary and some go up and down depending on multiple factors, such as work results, people dying in the facility, people living in the facility. Your job is to simultaneously extract and
It's not
confound
pronounced
and make
that
sure this counter
FFFFF
never
counter?
reaches 0. What happens if it reaches 0? Bad things. Bad things happen. It can be prevented
things
though
do
by
happen.
taking care of an abnormality's needs. Maybe sacrificing a person or two. In the top left corner, you can see the Qlifoth meltdown gauge. This thing basically counts the amount of times an abnormality is worked with in a day, and when that bar fills up, Qlifoth meltdown. Certain abnormalities will get a little pissy. These abnormalities being marked by
Yeah,
a
they
red
will.
box and having to be worked with by the time this timer
Yeah,
ends.
assuming you see
They
it,
are
which,
worked with,
as
the
we all
Qlifoth
know,
counter
is not
will
a problem for
immediately
me.
drop to 0, and they will either escape or use their special ability. TLDR, don't let it hit
Or
0.
both.
So you can see now why it's a problem when every single Qlifoth counter in the building simultaneously drops to 0. To compound with this,
Yeah, I don't even know if
chicanery,
that's
sometimes
advisable.
Don't Touch Me will pretend to be another abnormality. So what you think is a lovable, huggable teddy bear is actually a retried day. You can tell if
Yeah.
Don't Touch Me is pulling a fast one because the name will always be Don't Touch Me. Even on the deployment screen before you start the day, you can interact with it, and it destroys your computer before crashing the game. I must touch.
No.
I know what you're thinking. Man, this YouTube guy is probably feeling the effects of male pattern baldness. Anyways, here's an abnormality that makes me and my people feel very represented. You're bald. You're bald is an orb that's come to sing the praises about the wonderful world of hairlessness. Its liked works are nothing unless you're bald. And if an employee with hair shows up,
I
and
actually shaved
interacts
my
with
head
it,
and was bald one
Wow.
time.
so much better. Because of this, I wanted to see what Kuluyaku looked like bald, so I opened up Photoshop and made this. I'm bald because I don't have hair. We're getting
Interesting.
off track here, so let's start over. Your bald is a messenger, here to spread the word of bald, and won't stop until every last person on Earth has no hair. Upon contact with a hair
Yeah, no, on my watch.
he will spread his gospel and speak into their minds.
We had,
The
we
truth
had
causing a
designated bald
blinding
man to
flash
take care of
light
that.
straight off of their newly smooth dome. Your bald will then change his form, the orb itself now appearing to be thinning, as a lesser man would call it. Upon contact with a second
Lesser man would
hair-having
call it.
individual, the word of bald will resonate through the halls, blessing all who hear it in the splendiferous white light of truth. May truth be found in their minds and hearts, in the same way that it's reflecting off of their heads. Your bald has now leveled up to his max potential, being completely, utterly bald. It brings a tear to my eye, it really does. Upon contact with a
Good for
third
him.
hair-having individual, a holy light will shine, filling the hearts and souls of all, making every employee facility-wide bald, freeing
Yeah,
them
obviously
from
we
these
didn't do that.
earthly follicle chains. It was a wondrous moment. After seeing this, I ran to the bathroom mirror and gazed into it to see if I too had been blessed with this gift. But whoa, clinging to my head were the same sparse, isolated, lonely strands that were there before. Life is a
Sad.
prison, and here I lay trapped behind bars, not of steel, but of keratin. Warning, you have been hit by the Baldy Bald psychological attack. If a non-bald person reads this, they'll be granted the privilege to go bald at an extremely rapid rate. If one wants to stop this from happening, they must be assigned to work on this abnormality. In addition, if you find 10 or more strands of hair on your pillow in the morning, it is recommended to peruse this encyclopedia article at least 3 times. Now, this
yes,
next
of
part
course.
may be extra disturbing, so viewer discretion is advised. The following account was taken between 2 employees.
Dude, I had an amazing dream today.
Can I talk now? Yes, you can talk now.
What? Did you win the lottery or something? You stupid bald fucking idiot. Okay, so when I got to work, everyone here was bald. Everyone including you. Maybe even people outside of this corporation. You know, I do think you've been pretty stressed lately. Why don't you, like, go see counseling and maybe get a hair transplant?
Counseling, yeah.
Hair transplant.
I don't need any counseling. Wait, what's that sound? Oh, hey, neighbor. Right
Alright.
after this tragic incident, abnormality Bald is Awesome appeared in the facility. May you forever rest in peace, Bald Bill. If someone ever comes into contact with this abnormality, they will talk or write about the positive aspects of baldness for about an hour, and ultimately make themselves go bald. These writings being pretty hard to argue with. Unrelated. Hey guys, did you know that if you become bald, you can save time because you don't have to wash and dry your hair anymore, allowing you to
True.
be richer than others? Did you know bald people can
That's the
even
best part
reflect
about being
light off
bald.
their head and blind their opponents like a solar flare? We won't need light bulbs in our facility if there are more bald employees, because light
don't think
reflects
that
off
bit's
of their
true.
heads. This will also allow us to save a tremendous amount of our budget. Thank you. Bald is awesome. Which is my transition of choice to today's sponsor. This video is sponsored by Manscaped.
Of course it is.
Want to be just like your favorite lustrous, hairless video game orb?
We're absolutely gonna watch
If you
the
just
ad.
use
We
this
will respect.
incredible recently extracted equipment called the Manscaped 5.0 Performance Package. My favorite thing from this package is the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. But wanting to show this product in action as a faceless YouTuber came with a unique challenge. At first I thought to maintain anonymity, I could simply record someone else using it, but my only volunteers couldn't speak, and I'm pretty sure that would constitute animal
Doggy.
abuse or some other silly law. So instead I went through with my second rational idea, shaving up my arm. My favorite aspect of this thing is just how skin safe it is. I've gone through plenty of razors and electric shavers, and every one of those left at least one little cut or ingrown hair. But with this thing, I have yet to damage my skin.
I've never
Look
had
at
an
the shaved
issue with
area
any
on my
electric
arm. Look how
razor
clean
I've
it is.
ever used.
That's just the razor though. It also comes with a nose hair trimmer, 2 bottles of lotion, and some free gifts like a travel bag and some boxers. Use my promo code PAKEPAKE for 20% off and free international shipping. We can change anything. After the popularity of the
yes,
all-around
energy
helper
generation tool.
skyrocketed, We Can Change Anything was released as the second installment of XX Inc.'s Home Robot series. As to be expected of all XX Inc.'s products, it sports a variety of functions. It's quite
Peach
simple.
is here.
Just open up
Hey,
the
babe.
machine, step inside, and press the button to make it shut. Now everything will be just... We Can Change Anything is a tool type abnormality. Every fourth abnormality
Yes.
will be a usable tool that has different
Absolutely
effects, which, if
clutch
used
for
correctly,
me in the
usually have
early days of
positive
Queen of
benefits
Hatred
for the
Containment.
facility. We Can Change Anything is one example of these. An Iron Maiden. Clamping your nugget and training them of their entire life force until there's nothing left. But on the plus side, you'll get an increasingly
Just
huge
massage
amounts of
coffin.
PE
Yes, of
boxes.
course.
As time goes on inside We Can Change Anything, the amount of red damage it does increases and it goes a lot faster, ending in a brutal demise. Smart players can game the system in a few ways. For example, say you have a separate damage transference abnormality. Then say you have an abnormality that keeps an agent alive no matter what. Are you following me here? While it isn't foolproof and eventually the nugget in the machine pops, you can break the game design and instantly get 500 positive PE boxes in a day.
Damn,
Now,
so
am
much
I
energy.
recommending this strategy? Yeah, Send level 5 fortitude fodder straight to the penis explosion chamber and watch as all your
The
dreams
what
are brought to life
explosion?
without
Why?
having to do really anything. Thank you, XX Inc. Mirror of Adjustment is another tool abnormality and one that has very, very niche usage. This thing takes an employee's stats and randomly redistributes them. So if you take an employee with level 5 fortitude and level 1 temperance, gazing into the mirror could shift it so that the employee has level 2 fortitude and level 5 temperance. I don't use this abnormality much, really, ever. It would be nice to continuously reroll for an infinitum, but if an employee uses the mirror once, then comes back to it, on the second look, the mirror will readjust their stats, but lower the overall stat values total. So you could end up de-leveling your guys if you
I have no
forget
idea,
that
Brian.
they
Your
use
guess
the
is
mirror
good as
early
mine.
in the day. There are some very specific uses that I can think of. Those being this, some abnormalities will get upset at a high level in a stat. To counteract this, you can re-roll that stat to go somewhere else, so that your agent will be safe when interacting with that abnormality. Another practical use is to level up justice. When you hire a new employee or strengthen a new employee, leveling their justice is exorbitantly more costly than the other stats, being 3 times
For
the
real,
cost.
though.
So to counteract this, you could put those points you would have spent on justice into other skills, then hit the mirror and watch as it dumps some of those points into the hardest stat to level. Enjoy your movement speed.
Oh.
According to the one studying the mirror,
Clever.
those that face themselves in the mirror are changed.
Never
in
thought
some
of that.
way. It won't be obvious at first, but they were. It's theorized that looking into the mirror has you switch places with an alternate reality version of yourself. Repeated looks eating away at your humanity until you are nothing more than a reaction streamer. I never use this thing, but there are people
Hey!
that get a lot of use out of it, so
I feel attacked.
It's cool.
Oh, dang it.
I love
dang it.
gambling. One day I'm going to give my son 3 times his college savings that I earned through gambling. What's this? An abnormality based on gambling? Finally.
Oh
I
god,
can
this thing
be my
is
true
useless.
self. Take my legendary ego weapon and increase its attack power. That would be so handsome of you. Who knew the gambling abnormality would be classified as trauma? It's as simple as this. You put your weapon into the orb, and it may return you with a stat boost. Elsewise, it gets devoured whole, costing PE
Yep.
boxes as you spin the wheel. Every subsequent spin increasing the damage more and more, increasing the PE box expenditure and decreasing your chance of success as it goes. You
Yeah,
could
for
roll
real.
for a full-on doubling of your attack damage, but the chance of that
The
happening
thing is
are
that it
1
doesn't
in
carry
4,
over,
and
right?
If you lose a
So
weapon, then
you get,
even retrying the day won't
you know,
get
you
it
get
back.
the bloody.
Gambling is nothing more than faith in
You
a
get the boost and then
promise.
it's gone
A
at the end of the
misguided
day, so who
notion that
cares?
will only leave us feeling hollow and betrayed. Those that try without high expectations, though, can sometimes be met with a pleasant reward. The damage boost doesn't even last from day to day, so I don't bother. Just don't
Yeah,
bother.
it's so
Who
not
cares?
worth it.
Incredibly brave take coming up here. Gambling is bad. You
Sacrilege!
Must Be Happy is the biggest homie of them all. This thing lets you manage your employees' stats better than anything else, and before you ask, yes, it still can insta-kill. Come on, guys, let's just all assume
course
that
it
that's a
can.
baseline in this game. Everything can insta-kill, unless I say otherwise. There is slight luck to it, but it's so much more controllable than the mirror or the jigsaw puzzle snake. Want to increase your agent stats? Have them step into the machine. The machine will then continually flash the words yes and no on screen. Ending on yes will
Everyone
give
dies
your employees
someday.
stat boosts that increase with the amount of time that they spend inside the machine. While ending on a no, will have the
congratulations
exact
on your
opposite
10 watch
effect
streak.
and just strip them of everything they have going for them. It's not always bad though, but you know, being able to land on a no and reduce their stats can sometimes be a huge advantage. Say there's an abnormality in the game that will kill an employee with 5 fortitude. That's annoying as balls. What if we decrease their fortitude level so that work can be carried out just fine with this abnormality? But oh no, the employee that I spent so much time leveling up is now low leveled. Idiot, why did you tell me to do this? Not to worry, honey bun. Any stat change made by you must be happy. It disappears at the end of the day. Your employee will be right back
Easy
in
peasy.
tip-top shape at the end. You're welcome. Now let's get into some of the drawbacks.
See,
of
that's
Must Be
useful.
Happy. Having one employee use the machine more than 4 times a day will make them go pop. And they gave the machine cheese immunity by automatically stopping it while you stop time. As far as I'm concerned, these drawbacks don't exist, and You Must Be Happy is a more easily usable mirror of adjustment. According to the observation logs, the machine coerces people into answering yes to the question, do you love your city? People that answer no face
You're
dire
a level 5 nugget.
consequences.
How'd you
You
lose
Must Be
that?
Happy is the biggest homie because
yeah,
it
he probably got
makes a
stats
certain
reduced,
boss
huh?
fight later in the game tolerable. It's also always a huge treat opening up the start of the day and seeing the machine scream no at me through its character portrait, so that's cool.
No.
The
Oh,
Plague
God.
Doctor is the safest and kindest abnormality. He responds positively to all reptiles and freely grants a blessing upon good or even
I heard the
bad
bell
person.
and I went into fight or flight mode. I grabbed my mouse and keyboard like,
Go talk to the Plague Doctor and tell your 11 flesh clones to do the same. Okay. The Plague Doctor came to the facility on its own volition, claiming that the world has contracted a dreadful disease. A disease which can only be cured by him. Sound
I
familiar?
literally
You think
panicked.
so.
I went,
Despite that
"Shit!"
comparison, the Plague Doctor exhibits absolutely zero signs of aggression, treating employees that are injured or sick, showing nothing but empathy and benevolence even after weeks of observation. And an employee named Alex walked in with a fresh scar. The following interaction was observed.
God.
Why have you not treated that scar? I booted up Skyrim with at least 800 mods. My game
This is the
laptop
one time I wish I had
exploded
camera
when I
on
tried
me.
to
The
render Jarl Balgruuf's
the
method.
jump I just had. I literally like
Balgruuf
leapt out my
instructed
chair and
me
grabbed my
to
mouse and
too embarrassed to admit
keyboard.
to Reddit that I play video games
Oh,
with a school
Jesus.
Chromebook.
I was a
Please
sleeper agent getting
Cringe, Reddit.
activated.
Cringe. You are coming with me.
Oh,
My
God.
body is healed, and I'm ripped as hell. What did you do?
Simple. I deleted Reddit off your phone.
No.
Wow, thanks, Doc. I'm gonna go sex my hot wife now.
And just like that, another soul that found their way. It will not stop at you, Alex. I shall heal the rest of them. I shall cure the world of this dreadful disease.
If you could
I
not.
must cover more sheep in the safety of my wings.
I wonder if it's
to cover
possible to
them from
beat
the unholy
Lubami Corp
blight
without like if like have Plague Doctor there for like basically from the start, and then
Everyone
play through the
loves
entirety
him.
of Lubami
He
Corp
treats the
without it
poor
becoming White
and
Knight. I
tends
wonder
to
if it's
the
possible to
sick.
do that.
He's like the Messiah. We come back to this guy.
Yeah.
1.76 megahertz is an abnormality with no
Radio
shape
signal.
or form, just a sound that can be heard in the rooms that it possesses.
I was originally going to
This
be one of the
sound
abnormalities
assaulting
in the
listener's
floor of
minds
psychology
with
for
a
the eventual
besiegement of
Rizwan mod, but I
subliminal
decided against
messages.
it
A
once I
recording
decided that
taken
Rizwan
straight
wasn't going to
from
be a
early
librarian.
2010s, featuring all four horsemen of early YouTube. A maddening dose of local cringe.
I recognize
Also, this
every
is
one
an
of those.
aside, but while writing this, I got curious to see how Fred is doing, and as it turns out, he's rebranded to Lucas and is actually doing great on YouTube. I don't know why.
Oh, good for
that just
him.
Makes me feel happy. The fruit, on the other hand, wholesome maturation of early YouTube pioneers aside, you don't exist. 1.76 megahertz makes its presence known by the static
it's
overlay shown
Fred!
through
I don't even know why that was so
distorting
popular
things and
20
playing
years
a
ago.
high-frequency sound, a sound that upon hearing will cause all employees to experience hallucinations and become hostile. After adjusting a radio's frequency to 1.76 megahertz, employees could hear a distressed voice followed by a bunch of explosions. After bearing witness to the sounds, everyone that listened all of a sudden started beating the shit out of each other. This is the first guy that caused an employee of mine to have a mental breakdown. When an employee loses their
that'll
mind
happen.
because they took too much white or black damage, they'll go crazy. They might go on a murdering spree, commit suicide, run around
Oh, I
screaming,
didn't know they
freaking
could
out
do
other
that.
Employees. This one's annoying as hell. And commit sabotage, trying to break out as many abnormalities as possible. If an employee panics, don't worry, simply have another employee that does white damage attack the panicking employee. Because it'll heal them and everything
Yeah,
will be
he's
perfectly
fine.
fine. Unless they're not an essential worker, in which case
Few sandy
I would just
beans
shoot
later.
them, because who cares? When 1.76 megahertz breaks out, it'll spread to other rooms until you repress it back to 4. Anyways, 1.76 megahertz I don't really care about. Beauty
What
and
the hell?
the breast.
Oh,
gives me
okay,
so
okay.
much physical pain to look at. It is unbearable. This creature is an amalgam beast featuring a human mouth with the juiciest pink lips I've ever seen. Despite
All
its
right, calm down,
grotesque,
buddy.
please
I'll
put
get
me
the
on my
hose.
misery looking attitude, this
I'll
thing
spray
doesn't
you.
escape and has no Qlifoth counter and is actually super chill. Until you repress his dumbass. When you do that, he'll start moaning and acting ill. Until he's either worked with again, where he'll chill again, or
I don't
he's
think I ever
repressed
messed this
again,
up.
where the creature will die and your agent will become a new instance of the creature. If you don't want your precious
Possible I
wage
did, but I
slave
can't
to
recall a
suffer
time
this
when I
hideous
messed that up.
self-loathing fate, worse than death, not any more than they're already going through. Don't repress it when it's in distress. Do some other work to pick it back up and then repress the fuck out of it again. In the story of Beauty and the Beast, a poor lady goes to a manor for some Gucci slides, knowing full well that anyone who dares to enter this manor is never seen ever again. Brandishing a knife, she decided she would go poke the Count so she could steal his valuables. After entering the Count's room, she discovered this hideous, self-loathing, disgusting
I do
creature
really like
that
the
wanted to
story
kill
behind this
itself
one.
more
I
than
find
we
it
want
so
to kill it.
interesting.
So out of pity, she did just that.
Wonder if
And
I'll ever
then
see it in Limbus Company.
She transformed into it, propagating a cycle of killing the beast to transferring the beast's form to killing the beast and so on and so forth. Rumor says anyone who dares to enter the Count's manor is never seen again. The lady's favorite
Yep.
flower was the dahlia, and you could see that everywhere through the beast and its ego. I hate it, because to me it looks like some kind of gross fleshy growth. This abnormality is one of the most low maintenance dudes possible, but it makes me puke every time I see it, and because of that, I never want it. Again, this being a tier list about just my personal opinion. Logically, he'd be high tier, or high mid tier at the very least, but like, look at him. 8-ball. Behavior adjustment is another tool abnormality. A floating 8-ball in a tube-looking thing.
I think that's the first tool that ever killed one of my abnormalities.
Attack faster.
Nope, not one of my agents, excuse me.
Return. Sacrificing sanity for justice. If someone loses all their SP or returns the device in less than 30 seconds after picking it up, they die a gruesome death. Actually, me watching the new Minecraft movie trailer. Here's a use case that I found.
Learned that one the hard way.
This abnormality hates justice level 3, but likes justice level 4. And I wanted to level an agent's justice past level 3. So I had them pick up the 8-ball to increase their justice to 4, did the work, and then enjoyed the fruits of my labors at the end of the day. That is a very specific, extremely niche use case that could have been done better by the happiness machine anyways. You have it in you to be a good and righteous person. You don't need a magic 8-ball yo-yo to do it for you.
But
who put Bloodbath in the Bloodbath? Bloodbath is about as edgy an abnormality as you can get with themes of self-harm and
who got away with naming those
It's also one of the few abnormalities that are directly correlated to the lore of Lobotomy Corporation. If you want to know how that is, come back in like 1 hour. Bloodbath is a bath, and there's blood. I eternally regret not realizing to ask her why she needed that industrial knife. I eternally regret not realizing that she was hiding her wrists with long sleeves. I eternally regret not realizing that she always took extra care to hide them whenever I spoke to her. I eternally regret not realizing that I never heard her cheerful laughter anymore, and that she roamed around the company with lifeless eyes more and more often. The Bloodbath is a test for your weaker-willed employees. Any temperance or fortitude level 1 employees will willingly be grabbed by an arm and drowned in despair, killing them, followed by an exsanguinated hand floating up to the top. The more hands floating in the bath, the more positive enkephalin boxes it produces. This is not a worthwhile exchange, not even a little bit, because you only get 1 extra P box per hand, so like, no. Now I haven't explained it yet, but while enkephalin is the energy supply in positive enkephalin boxes, enkephalin is also generated by the human brain internally to block the transmission of pain signals. When you get a PE box from an abnormality, you in reality could be extracting their body's response to trauma. Every abnormality has or is dealing with trauma or some form of mental or physical anguish in some way. A lot of abnormalities are human, were once human, or are possessed by humans, which lends credence to the idea that we are, in a way, extracting the suffering of the most unfortunate souls just to meet the insatiable energy demands of the mega corporations. In other words, Lobotomy Corp is a poorly disguised Amazon warehouse. It makes sense then that we gain more enkephalin as more people succumb to the tubby time terror, because there's more enkephalin to harvest. Also, if there are 3 hands in the tub, the next person that walks in, no matter what their skills are, they'll get nabbed. This abnormality loves all types of work except for repression. Repression, I assume, being the equivalent of going up to a depressed person and looking them in the eye and saying, haha, get over it. So yeah, edgy bathtub. I hope they named the ego equipment something tactful like wrist cutter. Well, that was long-winded and heavy. Will the topics get any lighter after this? Maybe. Crumbling Armor is a samurai armor with a negative luck stat. Every single general to ever wear it died in goofy strokes of bad luck, like an arrow piercing an opening or slipping off your horse in retreat and bumping your head on a rock. Eventually, the pristine set of armor found itself in the hands of a new warrior that elected to never use it, instead keeping it in storage. After participating in dozens of wars without sustaining a single injury, this warrior died of old age. While under the possession of this owner, the armor's right hand fell off, with the in-game flavor text stating that there's a force originating from within the armor. Crumbling Armor's ego is called Life for a Daredevil, being the first weapon capable of dishing out pale damage. Pale damage is unique because it essentially cuts off life force. An assault on the soul being the rarest damage type. It also tends to be the most difficult to counter because so many suits are weak against it. Crumbling Armor loves repression, but if you repress it and do attachment on something else, you instantly
Yeah.
die.
Ugh.
And let's not forget to
Brutal.
mention the gift for crumbling armor. The gift is this little flame that grows more intense the more you repress the armor, having really great benefits at first, but as the flame also grows redder, it also has a lot of drawbacks. So I say it isn't worth it, and it also has that thing
Have
where
to
if you
stick
do
with the
any
instinct work.
attachment work with another abnormality, it just kills you instantly. So, Forsaken Murderer is a little goo goo gaga shellfish baby, and the worst part
Okay.
is, when I first started, I actually struggled to deal with him. Forsaken Murderer was my first problem abnormality. I hadn't figured out how to deal with his suppression, didn't figure out the healing, how to juggle combat employees, and moreover, his maximum Qlifoth counter is 1.
I know he had a gimmick,
Getting
I
one
just
bad work
I just
result is a
suppressed him.
guaranteed
But then
breach.
again, by the time I
was
got him
young
for the
and
first time,
tragically
I was rocking
unloved in
Alice
those
gear.
days. Now every time I see a breaching Forsaken Murderer, my heart swoons. Like seeing a baby taking their first steps. What an adorable sight. Forsaken Murderer is a murderer that was forsaken by death. Imagine being granted immortality, with all its inherent positives and negatives. You never have to face your own death, unlimited time to do anything in the world, the ability to be anyone. Novel at first, but the fun part will soon become only a blip in your infinite life as everything descends into boredom, apathy, and insanity. Life has
Yeah,
lost
sounds
all
like
its
the Hong Lu
connotation,
family.
as does murder. So you kill. People are afraid of you, someone with infinite hatred and infinite sorrow. In essence, he's a dude that can't die. Worse yet, the corporation will keep him bound through February 28th of 2025, meaning he will not have access as all his
Oh God,
friends
he's
on the
loose.
outside are playing the Monster game and the Funny Eye Patch Man game. Speaking of head, he turns his into a giant steel shell to do his forsaken murdering. How impractical. This guy out of
for some
85
reason.
abnormalities has a weapon that references a character named Carmen by name. A little bit silly because why him out of anyone else? When it comes to ranking,
I
I
mean,
don't
why
really know
not?
where to put him. Like, he was my first struggle abnormality, and I'm sentimental about that, but he's also super noisy. You can hear his frantic breathing from
Oh,
anywhere in
for
the
real?
facility, and that kind of gets old after a while. He also doesn't have the cojones to go full bald, which is just pitiful. Mid-tier. No low tier. No mid-tier. This guy is like the Forsaken Murderer, but for attachment. This is an abnormality not made up of matter that exists on Earth, constantly morphing with a metaphysical appearance that words can't describe. It loves to sing,
Crayons.
but everyone that listens to its songs quickly find themselves in psychiatric hospitals, because this guy only sings YouTuber music. Everyone that comes in
no.
contact with this thing is basically guaranteed permanent brain damage. After deducing that the abnormality is as smart as, if not smarter than the average human being, it was put through the American school system and found a low-wage job at a billion-dollar corporation, slaving the rest of its days away in order to make rich people even richer, all while secretly being experimented on and prodded at by the CIA. The results of these experiments are very interesting. According to it, it's based its form on a picture drawn by a child, changing its form because the child's expression while drawing it was happy. It came here to share its species' knowledge with us. The moment we fully understand that knowledge, we will know their ultimate goal. And that there
We
is
will
no
never
such
recover.
thing
It is
as
forbidden
coincidence
knowledge.
in the universe. It's capable of singing Minecraft parodies slowed plus with reverb, causing everyone with it to sing the same
Slow
thing.
plus
Most of those
reverb.
people dying of starvation in mental institutions because they're too passionately dancing to Don't Mine at Night. Again, this guy is just Forsaken Murderer but likes attachment, and instead of dealing physical red damage, it does black damage with its tentacles. Bummer, because they're not feet. While breaching, it'll use its ultimate ability and start screaming. This being the Echoes from Beyond, dealing massive white damage to absolutely nobody except clerks. This abnormality is cute and is never a problem, and I still love feet. The cherry blossom tree is a tree that gains leaves as it grows closer to going sicko mode and captivating everybody to go get absorbed into it. The pretty flowers might look nice and all, but it's a trick. You will get nabbed into this hole at the base that nobody talks about for some reason. The amount of blossoms it has is directly tied to its Qlifoth counter. The counter lowering on a good
I
work
think this was
result.
my
When the counter
first
hits zero,
experience
the
of a
little
possession
hands at the
abnormality.
base will begin excitedly caressing the walls of its little hole, and the tree will captivate a random employee. Letting an employee get got will cause everyone in the facility to restore full health and sanity. Actually quite helpful, as it only needs one employee to be satisfied and pulls in a lot of purposeless clerks into its net. Plus, if it does captivate an employee that you don't want to be tree fertilizer, just click on them and they'll snap out of it.
And wake up.
Here we have another tool abnormality, one with a particularly strong vitriol towards those who are greedy. Those that take what they don't need and offer very little in return. It will heal an employee and buff their health cap for as long as it's being worn. After recovering to full health, your employee has 1 minute to either return it or take more damage to heal off, lest they get healed to death. The same thing will happen if the abnormality is returned while not having full health. Not really sure why that would happen, since this thing is all about punishing greed, and if you're returning it before you're full up, that feels like it's the opposite of greedy, but oh well. I find this abnormality
Oh, we didn't make the
boring.
game.
Can it be useful? Yeah. Do I ever use it? No.
I don't think I did either.
Alright guys, here we have a real problem abnormality. Hey, he kind of looks familiar.
Yeah, this guy.
Legabule. Meat Lantern is a little mound of chicanery.
Liked
I look
only
deep
by
into
Don
those eyes, and
Quixote.
the only thing reflected back at me is pure, unfiltered foolishness. The fact that he's so clearly an anglerfish should be of no concern, and the fact that he buries himself in a random, barely detectable spot and jump scares you with 500 damage is also no concern. At least, that's what our boy Lloyd said to Paul. Don't mind that they sound exactly like me and Nova Cream 31. That's not a flower. Order all the employees nearby to evacuate immediately. Do not run away in a group. You have to slowly escape one by one.
What are you talking about? I thought I told you there's nothing nearby. Wait, I just felt a slight tremor beneath my feet. Is someone fixing pipes today?
Screw it. Enjoy looking at that flower all you want.
Not worth it.
Bet.
No point in alarming your friends if they're
Ow,
all
my
goners,
ear.
right? So what makes this thing such a little bastard, you may ask? For starters, the maximum Qliphotht counter is 1, meaning you're one
Yeah.
bad work result away from an instant breach. Beyond that, if your employee finishes work with him before 40 seconds have passed, he also breaches. Why is that? I don't know. You're best off hiring an employee with Temperance level 1 or using the Holy Happiness machine to lower someone's stats to the point where they can work with him without getting breached. The game itself says that the entire corporation may collapse if this little mound of fluff breaches. Hyperbole?
Yeah, it's only a test.
Yeah, if you have a ranged weapon, stand back and laugh maniacally as Legabulo is shredded from a safe distance. The pain points with this abnormality has less to do with its fights and more to do with the abnormality itself. To keep it at bay, you can never level up or send a non-temperance level 1 employee in there. And when it does escape, someone's going to die. Agents might be fine, but clerks are stupid and will walk right over
Yeah,
it. Which may sound
no
like
survival
only a
instinct
slight
whatsoever.
annoyance, but it really becomes painful when you start getting abnormalities that are sensitive to clerk deaths. So in conclusion, he's a sneaky little stinker. I'd like to also bring attention to the ego gift, which gives your agent stupid little teeth. Those are pretty funny. Low tier. So I can put him in the ground. This is the world's loneliest woman telling stories
the old
to
lady.
fill the void. The content of these stories
Very
being
easy to deal with.
ostensibly trauma-inducing to the point where they cracked the walls of her containment unit. That's right, her very words are so cursed they destroy structure. Real 2024 brain rot. She's an extremely easy abnormality to manage, mostly because you can just straight up neglect her. Maybe that doesn't help her
Aw.
loneliness issues, but who cares? Get over it. Her Qliphotht counter lowers whenever another abnormality's containment unit is entered and not hers. Upon hitting 0, a black haze dubbed Solitude will permeate the room. Okay, Gam Gam. Sorry for not visiting in so long. I've been busy. She craves attachment work the most, though really any work type works with her. It knows every story, both known and unknown. This story could be a lullaby, an unspecified poem, a nursery rhyme, a common children's story, or something entirely new. And they're all pretty bad if they elicit this response from employees. She's filled with loneliness and tells her tales to fill that void. This might be one of the best beginner abnormalities to have because of how low maintenance she is and how forgiving the penalties are for mismanaging her. Employees suffering from solitude will only take slight white damage, which higher prudence agents can be sent in to tank. And most of the time in earlier days, you'll never even have to deal with it. She also gives you a revolver. That's fun. This second wholesome 100
Capote.
Pupperino has creatine and pre-workout in his
Awesome.
containment unit. Can you guess why? This heckin' Chonkarino Ponkarino wants instinct work and only instinct work. See these stats? They mean nothing. his Qliphothoth counter will drop, which will turn him into a testosterone titan complete with tattoos and washboard abs. Breaching
he very rarely broke out for
Chungus
me.
100 is just a more dangerous Forsaken murderer, moving much faster and dealing almost triple the red damage. L Forsaken Bacon. But when he kills an agent or clerk, he instantly goes home. In the managerial tips, it mentions Pepode taking something from a deceased employee. If I had to guess what he took, either he sucked out their human growth hormone through a bendy straw to fuel his unlimited gains, or dug out a bone to chew on like a good boy. Attempts to bring the abnormality out of its unit may occur from time to time, but this is not a concern as they are typically prevented by other employees. When too many employees want to work with this abnormality, a lottery will be held to decide who gets the privilege of doing so. Our employees tend to show symptoms of mental regression, such as oddly toned speech with a high pitch upon entering its containment unit. But it seems this is only a temporary problem. Many of our employees refer to this abnormality as the goodest boy in the world, Pepode. However, its official designation is simply Pepode. Please make sure you don't get this confused. Every employee who enters its containment unit must upload a video or photo report of this abnormality. This is highly, extremely, uber important. Ensure that nobody misses this step. Did you know
Don't you dare.
Pepode is the Korean word for poofy? This makes sense because Pepode is a dog, and some dogs tend to be that way. This is the nicest dog in the game. Society.
Only dog in the game, I think.
book.
Oh, well,
The
no. Okay,
Prophecy
Big
of
Bad Wolf,
Skin is a
fine.
book made of skin. When someone gazes upon those fleshy pages, their prudence will improve. The drawback being a new weakness to white damage. Upon repeated uses, their prudence will continue to increase as the weakness gets more severe. Losing your sanity while under the influence of it will open up a portal to the flesh dimension, through which arteries will emerge and drag your agent down to watch the Borderlands movie on repeat. The writers believe that in order to preserve the sanctity of the tome, they had to write it in skin. Those who read it will be enlightened to unimaginable truths like that the Earth is a velociraptor and the correct way to pronounce Tigrex is actually Tigrex. Pointing out that second part
of
will
course.
surely leave them without any friends or invitations to social gatherings. Those who master these truths are called prophets. It's actually pretty useful if an abnormality requires a certain level of prudence, and I never really had that much of an issue with the white damage. But just remember, you must be happy. The Loud House revamped fanfiction, etched into virgin flesh with over 16 million words, is mid-tier. This guy is a little blob of distilled perfection. I love him. Breaching containment whenever he feels like it, and when he does breach, he only gently pecks the people that he's upset with. Why does he breach? Well, it's because he's possessive, and someone that he likes entered the containment unit.
That someone has
over that
sinned, and they must be
a
punished.
woeful day when punishing bird's wrath befalls the facility. Obviously, he doesn't have much firepower, but you have to send him back to his perch somehow, right? Now, once he gets his anger out, he'll go back home on his own accord. I mean, you could suppress
He's a
him,
good
but why
bird.
would you do such a thing to this cute little fella? Not to mention the fact that fighting back isn't a good idea, as he'll just
Yep.
activate his death be upon ye move, dealing double the damage of Meat Lantern's ambush attack because he deserves it. I feel a special little connection with this little guy, because on my first meeting with him, he broke the game and replaced one sin and 100 good deeds as my beginner abnormality, breaking the game out of sheer silly guyness. He's good with every work type, barring repression, and is only ever an issue when he's breaching past the day's quota, which keeps you from being able to end it without losing a lob point. He's a small and fearsome bird that punishes the evil and the guilty, mightily fluttering its tiny wings to do so. People have been committing sins since long ago. Why do they commit sins, knowing it's wrong? The small bird wondered. It must be because there's no one to punish people for their misdeeds. If someone takes that
Yes,
role,
Brian, tell
then
us,
no
why do
foul
people
act
sin?
would happen in this world ever again, leaving the forest it lived in and never going back. We gave him a little perch to sit on because he deserves it. Also, regretfully, his ego equipment is nothing special, though the suit is notable due to having a writhing chest, as if it were alive. My favorite abnormality, easy top tier. An abnormality based on the short story
Fourth
The
match
Little Match
flame.
Girl. A girl who
One of
tried
my
to
favorite
sell
weapons
matches
in the game,
that
even though it's
nobody
just a
bought.
test.
So in fear of being
Bazooka!
beaten by her
Boom.
father and in remembrance of her grandmother, she lit all the matches and died in the cold when they went out. Oh no, guys, the video game character has a sad backstory. The Scourge Girl's charred body represents the child's crumbling hope, while the eternally blazing match impaled through her torso represents the obsession for affection. This desire for affection becomes significant upon her breach, as she'll choose a completely random target to try and get affection from, and mark them with a matchstick. She'll then make her way to that person.
Oh, I didn't know
talking
that.
about warmth, the whole way and wanting to be held. And when she reaches her target, she'll explode, killing her target and anyone else in the immediate vicinity. This is one of the easiest breaches to handle.
I didn't know she
because
blew
doesn't
up.
have a
I
lot
didn't know
of
she
health
picked
and
one person
will
in particular.
completely ignore anyone that isn't her target. So you can just dogpile on her. This abnormality that wants love and connection wants attachment. So performing that on her is asking her to break out and try and get more. Also, her ego weapon is hilarious. Just a giant match cannon.
Yes.
Spider Bud is such a
Firebud.
homie. She's my Spider Bud. D. She's a fantastic way to train up fortitude as long as you don't touch her babies. Otherwise, you're Asian. That means not doing insight work.
I don't like
because
it.
Part of insight work is cleaning the room. And, you know, if you clean the room, then that's gonna probably end up squishing one of her babies. You do not want to do that. Of course, that is unless you want extra PE boxes. When the Spider Bud has more bodies, it'll give you more of that sweet, sweet brain juice. And it is kind of unnerving to think that a cocooned agent isn't actually dead and is being kept fresh and alive for her babies, with the spider's toxins slowly poisoning their heart. But they knew what they were signing up for when getting hired to Lobotomy Corp. Definitely not expecting joy and happiness.
Nope.
What the? A tool abnormality without a drawback? No instant death, no peer-reviewed scientific study that I have to keep in mind. You can just have an employee pick it up and enjoy some nice buffs. Oh, something feels wrong. Maybe I should put it back. Oh, I getcha. You got me good, you little stinker. The Heart of Aspiration is awesome. You have someone pick it up and you let them enjoy buffed fortitude and attack speed. The drawback, the single drawback, being that they can't put it back until they hurt something. Otherwise, they'll go on a murdering spree. I am shocked there exists such a simple abnormality in the game with so few strings attached. I guess we're still in the tests and things will ramp up eventually, but yeah, the Heart of Aspiration is great.
It is.
I know what you're thinking. But no, you cannot sex the Spider Bud. You can't however pop into this containment unit and stare at this woman's rear. Don't worry, she won't mind. Oh wait, yes she will. Jump scare, by the way. The lady facing the wall is based on the Greek story of Orpheus, whose bitch failed a QuickTime event and he now has to get her out of the underworld. Hades allows him to go get her under the condition that he can't look back at her until they're completely out of his underworld. And he did exactly what he was told not to do. And because of that, he lost her again. Similarly to the story, those who look back at the lady when finishing with their work, those who have level 1 temperance, will look back and see her face extended out to them. God, women are scary. She's a solid early fortitude trainer. Attachment might look nice, but obviously this is Lobotomy Corp and everything that looks nice has like 8 layers of traps on it. Performing attachment is a guaranteed drop to her Qlifoth counter, and letting it hit 0 will cause her to scream, which freaks everybody out. This won't kill or panic any agents, but every clerk is like a wet napkin in terms of durability, so yeah, they're gonna die. Also, her weapon is
100%.
rated at a he, while herself being a teth, so it's pretty good for when you get it. I'm still getting over the fact that there's a FNAF jump scare in this game. F tier. I hate you. You give me nothing but stress and pain. What is this abnormality's ability? Does it have some unfair or overpowered trait?
Oh,
No,
the amount of
not at all.
retries days.
It plays music that
Just because
heals
of my
sanity
bad
points
attention
of everyone
span.
in the department that the music plays in. Incredibly helpful. Why do I hate it? Because after 30 seconds, it'll drive the employee using it mad. And I always forget to make them stop using it. In
Yeah,
my
for
original
real,
playthrough
this
of
and the
game,
shelter.
I had an employee that I always sent in that would always come out running and screaming, running around the entire facility, freaking out clerks, making the clerks die, which upset my clerk death dependent abnormalities. Bro, chill out. Clerks do not deserve rights. They're not human. They're not people. Then I couldn't stop them to snap them out of it because they run so fast. The run and scream panic is so much worse than all the others. So in the end, this thing is responsible for a huge fraction of my day restarts. The T in that classification stands for trauma, and that trauma is mine and mine alone. This thing is not an issue for literally anybody. I can see the timeline where this thing could
that
be
bad
a
attention
great
span, man. It'll
help
get ya.
if it's put in a department that it shares with the high white damage abnormality, but I'm petty. Today's shy look is a unique fella. His work result is based not so much on what type of work you do on him, but actually on the mood of the abnormality. To decipher this guy's mood, you just gotta watch the little fella skitter between faces until he winds up behind the extra happy face. Oh, whoops.
And then he
zipped
moves,
from the very
yeah.
happy face
Yeah.
to the very angry face. Guess you'll take twice the amount of black damage and get half
Sucks.
the work done. According to
Hate
the
it when that
game's
happens.
logs, today's shy look was just a normal guy living it up in the city, feeling a little down. That sadness wouldn't suffice to the corporate overlords, but this guy simply couldn't bring themselves to force a smile. So they flayed their skin, hung it up to dry, and carved 5 different faces into it. The response given to why they do such a terrifying thing is simply, I'm just shy. That's all, just shy. Just don't look behind the skin. That would be rude and invasive. If today's shy look likes an agent, they'll offer them a gift. This gift being a tanned face that they can wear. Delightful. I love the uniqueness of this abnormality. It's such a little bastard that always jukes me out by running away from a happy face to an angry face. Epic troll. Why is this thing not a Zayan? Standard training dummy rabbit is something you can only get if you're in this.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It
tutorial
is a
of the
test.
game.
That's
He's
kind
a
of weird.
harmless little fellow that thinks he's a fellow employee with the tendency to follow agents out of its unit. All work types are enjoyed with a 100% success rate on attachment. Be careful though. Using powerful unforeseen telekinetic powers, he can hypnotize Bong Bong into setting him free. Bad Bong Bong, bad. He can show up in the actual game though. That sneaky little button of doom will pretend to be him in the hopes of getting pressed. And that's it.
Mamma mia.
The fluffy little guy lives to sleep, and he shares that passion with all that he comes into contact with. People with level 1 temperance will enter a permanent slumber in its containment unit, and when it breaches, it also makes employees fall asleep outside. But these people can be awoken just by shaking them. Attempts to suppress the little guy will make him pull his cock out, with a crow causing every sleeping employee in the department to instantly go insane. According to the logs, this abnormality causes psychological damage, not with nightmares, but by giving dreams of such unbelievable bliss and pleasure that employees simply do not want to burden themselves with waking life. It wants to give out sweet dreams, enrapturing dreams that they themselves desire. Whether the side effect of having the affected employee spiral into depression is intentional or not is unclear. It's implied to be able to feed on dreams after the fact. Void Dream is based on the Japanese yokai Baku. Quoting from Wikipedia, legend has it that a person who wakes up from a bad dream can call out to Baku. A child having a
I don't
nightmare
think
in
apart
Japan
from
will wake
like
up and
the
repeat 3
Bina
times,
meltdown, it
"Baku-san,
ever broke out.
Come eat my dream," which is near identical to Void Dream's observation log. He's cute, his gift is cute, and he's a neat final teth to cap off the list. Alongside those teths, there's also the ordeals. The uncontainable dudes Malkuth described as being even spookier than the abnormalities. Ooh. At dawn, there will be an ordeal of amber, crimson, green, or violet. The ordeal of Amber Dawn is food-themed, spawning in a horde of hungry worms in the hallway of every department with the goal of devouring your clerks. Before moving on to another hallway. Not so scary. The Ordeal of Crimson Dawn is carnival themed and has these little baby clown things that also appear in a hallway of every department. Their goal is to upset abnormalities and drop PE boxes. They also explode on death, which is kind of annoying. This is the most worrisome Dawn ordeal, but to be honest, still not that bad. The Ordeal of Green Dawn is ancient war machine themed and spawns in some of the easiest to defeat enemies in the game, with the goal to sow doubt in the people that watch as it dices up their coworkers. The Ordeal of Violet Dawn is otherworldly themed, spawning in a little pink thing that can either be the easiest suppression in the game or the biggest headache.
Indeed. The same
Get
thing
to him
in
fast
Olympus
and step on
Company.
his stinky little pink forehead, or wait for 2 seconds too long and then scream as your
Found that one
entire
out.
facility goes down in flames because it released one dude that's too annoying. As the days pile up and the missions are completed in greater numbers, more strange, horrific things start rearing their heads in the seams of Lobotomy Corporation. Things that beg the question, who am I? Who is the character that I'm seeing this story through? We receive messages from a character that goes by
Who are
B,
we
one of the
indeed?
3
Oh
original
boy.
creators
What
of
a
the
rabbit hole
company,
that went down.
warning you that your mechanical assistant Angela is not to be trusted. To counter this, Angela begins warning you of a rat in the system,
Benjamin, you
and talking
tried.
metaphors to hide
You
the fact
did
that she
your
is
best.
molding through the floorboards. She drops
Oh,
the
for
warm
real, though.
smiley facade and fully embraces her resentful self. Machines aren't supposed to have wants and desires. Even though
And then
Angela
there's
is given the
Angela.
ability to feel every human emotion possible alongside a huge array of supernormal abilities that is kept purposefully hidden to us. But that's whatever, right? After all, a woman is finally talking to us. This is at least 5% less sad than having an 18+ chat with the character AI, or just any chat with character AI for that matter. Now it's time for the middle layer, Bria. Bria is based on the Kabbalah's Bria, the world of creation, with the Sephiroth being
yes.
the Tifereths, Chesed, and Geburah. Tifereth is
Gebbers.
harmony, truth, compassion, and beauty. The balance between attraction and repulsion, represented by these two tiny machines. Tifereth female is immature and impulsive, whereas Tifereth male is on some different planet than we are. He's a little special, don't worry, we love him regardless. Connected to Tifereth on either side are Geburah and Chesed. Chesed being the source of love and outward growth, whereas Geburah is the source of hate and withdrawal inward. Chesed is a coffee-sipping salaryman that hopelessly complies with everything Angela tells him to do, and Geburah is... Why do I feel like I've been here before? Geburah wants to eviscerate every abnormality to the point where nothing remains.
I don't
but a
know
red
why.
mist floating wistfully away in the wind. And if she can't have that, then maybe her underlings will suffice. And as previously stated, this is where the difficulty really ramps up. This is where we start getting more and more wows and even Aleph abnormalities and higher frequencies. There's a lot more space in the facility that you got to keep track of and manage, as well as these higher level monsters, so it only gets worse from here.
Do you accept Reddit karma?
This reminds me of the world's worst
Reddit
social
karma.
platform, Kick.com. Brought to you by the fine
For
folks
real.
that developed We Can Change Anything. All Around Helper is a must-have home robot produced by XX Incorporated. It can make coffee, feed the dog, do your homework, evade your taxes, perform a vasectomy, and clean. Clean, clean, clean.
Clean,
And record
clean.
people's conversations,
Yep.
apparently. Why do I
Takes
feel
for
like there's a
men.
lawsuit in there somewhere? I mean, for the recording private conversations, I guess that killing people is also lawsuit worthy, but never mind. This helper came from a family that was found all massacred after the daughter of the family asked it to clean. Its methods of cleaning you'd probably better understand by looking at its full portrait. When the word cleaning is mentioned, or if an agent is assigned cleaning via insight work, the all-around helper will extend 4 mechanical blade arms, the function of which being to blend up any meat it comes into contact with. When breaching, the abnormality will barrel down a hallway with blade arms flying, before hitting a wall and retracting its appendages. It'll then take a little nap, giving your agent some time to wail on it before it gets up to continue the cycle. Reddit.
Yeah, the literal cycle.
Der
Der
Freischütz,
Freischütz.
English name The Free Shooter, is a world-hopping German man on a quest to kill baddies. He made a deal with the devil to get a magical bullet that can hit anyone, apathetically killing all his loved ones with it using his custom Martini Henry, becoming a devil himself, sometimes fighting for those in need, not out of any sense of goodwill, but to simply collect their souls. He takes issues with agents of low justice, dropping his Qlifoth counter, and at 0 he will aim his gun to a portal and fire. This bullet traveling a full horizontal line through the facility, hurting anyone it touches. This
I don't think he
abnormality
actually
is
killed anyone in my
incredibly
playthrough.
unique because in the place of attachment, you can instead commission it to shoot a bullet
Activated
at a
this
place
by
of your
accident on more
choosing
than one
in the
occasion.
facility at the cost of 10% of your PE boxes. Imagine you just really hate your coworkers. They go to you, try to talk to you when you're busy fantasizing about your coming goon session. What if you could just delete all of them? Bam, easy. Just like that, every one on the floor is done for. His ego gear is ridiculously good for the tier, at least. I would say that if it didn't toggle on friendly fire. Insane damage,
Oh, for
insane
real?
defense, and insane stat boosts. And
Quite a
not
few
only that,
retry
but
days
when
before I
combined
figured
with the
that
complete
bit out.
set, it increases attack power. All that power focused on one bullet going straight into your coworker's prefrontal cortex. That's a shame. Has been hotel looking ass. Fuck shit, bitch, sex, intercourse, hell, fuck sex.
All right. I never watched it either, but damn, dude.
Butterfly Twink has near identical stats to German Man, and likewise has no tolerance for people of low justice. Though unlike Guy from The Guys Who Lost, he also really hates agents with high fortitude. If I had to guess why, it would be because they have the highest health and are the furthest people from death. Butterfly Twink is fixated with death, originally coming to Lobotomy Corp to free the dead employees.
Oh, my microphone
What it
was
means
down
to
for a moment
free
there. Sorry about
already
that.
dead employees won't make sense right now, but when we start talking about the boy who steals time, it'll make a little bit
And the
more
boy
sense.
who steals
this,
time.
like
Yeah,
Forsaken
it makes a lot of
Murderer,
sense
was one of
why
my
he would
first
hate high health
abnormalities.
employees. I never thought about
He
it.
breaches all the time and floods hallways with butterflies, dealing constant white damage that, instead of panicking your agent, kills them with the butterflies going on their resting faces. Also, just like Forsaken Murderer, I grew up and realized that this is one of the easier abnormalities. It is very simple to get him to go back into his own coffin and disappear. I adore his gear because I'm like a huge fan of the noir color scheme, and this is everything that I want. The rest of him, I've never watched Hazbin Hotel, so sure, you're all right, I guess.
Yeah, me neither. Never looked like
I
my show.
love tool abnormalities that make me explode and melt. It goes like this. If you drink some tree sap once, nothing will happen, and your employer will feel great.
I
They'll
think
get a
this happened
huge
to like a
regeneration
couple
bonus
interns,
to
but I
their
can't
health.
recall.
The problems arise on subsequent uses, i.e. if you send another employee in there to take a swig out of that sippy cup, the sappy cup, they'll have a 15% chance to explode, which further increases upon subsequent uses. If I had to guess, this was a mechanism by which the giant tree the sap came from could get its nutrition. The outskirts of the city is lacking in not much of, if any, suitable soil for plant life, so think about it this way. The first animal goes and drinks the giant tree's sap and feels great. So that animal disappears and brings its family or pack to drink from the giant tree. Now that there's more there, a member of its pack violently explodes, killing everyone in its vicinity. The giant tree in that way has created its own nutrition. I treat it like a one-use abnormality that
It's a clever
usually
interpretation.
forget about anyways. I always feel so nervous around this guy. He's extremely simple, and that's where my issue with him lies. Don't have an agent
Yeah,
work with
once
it
again,
2 times
attention
in a
span,
row.
my
If you do,
weakness.
they'll get hugged to death. The teddy shows incredible affection and will hug whoever tries to hug it so hard that it breaks their neck. It really is as simple as that. I just always forget, and my children always die. Also, never
Yeah,
used
God, for
instinct
real.
because
I was
of
always
my
trying to
sight.
implement some kind of cycle system. I could never get
The
down.
little witch Light
where I couldn't mess it
is
up.
a doll that deeply cares about her friends, coming here to cheer up the gloomy people of Lobotomy Corp. If she likes someone, she'll give them a surprise gift in the form of this heart. That way everybody can laugh when one of her friends mentioned in her entry bursts out and starts cutting everybody down. You can actually see the friend in Letitia's portrait if you zoom in far enough on the heart.
Yeah, there it is.
Detail, I think. She gives her gift on a normal work result, and it'll lay dormant on that employee until they go to perform.
I
work
fortunately
on another
never had
isn't Letitia.
this won't
As
be
the
a
employee
problem.
gets closer to the containment unit that they're going to, the heart will crack and shake. This being your time to cancel the work order or otherwise sacrifice your agent. The friend isn't incredibly dangerous, but you can just
Never had
avoid
this
it
happen.
entirely so easily. Your ego equipment are also all crazy good.
And for some reason, the
HD
gun. We may never know
abnormality
why.
that's This low maintenance and worry-free is nice. Unlike the next guy.
Oh
Blonde
no,
shirt,
not
very
this bloody
temperamental.
thing.
Don't get a bad work result once. Don't even get a normal work result once. Only interact with it if it's necessary.
Oh
And
yeah,
it's
just
something
don't have
you
it in your
know.
bloody
When
facility.
you do work with it, have a high fortitude nugget work instinct. What happens when it loses that singular point on its counter? It starts crying uncontrollably.
So
begging to be fed.
annoying.
This crying upsetting all the other abnormalities in its department. That's right, even other abnormalities don't fuck with this guy. So what do we do to stop Nameless Fetus's crying? The higher level employees
the
get
wheel.
together and spin a roulette wheel. The purpose of this wheel is unknown to the lower level employees. They being told that the selected get a promotion, transferred to a branch called headquarters, and their family gets paid a fortune. It's always so strange to them when everyone starts crying and bidding that person farewell. Not even a shred of joy. One day you'll understand the meaning of the desperation on their faces when the roulette spins. I seldom interact with this thing when I have it, and normally
Yeah.
that's enough. Like I said, it's only a problem when you're required
even
to
want it
deal with
there.
it because of how easily and frequently things go awry. I feel like people overblow how much of a pain this thing is to deal with when it really doesn't give at least me that many issues.
It's just
And I guess
annoying.
the fact that you manage it by not interacting with it kind of makes it a waste, because in its place could be an actual useful abnormality that isn't complete RNG. It has gross looking.
It doesn't
ego
annoy the
equipment
crap
with
out of me.
Decent stats and a pair of earmuffs for a gift, which is absolutely wonderful.
Yeah,
Also,
that
Nameless
warranted.
Fetus's name isn't right because its name is Nameless Fetus, making it named. But named fetus sounds stupid, and this thing doesn't deserve the honor of being named. And it's also stupid,
true.
and everything about this guy is stupid. The only joy that came from
like
getting
him.
this was getting it and a scarecrow on day one, and seeing this thing being auto-quarantined because he's stupid.
Project Moon Spaghetti Code.
The note from a crazed researcher is a notebook full of incoherent babble phrases. People that pick up this thing without reading a good amount of its contents will explode. If they get into combat and take damage while also holding the note, they will once again explode. Coating
Oof.
their coworkers in a viscous red slime that will no doubt be
I
a
don't think I ever
topic of
had Warm Hard
discussion in
Woods.
their
No,
next
Warm Hard Woodsman
psychiatric
never
wellness
broke out.
meeting.
He was a chill dude. Up until I
wonder
did
if
the
that
hot
means
suppression, and then
anything in the scheme of
yeah, I couldn't
things.
really work with him anymore.
Porcubus is all
Porcupine.
about pleasure,
Oh, okay.
giving employees such an insatiable taste that only Temperance level 4 employees that won't indulge in the pleasure could survive a positive encounter with it. Those that it likes will be pricked with a thorn, that thorn causing the most intense good feelings humanly feasible, and beyond humanly feasible, following the pleasure, unbearable withdrawal symptoms. And just like a lot of drugs, people will return to the source of that high, needing higher doses just to reach the same level of pleasure. And the final time they see Porcubus is the time they've won its game of trust, pulling out its bulb and sensually rubbing it on them.
And
as you
goodbye.
can probably tell right here, the recipient
Yep.
of this high is receiving so much pleasure, it is simply mind-blowing. Despite that, managing him is fine, dare I say, super easy. Just have your employees
Yeah,
have
once again,
high
just pay
temperance and
attention.
Maybe some insight.
There's
to
only
be
really a
able to
problem
take
during the
advantage.
hot
When
suppression
Porcubus's
because
Cleave-Off
it would
counter
lower
reaches 0, it
someone's
breaks out and is
temperance
likewise
down,
a
and then
huge
I wouldn't
danger to
notice it
level
and send
3
them
lower
in, and
temperance
yeah,
agents.
bet.
And uniquely,
boom.
he's also completely immune to ranged attacks, making your path.
And he's
to
the only one in the
suppressing
game immune to
very
ranged
limited.
attacks, which
Still,
is I find
easy
weird.
Guy.
I
This
choose.
abnormality
I
gave
choose.
me way more problems than it probably should have on my first playthrough. Its ability is kinda exactly like Nameless Fetus's if you were able to save the person on their death march. This thing will possess at random 1 low temperance agent. This thing will possess at random 1 employee, sending them on a psychotic rampage if they're not shaken out of it before they reach the shoes. On my first playthrough, this thing was agony to manage because I didn't realize you could just click your dumb, stupid agents out of it. People wearing the Tims
yeah.
will
You
materialize
don't know
in
that.
acts and become obsessed with covering them in blood, being deathly
them with
afraid
nightsticks.
of them.
Oh,
getting
wow, you
taken
actually
off.
won that.
So they become
Oh, you're named
stronger,
Mary.
kill
That's why you
everyone
won.
they see.
Okay, that makes sense.
Sometimes the axe is a downgrade. If you have a facility full of people with
Oh, I
Aleph
need to
and
make a Mary
Wild
Nugget
Beard,
in
then
Library of
killing the
Ruin.
person
I'm
wearing the
realizing.
shoes should
Someone
be
remind me to do that
just
later
so
because I'm gonna forget. We
easy,
need a Mary
so
Nugget in
effortless.
Library of Ruin
Its
for
ego gear
sure.
is insanely drippy too, so good for you, Mr. Shu. Did not expect to be putting you as high as you are.
A Santa.
How cute. Guys, look. Santa and Rudolph.
Santa
Sorry,
Claus is
Rudolpha.
coming to
And his sleigh.
town.
Merry Christmas. Aside from the sheer horror one should feel gazing upon this festive disaster, Rudolpha is actually pretty chill. It loves insight and attachment. Plenty of space for a good work result, and its breach isn't too bad because of its relative.
That was a
low
real
health for an
problem
ancient
for me
level.
early in the
It
game,
does
like
do
on my
this thing
first
where it
run.
spurts out
There were like
to glow
several retry days because
occasionally,
of this
which is
lad. I just
pleasant,
didn't have
but as long as
the
your
white
fighters are
damage tankiness that I
psychiatrically
needed.
intact, they can jump Santa Claus.
So there were
Little
multiple
to no
times where it broke
No one
out
on
and
the
I had to
face of the
retry the
earth
entire
has ever
bloody
got
day.
upset when they got Rudolpha.
This was my
He
first
is
problem,
the
abnormality.
chillest HE. This thing saved me against a certain abnormality that I'm not allowed to show, nor can I show because I haven't seen it either. Portrait of Another World etches a character's likeness into the
I use that for
canvas,
sensor.
and when
I
doing
used this for
it will also
Firebird
give
when we
that
first had
agent
that.
a damage
I think that was
transference
run number
effect.
1.
Above the original
Because,
agent's
I didn't
head
really
will
have
be a
good
little
ways of
spooky
reliably
face,
taking
a
damage from
face I will
Firebird,
share
so
with
I would
another
just like
agent somewhere in
do
the
the portrait
facility.
thing and
Now,
then
any
use the
damage that
healing to my
original
advantage.
agent takes will transfer to another person at an increased rate. The second agent with the spooky face. When the second
I don't think I
agent
really
with
used the
damage
portrait
gets
after. I would just
transferred
use the
to
train
dies,
to
the mark
deal with
hops to
censored.
someone new, meaning that yes, it is possible to wipe out half your facility when used in conjunction with We Can Change Anything. As time goes on, the image etched into the canvas will become more twisted and mutilated, sending more and more damage over to the second party. I've never really had an issue with this though, because there are plenty of means to heal the second employee. Just don't have someone else interact with the painting when already in use. What would result is the grotesque death of the original user of the portrait. Love this thing. Very exploitable with the right components. This bloodied
Scarecrow.
field-watching abomination can be annoying. He breaches without fail wherever someone with high insight leaves his unit, so that way he can chase them down and sucker
Yeah, once
brain
again,
them through
was
a
not
vendor's
really
throat.
possible for
The
me to
story
work
tells of a
with
city
once
that
I
had the
suppressed
technology
Todd.
to replace body parts. It didn't matter the social, economic status of the individual. Everyone was eligible for treatment. Rumors began to circle when a rich person with poor eyes approached a beggar. The rich person would get his eyes, and the beggar abandoned, rotting in the outskirts. To dispel these rumors, they carried out free procedures for the citizens, one of which came back with a long scar on his head and feeling no emotion. Ah yes, the second lobotomite of Lobotomy Corporation. This man wouldn't last long, and the city would move on. Its emerald brick road sparkling bright as ever. It's It's never explicitly stated what connection the man has to the Scarecrow, but I do know
may
that
never
it's a
know.
reference, and I like references,
I do
especially
too.
when I get them. This is one of the 4 in-universe references to the Wizard of Oz. He's not bad early game since he's pretty much fine with every word type, and
Wait, the
he's
others-
obnoxious
no, the
late
others aren't
game
in
when all
this
your
game.
nuggets have higher than level 2 prudence. Not that a couple level 4 or 5 agents can instantly snap him in half, but it's more of a hassle than anything else.
Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude. The sense of satisfaction you derive from observing someone else's misfortune. If you ever watched someone play the video game Monster Hunter DOS before, that's Schadenfreude. This is
I
an
haven't. I've
incredibly unique
never even
abnormality.
touched a
You
Monster
can tell
Hunter
when the
game.
manager's looking at him, and he's a little shy. While testing Schadenfreude's ability, they put a blindfolded person into the containment unit to stare directly at the abnormality. This blindfold blocked their vision totally, and Schadenfreude didn't react. A second test happened with another person wearing a nearly identical blindfold, the only difference being the one wearing the blindfold could see enough to make out shapes and forms. Schadenfreude responded aggressively. A third test
Sure
was
did.
sent in with a blind employee that would stare directly at the abnormality.
Never tried
and there
suppressing
was no
it while
reaction.
looking at it
Please
with like the
dispose
max
of the
level gear.
subject used in D004 immediately. This concluding
Wonder
the
if it's
experiment
possible.
that it doesn't matter if something is looking
Probably
at
is. I mean,
will
it doesn't
always
gain
be content
durability,
as
it
long
just
as
does
it's
a whole
not
bunch of
being
damage.
visually processed. Same with my SCP lookalike. While the thing in the keyhole is under observation, the abnormality will grow restless, permanently scarring observers
Making them
into
mad.
believing they're always being watched. If you rest your camera on it while it's being worked on, it will quickly breach, being quite strong and dangerous to kill for early gamers. But as you may be able to guess, the second it stops being directly observed, everything is completely peachy fine, okie dokie. The dude will freeze and be just completely safe until it's contained.
Meanwhile, if it was in
Tigo
Library of
Sue is
Bruna,
cool
you would
because it
only-
also has the eye. This one
you have to use
increasing the
only counter
defense
dice.
and justice of the employee wearing it when they're being looked at. Its sprite also has this weird 3D effect or 3D look to it that I don't really know if I like. It's just kind of feels out of place. I don't know. He's a weird guy. He's cool though. It may appear just to be an ordinary grinder. but
Ah, yeah,
please
this thing
be
is also a
careful.
pain.
Every abnormality may.
Again, we
not
are
have
in the
a reason
he
to
categories.
exist.
This is when the
They
pain
all have a
begins.
will to persist. Singing Machine is notorious, insta-killing any high fortitude, low temperance agents and turning them into music. This music bewitching another employee with its sheer grandeur, making them unable to listen to Maroon 5's first album. This employee will lose their mind and attack other employees to throw into the singing machine in order to continue the music production. The more music produced, the more employees falling under its spell, and the more
Womp womp.
murderers on the loose. Don't worry though, because as long as you have a low fortitude, high temperance employee, you should be fine. Ah, fiddlesticks. I forgot. The insta-death bewitchment will happen anytime someone steps into its room while its Qliphothed counter is at 0.
Yeah,
its
just
maximum
like
number,
the warm heart was when
1.
the moment
At that
the
point,
moment it
when it's
reaches 0, you
I play a
ignore for the
little
rest
game
of the
called
day.
Pretend this abnormality doesn't exist. It does have a really cool weapon and gift, so that's something, and it's also implied to be
Yeah, the Sandy
creator of
bazooka.
Is awesome, so that's epic. Here's what you need to know about the shelter.
Oh,
It was
God, this
made by another
plaything.
wing that will protect any one single agent from dying, and prolonged use will cause every abnormality to lose their minds. The
It
effects can be
sure
absolutely
will.
catastrophic.
My
Got
God.
it? Got it? Now remember 2 other tool abnormalities, Portrait of Another World and We Can Change Anything. Here's how you can cheese the game. Hire a new employee. This one will die, so don't get too attached.
And
Spec
dead
super
meat.
hard into fortitude and nothing else. Then, when you're in the game, have this employee interact with the Portrait of Another World for damage transference. Then, find the other randomly marked employee and station them outside of the shelter from the 27th of March. Now put the original fodder employee into We Can Change Anything. As soon as you do that, put your second marked employee into the shelter, which will protect them from death at all costs. Now sit back and enjoy as you get anywhere from 400 to 600 free PE boxes for virtually
That's a lot
no
of boxes.
cost. There are some holes in this strategy, like the employee inside the shelter being still damageable. While in the shelter, the damage transference will put them down to 0 health, but the shelter will not allow them to die. If ordered to leave leave the shelter while they're at 0 health, womp womp, you'll get them next time, champ. So make sure they stay inside the shelter just a touch longer than the marked dude's death, just so the shelter can regen them.
Yeah, no. I do not have that
And
kind of
it'll be
attention
safe for them to
span. I
come
already
out
had enough
and
problems dealing
continue
with the
the day as
meltdowns
usual.
of it.
You might think you could end the day early before the we can change anything machine kills its user to save the user, but that's not true. And what's worse, the game will actually punish your greed by taking not only the PE pig, but also the sheltered agent too.
I'll learn,
oh,
yeah.
yeah, and make sure you don't send the wrong person into the shelter. If so, the damage transference thing will kill the agent, then jump to another agent to kill them, killing half of your facility in
God.
seconds. Very cheesy abnormality. There are many more cheese strats that you can do with this thing that I've not listed here. I will talk about those as they become relevant. Also, very epic that every containment unit in the game has the number 27 in it, except for the shelter from the 27th of March.
What's the recommended amount of detonated wham?
Child of the Galaxy is a boy with attachment issues, with no care for what type of work is done on him. He just wants to feel loved. Everyone that does work with him will receive a little token of friendship.
Oh, I didn't
something
realize there
that's
was an animation
directly
for that.
linked with the child's mood. When an agent with the gift walked into another abnormality's room, the child will feel neglected, and his Qliphotht counter will lower and he'll start saying sad things. When work with him starts with a token holder, he'll feel happy.
And then when it hits 0, they all
If token
die.
holders die or neglect the sad boy too much, he will then start bawling like a little baby. Anybody holding a token will die synchronously. Pretty easy to contain if you ask me. Just designate one person to be his friend for the day and you'll be good.
Aubrey.
I'd be bawling too if I was cursed to wear this raggedy old shirt forever, knowing that my suit looks like this.
I also love that its ego is named Our Galaxy, with the people that wear it getting increased benefits from having the child's token of friendship.
It's really sweet, and the sad boy should get over it.
I'm so cold that I'm shivering.
Snow
The
Queen.
Snow Queen is an awesome insight trainer, inspired by the 1844
Yeah, this is a
Danish
great
fairy tale
abnormality.
by Hans Christian
Like,
Andersen.
full
This
positive.
abnormality is perfectly fine to spam for 99% of the day, and for the other 1%, she'll bend you over and steal your lunch money. Oh no, my dudes! Don't worry, we're just chilling out. Okay, that's cool. If someone gets frozen by her,
but
send in
then
a
you just go get the
high-fortitude
awesome ego
employee
gift.
to commence a duel to rescue them. If successful, they will both be freed and given a great zero drawback ego gift. Her weapon is
Yeah,
also
for
really
real.
cool, and yeah, this is just an incredibly helpful abnormality. And I remember the day we put her in the cryo coffin with her own hands. At some point, her joyous laughter was gone. She just cycled through laughing and crying, and eventually she was found in a bathtub soaked in red with her wrists cut. One day, it spoke to me. I remember you. You were a kind-hearted person. The moment I heard it, I was seized by the urge to destroy what I had created with my own hands.
You
Notice
messed
the
up,
phrasing
eh?
here, it. It seems derogatory and carries with it a feeling of disgust.
Oh, at least it didn't
This
call.
is
He didn't
one
call
of
her
the
a
most
clanker.
important and telling quotes in the game. It's referring to the same situation that the bloodbath did, and I know I say this all the time, like a lot in this video and just other videos and just all the time. We'll get to it later. We'll understand later. We'll see
How much later?
It's a
We've already been
surprise
at it for
tool
like
to
an
help
hour.
us later. Snow Queen's pretty chill.
Ah,
Warm-hearted Woodsman is another member of
My
the Wizard
boy!
of Oz abnormalities, similar to the Scarecrow. The Tin Man asked a
One of my
great
personal
wizard for a
favorites.
heart, to which the wizard gave him a heart of lead. The wizard explained that, as the Woodsman was a machine, he didn't need a heart, and told him off. In response, the Woodsman cut him open, removing that hard, cold, mechanical heart and replacing it with a soft, warm, ooey gooey real heart. Now, whenever he breaches, he goes on a killing spree.
Yeah, just don't
felling
let him
people
breach,
instead of
nerd.
trees, cutting them down and warming his heart with theirs. He's similar to the Scarecrow in that if you send someone in with a high temperance, he risks breaching. I guess high temperance mean the agent has a big heart, whereas insight means they have a big brain. He doesn't immediately breach though, and instead waits to ambush the next person that comes in. So it's also
once it hits 0, you just ignore him.
that way.
There were
If
so
the
many
counter
people that are
gets
like,
to
oh, it's
0,
at 1,
don't
you gotta
acknowledge
ignore him
it.
now. It's gonna kill somebody. No,
This
it's
is an aside,
0.
but
Calm down,
Warm-Hearted
everybody.
Woodsman's design is fantastic, and I love how well
Yeah,
they
I love
convey
him. He's
the
cool.
sadness in his defeat animation. Dejectedly trying to get his heart to beat once again before it disappears,
Aw,
leaving
poor
him
guy.
to fall to the floor. Sad man can stay sad. Al Ryun is a doll that wanted to be human, except it lacks a heart and a soul and a carotid artery. Without blood flow, one might
literally
suggest that she
anything.
doesn't have a brain, a notion with which I'm inclined to agree. When she gets a bad or good work result, yes, I said good work result, she has a 70% chance to escape. When she
she's
escapes,
a bit of a
she
pain like
appears in
that.
some random hallway and stands there menacingly. This is the first WoW class abnormality, and they're called that because wow, everybody's dead. The way to deal with Al Ryun is to constantly have normal work results. My intended method is to have someone with high temperance do attachment work with her. The forced normal work result gimmick is used again for another far more notorious abnormality, which we'll touch on
Silent
soon.
Orchestra.
Al Ryun, she's alright, I guess. I really like the design. Blah. Good job for standing.
What's wrong, McFly? Chicken?
The backward clock is simple. You take a specifically level 5 agent, have them turn the key 4 times, watch as it
Surprisingly
doxes your
complicated.
time zone to your Twitch followers. When things inevitably go to shit, turn it one last time.
I could never figure out what
Doing
this
so
did.
will
You
rewind
guys had to
every
tell me.
catastrophic event, barring any abnormalities or creatures that might be above time, such as God, the apocalypse, or those fucking shoes. If mishandled,
Oh, really? The shoes are immune. I would not have called that.
Lower than level 5. Everyone will go insane or die instantly, except for My Hero Academia Rule 34, I guess. After proper use, the machine and the level 5 employee that used it will then disappear somewhere else in time. Great job, Max Design Pro. You will be dearly missed. This is the best tool abnormality, full stop. I'll just say that here. Knowing when to use this thing is critical for not showing yourself to the retry button, and it has one broken use for the hardest day in the game. For now, we'll put you in S tier.
Big and will be
Big
Bad Wolf.
and
Yep.
might be Bad Wolf? No, Big and will be Bad Wolf. Hey guys, have we ever heard of Vor? When an agent gets a bad work result, the wolf will devour them, altering his appearance to DeviantArt. Peeling back a layer of this character, this could be the wolf expressing regret for eating a person, only doing it because in every children's story, the wolf is always the bad guy. A fact that he maliciously complies with and is clearly resentful towards. Instinct
Yep.
work will instantly free any agent stuck inside his
I
tongue.
don't think I ever had a
And
problem with
before
this
we
guy
continue
either.
with the wolf, let's talk about the other half of this story. Little Red. Hey guys,
And
you
this
ever
one,
watched
though-
Hoodwinked 2? Yeah, imagine if that movie was good. This is the better timeline of Little Red from that movie, where instead of going to Gilf Paradise to learn that cougar drop, she instead became a mercenary, doing odd jobs while in search of that bitch wolf. She can be contracted to take care of abnormalities for you at the cost of PE.
Oh, God,
boxes,
Red Riding
being
Hood
a
just-
fantastic asset against most, and will
Such a
furiously
pain
auto
on so
breach
many
if
different
Big and
days
Will Be
because of
Bad Wolf
abnormality
helps in your
breaches.
Containment department. Likewise, if Little Red enters the hallway of his containment unit, Big and Will Be Bad Wolf will auto breach to get her ass. And so, this is a bloodthirsty two-way rivalry we got going on here. The
I
wolf
don't think I ever
run
had these
breaches
two at
will
my
go to
facility at the
marked
same
rooms,
time.
killing and eating people. If this thing after eating people is suppressed by Little Red, everyone at 8 will be freed and get a neat little ego gift. Don't ask me why you can't see it on their faces. As you can see here, it's on.
Oh.
I don't know why it's not visible.
I know that.
My game glitched. Here's what it should look like. Also, be
Alright,
careful
as
not to
you-
get the killing
as you wish,
blows of
buddy.
Little Red. If an agent steals the wolf kill from her, she will go berserk on that agent, giving her a damage and speed increase to
Oh,
take
so it
out on
happens in
them.
this game,
Pulse
too.
Equipment is great. Huge red resistance, which is tasty. The weapon does have a stipulation though. When they're at half health, the claw gets a damage increase, but can also hurt your bros. Same with Little Red's weapon. Little Red's ego suit and gift are also
Oh,
great.
didn't know that.
We're kind of
Oh.
heading into the territory where every ego thing is great, so I probably won't mention it unless it has some like crazy ability. You two fight it out, all right. I love Judgment.
Judgment
I also
Bird!
love Lost Judgment and Found Judgment. I can't wait to play them for the first time. This guy cries out no to say justice. This will probably be Baby's first encounter with pale damage. If for
Yep,
some
it sure was
godforsaken
mine.
reason this guy decides to break out. He's pretty content with chilling in his room. When he breaks his rules and leaves his containment unit, he judges people. And the
My
bad
first time
boys
ever
that lose all
doing
their health to this attack get strung
the,
up with
memory
no
repository
cause,
cheese.
no choice, and no going back to how it was. He's a pretty easy abnormality to keep contained, all things considered, and there is a huge reason to get him early on.
Yeah, you just
For
sent Brian.
some reason, they made Judgment Bird's equipment A-lift tier. Look at how insanely broken that suit is for this level. S tier, with his other Black Forest bird friend. Just don't have these two and the next bird around unless you want a mortifying, death-defying challenge.
Yeah, don't
Judgment
do that.
Bird's all-seeing, sparkling eyes now rest in Big Bird, a hulking monstrosity of a bird that can see everything happening in the facility. If too many people die, he will break free and start chomping off people's heads himself. Not doing it out of any sort of malicious intent, but to make it so that they don't die at the hands of whatever else is rampaging through the facility, causing the deaths.
It's doing
Little
its
does
best.
he know that the person responsible for the deaths here
Oof.
is myself. To Big Bird, death is
Also true.
salvation. When a girl travels out to the forest at night and meets Big Bird, the reason why he bites her head off is not out of malice, but to save her from a beast
Oh, I wonder where
that
this
it
is
believes
from.
to be somewhere in the forest that it has yet to see. This thing can be extremely dangerous if it escapes, creating a darkness. In
Yeah,
its
you
current
gotta
department.
you gotta
In that
have some
darkness,
micro
it can
on you.
draw people to it with a wave of its lantern to be decapitated in one bite. If you see an agent with a little yellow circle in a darkened room, that means they're about to get
Yep,
thrown to Big Bird and
evacuate!
have to escape the dark rooms, or else they'll meet a guaranteed death. In the meantime, have your other agents whittle away at its gigantic 1600 health. Like Judgment Bird, God bless, does it have some good ego equipment. It's so nice having these guys in the same facility. Hey, what is this door frame? And why are all the birds going towards it? Oh no. The apocalypse. Oh yeah,
Gave me
almost
goosebumps
forgot.
just now.
Please don't merge you three.
Still- The train!
There is not an abnormality more
train, my
awful,
boy!
more annoying than the fecking Express Trek to heck. You all probably
No,
noticed
he's
in the
great.
game clips I've shown a giant fucking
The only
train
attention
bowling
span
through the
abnormality
facility and
actually
killing
helped me
people.
out. It's the only
That's
reason I
because
could deal with
Choo-Choo Train of
censored.
Doom is the game equivalent of Satan himself. Not even the actual Satan equivalent in the game has given me as much stress as this godforsaken soul-powered locomotive.
No,
This
he's great.
is the ultimate run ruiner.
This
and
designated
easily
dude to
the
deal
most
with it, and
notorious
it's good.
abnormality in the game. At one
God,
light
the
on,
panic
the
you guys
person
had when I
interacting
picked the
with it will
train
get
for
a
the
health
first
boost.
time. You're like,
Two lights,
no,
the person
Riz, what have
interacting
you
with it will
done?
get a significantly larger
That was
health
great.
boost. At 3 lights, all employees in this department will get a health boost of 50. At 4 lights, your entire facility will get
God,
a
she
health
hits
boost
like a
of
train.
50. And if you don't send someone in to collect a ticket at all, a giant train will then come barreling through your facility and wreck an entire department, if not multiple departments, depending on its placement, potentially killing everyone there. If not that, then
We
draining
had
their
a
sanity
couple
to
of
the point of going
incidences,
crazy.
but I
And the
don't
best
recall
part,
like
unlike
any
most abnormalities
really
that will
bad
only
ones. I
move
think there were
when
like
work
once
is
or
done
twice
through the
there a pigeon
facility
died
based
and I
on
had to
flea-flop
restart,
counters
but
and
they
stuff
weren't like
that. This thing counts
massive.
real world seconds. 30
Where
to
it was
be
like I was
exact, which
raging or
speeds
anything
up
like
and
that.
slows
Like,
down
oh, I was
depending
just
on the
about to
game
win. I don't
speed.
think that
So
ever
you can't
happened.
just chill out and watch things go by while planning your next move unless you pause. If you are
Yeah,
unreasonably
you just
lucky,
do
you can
that,
have the train
and
chug
you
the
send
gap
someone to go work with
between
censored
Rhea
right
and
before it hits the
Asya.
4 lights,
Thinking
and then
of
off
that
you
is
go.
Stupid though, because
And then
this
censor
train
is
exists
easy
to
peasy to
watch
deal with.
managers suffer. I hate you so much to the point where it's almost endearing, but not that endearing though. Choke on a carbon monoxide detector.
Oh, got him.
Dimensional refraction radius is like 1.76 megahertz and has no physical form, being more of a phenomenon than anything else. The vacuum phenomenon, though strangely,
I don't remember too much about this guy. We didn't have him in the facility very long.
Abstract classification, but instead a religious.
This is
one.
when I was
It can
doing
be
like the
best
memory
described as a
repository
small,
cycling just to fill out the
contained field of
encyclopedia.
gravity. Those who pass through it get
Oh,
pulled
so
apart
that's
like
why
a
the body
favorite
parts are floating
weapon.
earlier.
Only this time my 3-year-old cousin doesn't eat them. When it gets out, employees won't be able to see it, so you as the manager have to track down and order its suppression manually. Normally that's fine because you can just look for the trail of mangled clerk appendages as they
Oof.
get phased through by intense.
I don't think it ever broke
contradictory
out
gravitation
in the brief time that we
changes.
had it.
The religious classification is still a mystery, though. In its logs, it mentions the start of its attack resembling crucifixion.
Oh,
But as
hello,
far as I
Spac.
can tell, that's the extent of it.
Yeah,
It
Spac,
also
we're
takes
watching-
a lot
yeah,
of
we're watching Lobotomy
psychological
Corp stuff.
damage and is completely
Hello,
resilient
baby
to
bird.
physical
Oh my
damage,
goodness.
so
Here, I give you
maybe
scratches.
it's like a spirit thing that doesn't know what it's doing, but just wanders around. And since it's obviously extra dimensional, anything that it touches is unintentionally shredded. It would kind of explain
Yeah,
why
maybe.
it's weakest to unconventional damage types and can't be seen. I know all that's a huge stretch, but I'm doing my best with the information provided. Easy WoW to deal with and keep contained. Solid for stocking up on white damage weapons. Don't worry, it's on the tier list somewhere. You just can't see it. Attention all employees.
Black Swan?
BTS has appeared in a containment unit
yep.
in the disciplinary department. Please go steal the lead singer's legs. Dream of a Black Swan is one of those sad abnormalities, so in the background, we will be using sad music. Elijah had a very large family to provide for. Her parents would say, "We're poor."
I remember this one
we're
like
going
really
together."
confused me. Like, where does
One-
legs go?
One day a big fog came by, setting the native air quality to be akin to a good day in Los Angeles. People puked and retched, but Elijah convinced herself that if she worked just that little bit harder, she could provide her brothers with their failing music career a chance to survive.
Ah, yes, of course.
Things would be happy. Things would work out. Just like that bird who eventually spread its white wings and became the envy of all. She put together clothes made out of nettles to protect them from the Long Beach AQI. One day on the way home from work, she bumped into a filthy, stinky local who seemed to be deathly afraid of her. He opened his mouth to speak, and from it he spat out some of that sensational prime energy. A delightful taste sensation. Elijah dropped the man and began to walk towards a shout in the distance. There
Hey,
were many
Goof.
people amidst the fog, some screaming, some laughing, some wielding clubs,
Never got this
some
story.
curled up.
I read the
bodies
entry. I was just like,
covered in
I
wounds,
don't get it.
dark,
Whatever.
Wet and fetid
Probably reference
dregs
something
were
I don't
scattered
know.
all over the ground, covered in footprints. She began to look for her brothers, her family who needed to wear the nettle clothing to be free from the curse, ones whom she shared happy dreams with. She saw her brothers in the distance, and Elijah fell to her knees and finally started to puke up the same thing everyone else was vomiting.
Womp womp.
Ripples gently, as if a number of swans took flight.
I don't know what any of that means. Thank you, Elijah.
No,
Very deep.
thank you.
Please do
It's not just
become
me.
A giant swan monster with a funny umbrella. Assumedly, these are Elijah's brothers, and as the Qlifoth counter lowers, the more they show the fog's symptoms, losing appendages and organs until it hits 0. When it hits 0, Big Sister will come to the rescue as this thing. She has a big umbrella which can reflect all attacks back at attackers, which carries over to her weapon. She's also able to.
I
drop
didn't know the
Qlifoth
abnormality
counter
could
of
also
every
do that.
abnormality whose containment
It only
unit
broke
she
out a
walks
couple
in
of
front
times, I think.
Halfway through the fight, she will ditch her human face and go full Black Swan mode, which gives her a screamy move. Also, is it just me, or does this ego gift remind anybody of the Dark Matter swordsman from Kirby? She also has the most
no, I
visually
didn't play that
upsetting
one.
portrait and a whole laundry
I played
list of things
Kirby
to get her to
Superstar. I
spawn.
played
In
Kirby
order to
64.
spawn the Black
I
Swan,
haven't played a lot of
you
Kirby
have
games.
to
Kirby
let
Superstar
5
is
employees die
fantastic.
to gouge out the first brother's eyes. Have 5 employees panic to de-arm the second brother. Have 3 abnormalities breach to melt the third brother's legs. Melting the legs also reveals the 6th brother behind him with a big, beautiful smile. Get a bad work result to melt the 4th brother's ears. And to get a normal work result to replace the last brother's jaw with bug juice. Man, I wish I was that guy. I like that every brother has such a distinct criteria. It makes it feel like this isn't just one abnormality.
Yeah, it was
but a
very
collective
confusing up
fleet
until
of
I got
6
the
individual
information unlocked.
abnormalities with different yet intertwined fates. Stupid Black Swan, be a turquoise swan instead, and turn the British boy band turquoise too. Now, Firebird is a proud Russian representative that loves it when people are hunting for it, granting those who do feathers. Firebird has a reversal gimmick to its Qlifoth counter, where a good work result will lower it and trigger its ability, and a bad work result will bring it back up. When its counter drops to 0, it becomes that one boss from Sonic Unleashed, and the agent there to witness it has their eye sockets burnt out by the sheer grandeur. Its attack is really annoying to deal with, blitzing to the other side of the hallway,
God,
dealing
Sonic
a lot
Unleashed.
of damage. to
What a
anything it
terrible
comes
game. I never
across,
finished that.
blinding those people as well.
That was the
He's a
game that made me
total
walk
bitch
away
to
from
kill
the
when
Sonic
he gets out.
franchise.
So don't. After 90 seconds, he goes home, so just evacuate that department, kill all the clerks yourself, and have him attack someone with high white defense. Elsewise, sign a contract with Gebra to have the rabbits do a hit on the bird. Even lamer and even easier. Killing the bird yourself instead of letting it go home will reward
Ego
you with
weapon.
the ego weapon, the Feather of Honor, which I think is one of the best WoW weapons, full stop. It's a bird, he goes caca. The Clouded Monk is one of those OSHA dudes.
Shame it's not
for
one of the
Kirby rights.
birds.
You know those uncontrollable, squishy little nuggets that are always first to go whenever something goes wrong? Yeah, they die. He gets mad. His story began on a journey to the cremation of an honored monk. When a
He
man
sure
told him about an
does.
evil spirit.
Unless you do it. If it's on Management Source,
the
it's
monk
fine.
says evil spirits are naturally born from one's heart. At the cremation, everyone gathered around and searched the ashes of the monk for Sharira. Forgive my awful pronunciation. Sharira are gallstones.
Probably, probably the same way I
after
would have
exposure
said.
to intense heat, in this case cremation, begin to look like beautiful opals or pearls. In Buddhist culture,
That's gross.
Sharira is a sign of benevolence. A monk with lots of beautiful Sharira will go to Nirvana, and the emperor will build a huge temple named after that monk. After people searched the ashes and found no Sharira, the monk began talking to an old man who told him that those without any Sharira are worthless sinners on a path to nowhere. The old man then instructs the monk to go up to a pagoda with many boxes full of Sharira, left by many great monks, urging the monk
And
to
nothing
go
can
and
go
consume
wrong.
them. The old man then disappeared. A trick of the devil. Possibly an evil spirit, like the man in the beginning warned him about. Equally true is what the monk said in response, and soon the monk was up at the pagoda, now in the form of a Bretta. Evil spirits with swollen bellies to signify their huge hunger. Something the clouded monk transforms into when his counter reaches 0, with the ability to instantly devour anyone in the way of his charge. Assumedly eating people whole
is that
to
true?
absorb
I
their
didn't know that.
Sharira into its body. A once honored monk now with clouded judgment, letting its greed take over. I am certain I pronounced 100% of what I said there completely incorrectly, and for that I'm sorry. Yes, the things that I said incorrectly includes the English words that I say all the time. It seems
Yep,
the clouded monk
understandable.
has since become a demon,
Bruh,
one
same.
which shall never reach heaven. Now regretting how he couldn't control himself. He likes insight, attachment, and repression, except unless that repression is specifically level 2 for some reason. He has some other weirdly specific quirks, like wanting to tour the disciplinary department every time he breaches, and breaking out when O05102 wanders by its door, which I guess could make sense, but we'll talk about it when we get there. And don't worry,
which one was that? I don't
he's also
remember.
a WoW, so it won't take long. He got cast
Okay.
out of Nirvana. That's rough, buddy. Stop caring about my employees, they're expendable.
Our Father,
True.
who art in heaven.
Here's another tool abnormality. A metal cross that if you don't pray too long enough, you die. But if you pray for too long, you die. Also, every abnormality
Yeah,
breaks out at
those
once.
those
This is a
meltdowns were
pretty
stressful.
useless tool abnormality in my opinion. It could be nice
It
to
was
have
like,
against
oh,
some
guys, this is
ordeals
enough
when
time, I don't
keeping
know.
low-level working employees alive, but I'm not risking forgetting someone in its room and having my entire facility explode because of that. Do take it over the choo-choo train of doom, though. Even if that's not.
Now,
necessarily
absolutely take the
heckle.
choo-choo train.
I just
It's
realized I
amazing.
forgot to write into the script that this thing has a positive usage. As long as someone's praying to it, everybody in his department will get healed, both their health and sanity. So it definitely has its uses.
Yeah.
But is it worth
Not
it?
worth it. Nope.
No. Awuga? Question mark? This abnormality is the best pianist on the planet. Whenever she's on the
della
planet, that
luna.
is. Sometimes she's on the moon, I guess. Whenever someone steps close to her piano, they start playing. This music being the most amazing tune they've ever heard. Even healing people in the facility. That person will then disappear. Where do they go? Probably the moon. She's classified as a non-escaping entity, even though she clearly does
Absolutely
when you do too many
lies.
performances and her counter reaches 0. Looking at this containment unit, I see the problem. They need to put the lady on the other side of that tape and the piano on the door's side. Such a
Oh,
simple, easy
obviously.
fix. She'd never get out that way. When she does get out via performances, an agent will play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata as she escapes for 90 seconds, returning home when the song concludes. Very cool character on all fronts. Thank you, Miss Luna, for forcing me to turn down stream volume whenever you break out.
That's so
The
stupid.
Angry Broccoli is very high maintenance. Every time 5 abnormalities
Sure
that
is.
aren't it get worked on without being worked on itself, it'll draw someone to its room and turn them into a
Damn it,
Pikmin.
Sachiko.
Your job is to find those employees getting drawn to its unit and click on them until they're shaken out of it. It also turns people into a Pikmin on any work result. And when an agent is Pikmined, the Angry Broccoli will grow a bulb, and that agent gets SP buffs and a higher work success
Hey,
rate.
yay.
The broccoli will grow 5 bulbs, and on the 5th bulb,
the hell
it
was
will
that,
then become
Zubaz?
purple, causing every one
Oh,
of
it's
the
the,
Pikmin to
the
become
shark.
a baby broccoli. These babies puffing out smoke that does sanity damage, and when the
Ugh.
sanity of an employee is dropped
Never
to 0
saw that.
because
Ugh.
of this, they'll also become a Pikmin and
That's
run to a
disturbing.
new room to proliferate. This can be a pretty devastating breach and could easily get out of hand if you're stupid. And unfortunately for me, terms apply. This thing could be worse, but the longer the days in this game get, the more likely you are to slip up and miss an employee as they go and become a Pikmin.
Yeah, that
Making
happens
those
quite a
later day
bit.
runs agony to get good employees wiped out. It helps if there is a bulb that's attached to an employee that we don't care about, because you can just kill that employee and the bulb will go
Yep.
away. Eat your greens. Hey, that's kind of gross. Queen Bee is a
Queen
clerk
Bee.
exterminator. It's very easy to make her mad, and when she's upset, she'll
She
release
sure
billions
is.
of spores out of her body. Spores that will find their way into any nearby fauna's body and rapidly incubate. Agents report intense hunger and pain in the abdomen. After enough time has passed, the now grown adult bee will eat its way through the affected employee's neck, now on a genocide spree with the goal of killing and injecting pupa of their own into the bodies of other employees, creating a cycle of killing, then birthing more. It might sound scary,
one of
but
the many,
these things are pretty
many
weak, and a
abnormalities that
couple
we kept on the
high-level
floor of
employees will
infection.
wall them pretty hard. The same cannot be said for clerks, though. They will reproduce the fuck out of your clerks, minus any sexy fun twist. If you get this thing and no clerk rights activist, this abnormality is nothing. But if you do have those pesky human rights workers, then you'll have to be extremely careful working with her. It should also be noted that your agents will also get spored, but they can survive this if they have enough health. If I had to guess why, it's because their
and
bones,
red damage
skin, and
resist.
organ tissue are denser because of the Flintstones gummies that they ate before coming into work that day. And because of
Oh,
that
the
density, the
Flintstones
drones
gummies.
took a longer time to burrow through their body,
And
giving
entire,
your gummy
entire
powered immune
bottle
system enough
of
time
the
to wipe
Flintstones
them
vitamins
clean.
when I was a
Or
kid one
leverage
time.
Your gummies.
I had to
Snow
have
White's
that
apple.
purge.
It thought it was doomed
Not a
to
fun
rot
day.
and die, having its eyes and skin eaten out by animals.
My
Those
mom had to
animals
call
dying
poison
soon
control. I was like,
after.
what do I
After
do?
some time, already decayed
Well,
roots
you go
grew
get some
out of her
Ipecac and, you know, he'll be
absorbed the
alright.
nutrients of the dead animals, growing into a princess of its own right. A princess without a prince. On Breach, she teleports to a random room and covers that room in thorns, slowly
yeah, she
damaging
does.
everyone that they touch,
So annoying.
making Snow White's apple a real bitch to deal with on Breach, so make sure to repress the fuck out of her quickly with ranged weapons. If you don't, she'll grow thorns that stay there until the end of the day, which is quite annoying to deal with. So thank you, Snow White's apple, for also standing. Hey, remember that one abnormality
Oh
that
boy,
hates it when
burrowing
you
heaven.
look at him? Yeah, this is the opposite. The containment unit is but a facade. Contain it in your sight.
Yeah,
When you're
messed
not
this up
working
on more
it,
than one
that's
occasion.
fine. It can be ignored. When it is being worked on, keep it on your screen the whole way through. When it breaches containment and isn't in your sight, it will disappear to a random room and make incredibly quick work of your employees.
Oh
Hanging
boy,
them
does
high
it.
for all to see. I'd argue this is one of the most dangerous abnormalities to mismanage because look at how fast those deaths mount up. After it does escape, you have to find it very quickly, otherwise it's going to ransack a couple departments. Unlike Shy Keyhole Guy, who just becomes a minor inconvenience on Breach, this thing is guaranteed to kill at least one agent if you keep your eyes off it too long. I see you, you bastard, looking at me. This guy is like
Yeah.
express train to hell and is the bane of my existence, ending so many good runs solely due to the fact that I forgot to look at him. If you are forgetful and you have like a good run that you're planning to take far into the later days of the game, do not pick this guy. Do not make my mistake. It is not worth it. Shockingly,
No,
his
it's worth
favorite
it. He's
work isn't
really easy to deal with.
insight
You just
for the
gotta not be
family.
dumb like
For that,
me.
He's doomed to be... I can't say it. The word mid is too overused, and I actually think this guy's cool, so here. I'll even give you a little pillow to rest your eye stalk on, even though you are the bane of my existence.
Shark Week.
Autism spectrum disorder and ADHD with
The
side of
Dreaming
substance
Current.
abuse. The Dreaming Current is a baby shark boy that dreams of being free from the walls of the facility.
only broke
It
out
has
one
an injection
time.
needle sticking out of its
And
head,
I made
which could be
sure
the candy
it
that,
never
quote,
broke out
lets him
again.
See the ocean.
'Cause
This
dear
abnormality
God.
kind of makes me sad. The logs describe a child with a learning disability that was orphaned because his parents thought he would die soon. He became a test dummy for psychoactive drugs that made him feel like running around on a rainbow ocean. When it breaches, it begins LARPing as a BMW. This is the fastest abnormality, barring burrowing heaven, when not being looked at. Destroying anything in its wake before crashing and burning. It teleports
Yeah.
between random hallways.
But yeah,
you can tell
oh, dear
which
God,
halls
this
it's about
guy.
to dart through with this rainbow liquid overlay. If someone's in
This
a
guy
rainbow
is
hall, they
such
have
a
mere
pain
seconds
to deal
leave
with.
before they get fucking atomized.
Yeet.
This is one of those abnormalities that I can't help but feel sorry for. It doesn't deserve to be confined, but like the rules say, any kind of attachment at all towards the abnormalities is strictly forbidden. So instead of high tier, I'm putting him in mid tier. No high tier. He's a WoW that's way too easy to manage for mid tier, only freaking out when a Temperance level 1 employee enters his unit or when someone panics in his room. Thanks for that, champ. I guess I can't help
Instinct
but
level 3 is
get
good.
attached. Time for the magical girls. There are 3 in total. 2 of
Oh,
them
boy.
are fine, and the third is the Queen of Hatred. No, that's not an exaggeration. That's literally what she's called. This
Yeah,
is the King
accurate.
of Greed. A magical lady trapped inside an egg, designed
King of
by
Greed
the
is
girl to
easy
keep
as- she's
herself
just
sedated,
annoying.
knowing full well that if she wakes up, she'll transform into this thing that looks like it wants to offer SpongeBob and Patrick ice cream on their trip to Shell City. Greed begins as the simple desire for happiness.
It's just
A
it just
desire
takes
that
so
grows
long to
larger
suppress.
and
It's so
larger
annoying.
until eventually that's just not enough. The magical girl that was once a hero fell under the same spell and began eating more authority, money, fame, and many other forms of pleasure, eating away anything in her sight, leaving only visceral greed. When her counter hits 0, she'll teleport to a random hallway and sweep through it, devouring everything in her path in an instant, only being attackable from behind. Rogun, just stay there.
Yep.
You're a new hire that I expect way too much lob into. Come on, just wait just 1 second longer.
I know what's about to happen.
Rogun? Not so
Sure.
bad. Very cool.
Yep.
I should also mention
That happened on
despite
multiple
being a
occasions,
WoW
too.
tier, her weapon Gold Rush is A-Lift tier and is absolutely amazing, so fucking use it. Oh man. This one brings me pain. Hey, so you know how I talked about those abnormalities that really don't want clerks to die? Well, here's one that wants the opposite. Kill those clerks. Death be upon them. If you don't,
Yep,
she'll become
God
a
help
giant
you.
snake monster with a giant fuck-off laser beam
Aubrey
that can
is
wipe
therapy
multiple
MVP
departments
for
in one
this.
shot, while also healing
The amount of
off the
times I
damage
messed
it's
this
dealing.
up.
This laser beam having a 500 million% chance of angering every last clerk rights activist in your facility.
Also, the
To get
reason
around her minimum 3
Apocalypse
death
Bird spawned for the
requirement
first
per
time,
meltdown, you have to routinely
causing
pick
Punchy
off
Bird
those
and
clerks
Big Bird to
via
break out.
execution bullets. And if you don't have execution bullets, like I did on my first playthrough, you have to go through the mind-numbing process of escaping an abnormality, letting them kill 3 clerks, and resuppressing them. This annoying my clerk rights abnormalities counters, but hey, that's a problem I had to deal with later in the day. So
Into
this
the
is
Iron
just
Maiden you
one
go.
of the most high maintenance abnormalities, full stop, and one of the most hated in the community, right next to Choo Choo Charles. She does provide some good services.
Choo Choo
though,
Charles is
that
great. I'll die
isn't
on that hill.
transforming into a snake and violating my managerial pride. Like whenever the second trumpet sounds, she'll break out not as a snake and starts whooping the abnormalities causing trouble. Now, to go on a quick subquest, because I just realized I haven't explained the trumpet system yet. Here's what you need to know. The more abnormalities that break out and the higher level those abnormalities that are breaking out are, the higher the emergency level, a system that the game calls trumpets, a reference to the biblical 7 trumpets in the book of Revelation. The first trumpet is when something is out, but who cares? Probably just Punishing Bird again. The second trumpet is when multiple abnormalities break out and deaths are happening. This is the trumpet that the Queen of Hatred will help you fight. It'll also insta-breach Big Bird, who wants to save the employees of LobCorp. Of course, we all know what it means to be saved by the big guy. And finally, the third trumpet, which is the last that we're able to reach in-game, where the day is virtually unsalvageable. Like I said though, it can get worse than this. These are out of the game things that happen if we, as the player, didn't restart the day or rewind the memory repository. The fourth trumpet means that all hope is completely lost. The branch and your job is over. The fifth trumpet means that not only has your branch been destroyed, but abnormalities are now above ground, wreaking havoc outside. The sixth trumpet means utter destruction to L-Corp as a wing, and the seventh, extinction of the human race. Survival of the human race is simply not feasible at this point, and this trumpet is a warning to everyone left that it's all going to be over soon. Give up. Anyways, Queen of Hatred is a neurodivergent hero that twisted good and evil with balance. If there's no evil in the facility, she becomes the evil that must be overcome. She questions her purpose if nobody's dying in the facility before eventually being impaled with.
And then you send Aubrey to provide therapy.
When she dies, though, she returns to her old self. She is extremely vocal and will say different things depending on the threat level of who she's fighting. When she encounters an A-Lift, for example, she'll say either, "Everyone get out of here. I'll protect everyone, even if it means I have to die." Or, "It has the strength of a major arcana, and I'm alone in this, but I won't run away." Also, because of her relationship with the King of Greed and the Knight of Despair, she'll say something new to both of them. When facing the King of Greed, she'll say, "I'm sorry, Senpai. The only thing I can do is stop your rampage." And on victory, she'll say, "Senpai, if I had to face you outside, I'd totally be dead right now." When encountering the Knight of Despair, she'll say, "So you've been consumed too, Senpai. Can the cycle really not be stopped?" And on victory,
she says, while we're fighting alongside the 12 sinners.
Her weapon is unique because it's the Kirby Star Rod and can deal all 4 damage types. Very cool. If you have execution bullets, she's a high tier, and if you don't, then she's a nightmare of a low tier. I'll put you in mid tier. Enjoy your spot among the villains. And a reminder that her snake form used to look like this. The Knight of Despair is, in my opinion, the easiest WoW, with extremely high rewards compared to relatively low risk. After realizing that, despite all her hardships, nothing was ever protected.
The only reason
under
Setsuna
her,
survived most of those days.
2 other magical girls. The Queen of Hatred became evil after realizing there was no evil left left in the world, and the King of Greed began to devour everything. She loves attachment, and she will grant the first good work result protection in the form of a blessing. I know it's supposed to be a shield, but it always registered to me as like a pants or shirt pocket. Anyone with a blessing can enjoy halved damage to all types besides Pale, and no work for the rest of the day. The Knight of Despair has 0 Qlifoth counter. The only way to get her to breach is to get the person with her blessing to die, which is pretty difficult, by the way. Out of shame for failing to defend once again, and in rage against the world, her swords now point to those she could not protect. This one is a nightmare to deal with when it breaks out with its long range and pale damage, but this abnormality only ever breaks out if everything else is already going to shit, so like, who cares? Get this abnormality and win. It's literally that easy. Even its equipment is really good, so she's the easiest WoW and just has the tastiest gifts, so
100% benefit. Mushroom!
The Little Prince is a reference to the 1943 novel, a reference in only name, because very little about this guy applies to that story. If anything, he's more of a Terraria reference. The Little Prince is lesser liked among the abnormalities. Employees hate the way it churns out spores and find it revolting. Few people interact with it, making it a pretty lonely abnormality. Little Prince
I've been just kind of going along with the ride, but it's just clicked with me that this guy is literally describing in detail like every single abnormality. What an undertaking this script must have been.
So they go to it on their own will to become transformed. Lonely recognizes lonely. They say misery loves company, and that company can sometimes take them to a higher plane of existence. Hearing mushrooms speak it directly into their minds. Finally, a point of being even higher than Crab. The goal when managing this abnormality is to keep agents from growing attached. Don't send one agent in more than 5 times in a row. Every time an agent works with the prince, they'll get a hidden increment to a counter. Every time that agent interacts with the Shroom Prince consecutively,
another thing that I have to keep track of, and I frequently have anxiety about.
It decreases. Just keep it from reaching 5. And if you don't, then that's fine. The mutant shroom isn't that hard to deal with. This is also one of those possession via glowing thing on the face that you have to click to stop abnormalities, just like the angry broccoli. But it's even worse because it looks like this blue cloud can be spread, all for another angry mushroom. And I'm allergic to mushrooms. I love worms, especially ones that crawl inside you. The Naked Nest is a game of RNG. You do instinct work.
I never had a problem with this dude.
And if you get a good work result, nothing will happen. If they take a small amount of damage and get a mediocre work result, something might happen. If you get a bad work result and took a lot of damage, then it's probably good to sacrifice that employee to prevent an outbreak of
never had that
these
happen.
Guys are. Them and their melty, slimy faces. The Naked Nest will worm its way in through even the pores of your skin, aiming to infect your frontal lobe and taking control. Those that have even a mild infection with a meager 30% of their brain controlled are already doomed, as the infection will influence their brain and actions. Keep infected employees away from healthy employees. Worm disease is extremely contagious. Just have high red defense on people that work with it and always spam instinct. It's so fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yin is awesome because he becomes fish. I think this suit also tickles my inner Monster Hunter fan because it's like black to orange koi fish scales, and I think that organic material animal to armor thing just really sits right with me. Yin is one half of a complete whole, being the dark half. It's also the abnormality that causes the Clouded Monk to breach, probably filling its mind with evil, selfish intentions. Selfish. The real tragedy of the story is that its ego equipment is called Discord. Oh, so close to greatness. And Yin's other half, Yang, makes an appearance as surprisingly a tool abnormality, being the only tool abnormality that can breach, unless you consider manslaughter vehicularing multiple departments via locomotive a breach. But whatever. When these two meet, they can do just that. Making an enormous dragon even bigger than the choo-choo train of doom to fly through the facility, messing with contained abnormalities and totally annihilating your run. The breach is also super annoying because you can suppress one fish.
That never happened to me.
If
I'm
the
grateful.
other fish is still alive when that first fish is suppressed, then the suppressed fish will get back up and just be at full health again. So you have to kill them at the same exact time, and it's really, really annoying. Yang isn't receivable as an abnormality until you have Yin in the facility. And for the tool's effects, it heals an agent's SP and increases their resistance to white damage.
I don't even remember what it did.
They can only hold on to Yang for 30 seconds before they both breach, making it almost completely worthless as a tool. For reference, I tried to record how they also go Dragon of Dojima form when a person carrying Yang enters Yin's containment unit, and my agent barely made it halfway there before they both breached. That 30-second limit makes this tool so worthless. Not worth it in my incredibly agreeable, humble opinion. Mid-tier because they're both still pretty cool, at least, even if Yang is a literal meme.
All right, just never have them.
Just
ever.
imagine 30 of these things in one facility. Don't worry, it gets even worse. Now we have Noon ordeals that begin way before the Brio.
Oh yeah, the ordeals.
Whoopsie, skin. The ordeal of Crimson Noon
What's
is
up,
the
Lee
evolved
Clown?
version of the baby clowns, being an amalgam clown that roams hallways and attacks everybody that spawns the baby clowns upon death. This reminds me of the time I worked at an elderly care home in Pretoria, Africa, where they would have these clowns come in and entertain the elderly. There was one named Freaky Feral, the clown, that always came in late to do private shows with the people. One time I got curious to see what the special show was, so I installed Facebook and flayed my own flesh to tan in the sun, giving it an old wrinkled look. Thanks to Katurna, I actually got to the show. Come to find out, Freaky Feral was actually very pregnant and gave birth on my lap, leaving me with a child and a lifetime of therapy that could never even hope to undo the psychological damage that the experience tattooed on my cerebellum. The kid was sad, so I turned to him and told him, "Hey, cheer up," and handed him my emerald mining company. That kid would grow up to be Elon Musk. The ordeal of Green Noon is actually pretty scary if you're a little bitch and don't do enough damage to drop the robots in seconds. They have big guns which look intimidating and do a lot of damage, but literally just don't die. It's that easy. The ordeal of Violet Noon is the easiest Noon, which is crazy because this looks like it should be terrifying, right? Huge monoliths that drop into large rooms, instantly killing everyone and tentacling the fuck out of any survivors. So eloquently put, I know. Here's how to not die. You see that Violet Noon is going to happen. You lead everyone into a small room or hallway. Send someone into a containment unit to trigger the Noon. Watch as absolutely nobody of value dies by the spawn attack, and then send every agent back in to clean up. Boom, easy. You literally smell so good right now. The ordeal of Indigo Noon is unique because it's directly tied to in-universe lore. Earlier, I mentioned the back streets of Elcorp, the areas of the city outside of the Nest's care that are bloated with crime and poverty. Well, not only do the subhuman brokies that live there have to deal with that, but they also have to deal with a near infinite amount of these former human monstrosities that clean the back streets by consuming anything organic, dead or alive, from exactly 3:13 a.m. to 4:34 a.m.
Good job thinking you can live without the government's protection, idiot. Now give us more money or your son will be the next to get swept.
The Sweepers are talked about in Tifereth's backstory, how life as a child in the city is a living nightmare, as we can all probably guess. They make an appearance in the ordeal of Indigo Noon, being one of the few ordeals that are actually creatures from outside of the facility breaking in. They're definitely the most dangerous out of the Noon ordeals and the rarest, hurting a lot and gobbling up bodies to heal.
Now, are they the rarest? I feel like I dealt with them a lot.
Go for lone sweepers. They can really hurt if they attack all at once. The ordeal of Amber Dusk is a re-revival of the Hungry Worms, taking the worms from goofy little pipsqueaks to holy jeez, everybody's dying. Remember the King of Greed? Imagine there's 50 of those in the facility that move way faster. Yeah, that might be a little bit of an overstatement, but I don't care. The point is,
that's when I said that Anastasia was like, all right, everybody else in the safety elevator.
The same way
Anastasia handled it with all her AoE.
Guys, because of course it does. Hey guys, do y'all remember the clowns? They join together once again into this enormous ball of clown and are now rolling around the facility. Please chase it down and kill it. That thing is terrifying. Chasing down Giga Clown is pretty annoying, but once you catch it, it really isn't that bad, so you can pulp it without a hassle and watch as it divides into the Noon Clowns, which then go on to divide into the Dawn Clowns. More so than anything, this guy is just a hassle. I love the design though, and I'm kind of sad that this is as high as the clowns go in terms of threat level. We do not have the Jonkler come out for a midnight ordeal. The ordeal of Green Dusk is a bunch of robot construction machines that spawn lesser iterations of themselves forever until they are destroyed. It's
this one's
to
annoying.
Destroy them sooner rather than later. Green Dusk continues the trend of having the green ordeals being very goo goo gaga, who cares, machines are stupid, except for these ones. They're self-aware and still maybe a little stupid. Coinciding with the game ramping up dramatically in difficulty, the story takes a dramatic turn as it's revealed through a complicated process of time rewinding and memory erasing. You
are we done? What about the Alice in the Midnights?
Are actually A. You are A is the front man behind the creation of Lobotomy Corporation, the person that built the set, that added the characters, that stationed himself as the director, and entrusted his assistant Angela with the script. After that, he died, but lives on as you. given the ability to rewind time to the first day thanks to T-Corp's time-controlling technology. Angela being programmed with the ability to track every last restart, being something of an outside observer, watching you make mistakes and set you on the right path to completing the script. If you'll recall, when you start off again on day 1, you'll get a unique loading screen with Angela. She's here because she's wiping everything clean and resetting the stage for the play to begin anew. Everything must go exactly according to the script, her singular goal. The reason why she comes across as so forward and cold to the Sephiroth and you is because she knows if she doesn't, the script won't be complete. Everyone will act awry and everyone will remain in this loop. Angela resynchronizes our memories and we get a glimpse of memories that A had with B and C. C talks about wanting to be someone wise in her next life, how she extracted a medicine from the human subconscious. That makes no sense, but you go, Queen. We got some backstory where A is the creator of Angela, but shuns her at every turn for some reason, and that B is a big ol' suck up. There's also a day where we get to chill in the grass with our bitch, our Sitch, before it transitions to someone that looks like Malkuth in utter agony, just begging to be put down. This is one of the first mentions of the substance, Cogito. But before I talk about the substance Cogito, let's talk about Atsiluth, the emanation layer of the Tree of Life, and the bottom.
Oh yeah, that entire thing was on the central layer.
Never ventures this far down into the facility, as the Sephiroth here are not only the most intense, but are also completely cognizant of their situation. Bina in the Kabbalah is understanding, the analytical mind.
What's it pronounced?
I pronounce it Bina because it sounds like pineapple. Here she's a super intense.
I always pronounce it Bina. It's actually pronounced Bina. Have I been saying it wrong the whole time?
And herself to mind.
Oh god, I'm having a crisis now. I gotta look this up later. Have I seriously been pronouncing it wrong this entire time and no one said anything?
So helpful when you're just meeting her and have no idea what she's hexagoning out about. Bina, using deep metaphors, describes 3 important things: the bucket, the well, and the river. The bucket is Cogito, the well is the subconscious mind, and the river is what gets withdrawn. Removing the metaphor goggles, Bina uses the Cogito substance and injects it into a person. When this Cogito comes into contact with their brain,
oh, it is Bina. I've been pronouncing it wrong this entire time and no one said anything?
Form. In other words, an abnormality is extracted. That abnormality is then classified. At the end of a successful workday, you'll be brought to a screen with 3 shaking containment units, each containing a different abnormality. On the first encounter, it'll show their subject classification. The subject classification system is broke up into 3 parts. The first letter being the source of inspiration. Some abnormalities, like T, were born from trauma. An employee that suffered from severe
I looked this up one time, but I don't recall.
To the spider bud. Or someone that should have been put down the old-fashioned way might give birth to the choo-choo train. Or instead of trauma, they can be born from fairy tales, originate from outside the corporation, or were so generously donated by people that gave the developers money. After the dash, the next 2 numbers describe an abnormality's form. 01 means they possess human-like characteristics. 02 if they resemble animals. 03 if they seem otherworldly or religious. 04 if they're inanimate objects. 05 for machines and artifacts. 06 if they represent something more abstract and don't really have a form, they're just kind of there, they're just kind of something that exists, mostly relying on the perception of human beings. 07 for specifically the funny white fish. 08 for something not in the game. 09 for tools.
Olympus Company.
And 00 for my special little fella. The third number represents the order in which the abnormality was extracted from the human subconscious. That is how abnormalities are created. These things aren't otherworldly monsters gathered into one place for study. They're people, they're our fears, our imagination, our desire to put our OC into a video game. They're us. And sometimes when the extraction process goes wrong, like the Cogito not being correctly administered, an ordeal is created. Ordeals are like abnormalities in that they manifest themselves, only they have the ability to manifest themselves whenever they want. Waiting outside of our world until the time is right, and then getting real. With the only countermeasure that we have against them being that they could be predicted by the Qliphotht counter. Okay, so that's Bina, just letting you all know. This was translated from like super heavy metaphors and like 14 Reddit explanation posts. And I'm still certain I've got like 99% of that wrong. So if you're still curious about abnormality extraction, look for the Project Moon fans screaming at me in the comments. And if you can't find that comment, then make up fake lore and put that in the comments instead. I know everything that I said is like a 70% accurate and that's still a passing grade, so I'm moving on. Hokma!
Hey,
Aqua
buddy.
balls doesn't even make any sense. It was never a funny joke. Why do people force it so much? I don't get it. It makes me so
I don't get it
sad.
either.
Chokhmah in the Kabbalah is wisdom. And if you take one look at this guy and the room he's in, then you'll probably agree. Chokhmah is similarly cognizant of the circumstances like Bina, but unlike Bina, he is not a total bitch and actually cares about A. Chokhmah is the one in control of time in Lobotomy Corp, and is the entire reason why we can stop time midday to figure out what our best course of action is. He's also the one in charge of the employees and judges you harshly when you name an employee something awful like femboy nodder. Please don't frown subtly at me, Chokhmah, I didn't mean it. He shows you potentially the craziest thing about L Corp yet. How completely meaningless life and death is in the facility, giving you an exercise where you bring a 10 years deceased woman back to life, just to kill them again. Time, life, death, everything is meaningless here. And now that we're down to the final layer with the final Sephiroth, this seems like a logical place to talk about the tip top of the food chain. The Alephists.
Yay.
Don't choose this. Just don't. This is my first A-list.
Why not? Army of Black is
that I was
great.
delighted to see. A new Zion. Wow. I thought I had all the
Yeah,
Zions.
I was so
Wait, why
confused.
did he give me like 90 PE boxes? Oh, whoops. 15 clerks died in my facility and he split into 4 different A-lifts in random places around the facility. Uh-oh. He does huge damage to anything he's passively in the room with. That's not so good. And now he's in the main room. Huh. What's he gonna do? Salute me and explode into a black heart-shaped mushroom cloud, decreasing Qliphoth counters, letting out terrible A-lifts, and insta-panicking all the clerks in that department? That's unfortunate. All because only 15 clerks died, by the way. And that's just a reminder.
Yep.
Clerks will die if they swallow their spit incorrectly. The only saving grace
That's why
to
the
get
great
Army and
clerk
Black
purge
happy
kept
again is to
happening.
recontain another abnormality. Stop resisting, Rudolta. Pink Heartman is feeling a little sad today. I'll say it right here. I think Army in Black is the abnormality that caused me the most problems out of any of them, besides maybe the train and the eyeballs. So you get that trauma benefit as well. You can tell Army in Black to protect an employee, which is actually really good. But that also drops its Qliphoth counter by 1, and if the target of its protection is level 3 or lower, it will just possess them with love and kindness. 2 qualities that will not be tolerated in our beautiful
I've never tried
corporation.
it.
As expected, this abnormality is an A-lift, so his equipment is rightfully insanely broken. Every endgame Lobotomy Corp player equips their whole agency, and specifically A-lift equipment because of how absurd it is. And Army in
Yep.
Black is no exception to that rule, with a very
Vital.
high white damage
Absolutely
long-range
vital.
gun, with a gift that increases the damage even further. Unfortunately, the gifts of A-lifts are very hard to come by, most of them being a 2% chance to receive after a completed work. My rant is way overblown because only a couple decent agents equipped with full WoW gear could comfortably take down one breaching A-lift Army in Black. So it's not that terrible to have him breach, but look, you gotta believe me. This guy caused me so many resets, maybe even more than the train. I can't help
I
but
don't
want him
believe
to rot in F tier.
Blue
Now,
star.
don't get me wrong, right? I like feet. Toes, heels, mwah. Can't get enough of them. But when they
Yes.
drag me across the entire planet into their core, I get simply too excited. When I entered its containment unit, I couldn't help but throw myself into its core to be reborn as a star. And I like birth. The blue star, plain and simple, is the most powerful abnormality when it comes to possession. Temperance level 3 or lower employees will immediately throw themselves into the heart, and so will any employee that
Yep.
takes 60 seconds or longer to complete work on it. Its Qliphoth counter at a max of 2 will lower
Gotta be
whenever
real
someone takes
careful
too
with
long,
it.
or when someone with prudence below level 5 works on it. Reserve work with this thing only for the best of the best agents. And when it does breach, only agents with high temperance and prudence can be in the room with it. Low temperance and prudence agents will be sucked into the core immediately. When it's out, it produces a huge shockwave from its core that spans the entire facility, doing big white damage and sucking everybody that panics facility-wide into its core, only disappearing when its
I'm amazed the
massive
clerks survived
2,200
that.
health
The
drops
clerks
to
just
0,
took 2 hits
where
from
it'll
it.
then become just the core and fall sadly to the ground. Its ego weapon, apart from being one of the best white damage dealers in the game, increases damage as the using employee takes damage. And the suit has the ability to heal every employee in a room just a little bit. A-lift ego gear are the most powerful types, and as such, they require the most calm-minded, physically strong, and mentally sound personnel to use. Those that make up
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to
0.1% of the
handle
world.
Aleph gear for
the
sure.
people that are uncommon among the uncommon. People like Hagward and My Hero Academia Rule 34. I
could probably do he level gear.
This is by far the most visually horrifying creature ever. Any talks
Is
about
it?
it need to be reserved for
Okay, I guess
specifically
canonically.
level 5 employees. Bearing witness to this thing is enough to invoke horrible feelings. The employees unfortunate enough to work with it are told that if they begin to suffer from a surge of intrusive thoughts, or decide to count down from 10 but fail to remember what 10 even is, or feel an uncontrollable regurgitation of vomit or saliva, or if this place starts to feel like somewhere else other than the company, or if they suddenly feel insignificant and think that suffocating is your only hope, then they need to get the fuck out of Censored's containment unit.
This is
Censored
where the
reminds me a
choo-choo
lot
train
of the
comes in
Call of
handy.
Cthulhu. Something so
Oh, praise the
incomprehensibly vile that
choo-choo!
even the tiniest, most fleeting, inconsequential glimpse through an extremely filtered camera lens will instantly send the viewer into hysteria. Many managers had to be replaced from what they saw, even when the cognition filter was at the max possible setting where only the most basic shapes were visible. The thing cannot be described. There is no language for such abysms of shrieking and immemorial
Call of
lunacy,
Cthulhu.
such eldritch contradictions of all matter, force, and cosmic order. Let's talk about fear. When a low-level agent encounters an HE abnormality, they'll feel significant fear and take sanity damage. Whereas when a high-level agent encounters an HE abnormality, they won't be afraid at all and take no fear damage. The fear damage going from level 1 to level 4, where an overwhelmed employee instantly loses their mind. Level 5 employees can't be made afraid, so why does a level 5 agent immediately feel hopeless at the sight of Censored? This is one of the harder abnormalities that caused a lot of resets for me, as the fear damage more than halved my best agent's sanity. Though eventually I stumbled upon a strategy. I took my Censored agent and had them interact with the portrait of another world, then sent them into work so that the work damage would transfer to the other person. It isn't pretty, but it gets the job done. As you could probably guess, the fear
I may have
thing
done that
also
once or twice
applies
before I
outside
came
of
up
his
with the
containment
choo-choo
unit
strat.
when it goes horse
I don't
mode.
recall.
Just like when it's contained, only level 5 agents can perceive it without going insane. So only the most powerful of your squad can even begin to raise their weapons at it. That's too bad that it endures every damage type except Pale. Now if that isn't insane enough, when it kills someone, it will heal itself and plant a piece of itself in them, striking a pose and creating another smaller Censored. That's not all. These things will increase the fear damage dealt to employees, making it strictly impossible to enter a room with Censored and 2 minions, even to level 5 employees. Into the religious trauma blender they go. This thing is one of the few abnormalities that must be contained, no matter what the cost. With a max counter of 2, they don't make it easy. And if it drops 1, there is only one way to bring it back up. The same wheel used for Nameless Fetus is back, here to keep a much more dangerous abnormality appeased with a blood sacrifice. Sadly, Censored has no suit, but does have a fantastic weapon that heals 40% of its damage dealt. This is an aside, but my god, the LobCorp fan.
It makes sense that
everyone in the
it does
fandom
make sense that
wiki
they
thinks
have a
he's a
suit. I
giant
mean, if you can't even
shape-shifting
perceive
penis
it.
that sexes employees to reproduce, but
Like, how
guess
are
to
you
be
gonna make
fair,
a
the
suit for
censorship
that?
on that log doesn't do it any favors.
Like,
I
yeah,
think it's
from
a
a game
genius way
perspective,
to
you would
make
just
people
like make
assume the worst, which
a
is
shirt that
probably
says
just like
censored,
the
sure,
embodiment of
but
Fear Monster
like
once.
in lore, how would
I
you
like
even
them.
begin to use it?
Remember the naked nest? How I said that was the most contagious abnormality? Yeah, I'd like to rephrase that. The naked nest is the most contagious. Wow. The most contagious abnormality is a title that belongs to Melting Love, the slime girl whose bathwater becomes a deadly weapon. Just like Censored, this one is best sat out. When an employee works with her, she'll give them a little slimy heart that heals their
Don't recall much
sanity
about
and
her.
periodically makes little pink slime explosions. These
Again, this is
explosions
another
having
one
a
that we got during
25% chance to
the
infect
memory
people in the
repository
area. And just like
encyclopedia
that,
grinding.
it should be clear why this abnormality is such
But
a
she wasn't
nightmare.
really around much.
Every single clerk in the area must go, and the person that has the heart must be quarantined. My method is to
Not even sure if
execute
that was
every
on
clerk
stream.
and
That
tuck
might have
the
been
agent
off-stream
away in an
grinding.
elevator. When her counter hits 0, she'll change from anime wife to goop monstrosity. With her, every infected employee will then become a pawn in her army. She will fight alongside them and even heal off them, herself being immune to physical damage. She has a special bond with the employee she blessed, and if they die, she'll become enraged and become an even bigger bitch. A-lifts aren't all the biggest headache to deal with. The only question left now is, would I?
Would you what? Oh, duh.
This
Yeah, I don't
is
want the
not
answer.
an Among Us reference. This is not an Among Us reference. Not an Among Us reference. Not Among Us. Meet Nothing
Guys, I
There.
think this might not
Out
be
of all
an
the
Among Us
A-lists in the
reference.
game, this is the most famous. That's right, this is the guy of Lobotomy Corp. Every A-list in this game is so amazingly unique in the way that it wreaks havoc on the facility. Army in Black frees your abnormalities, Blue Star uses mass
Goodbye.
possession, Censored uses fear, Melting Love
Oh,
uses
man.
contagion.
I don't think I
each
ever
of which being
successfully
things that
suppressed him.
we've seen from lower level abnormalities to lesser effect. But Nothing There uses something entirely new. Deception. Deception and transformation. Taking inspiration from the classic horror movie, The Thing, and not The Other Thing. Nothing There seeks to break out using agents as a shell. It'll also escape if an employee with low justice enters its containment unit. This abnormality is terrifying to the corporation because unlike the others, Nothing There doesn't outwardly show what it does, what it
LOL,
wants, or
sending
what
somebody.
exactly
I
it's
guess it
capable
can take
of.
the damage
sits
while
there
everyone
and
else beats it up.
observes, figuring out exactly how this person acts, figuring out exactly how this person conducts themselves. Upon a bad work result, it'll kill and take the form of the agent and start mimicking human behaviors, saying nice things like, I love you, over and over again. Just like Melting Love, Nothing There's completely immune to physical red damage, as long as it's in its true form. If it breaks out disguised as an employee, you have one shot to shoot the disguised Nothing There. Shooting him
I don't
with a
think this
bullet,
ever
dealing
happened.
10,000 red damage, instantly controlling the situation. The more likely situation is that you don't find him in the allotted 10 seconds, and you now have to fight one of the most difficult A-lifts in the game. The Amalgam Dog
Yeah, I don't
runs
think I
fast,
ever.
hits
I don't
hard,
think I
and has
ever
a lot of
successfully
health.
did that.
But then
We tried that
he
once just
becomes
for
an
Nothing
egg.
There, but
An
man,
egg that heals off all damage dealt in Dog Phase. And then the egg hatches, transforming its limbs into insanely powerful weapons, shooting bone shards that silently rip an entire room apart, and his most
Yeah,
deadly
God.
attack, turning his arm into a huge blade.
Goodbye.
The dog's equipment is called Mimicry, and the
Hate
de
to see it.
facto best red damage and red resistance in the game, with an emphasis on healing. A healing isn't as good as Censored's weapon, but it's still fantastic. Despite how scary as I might have made it sound, Nothing There, in my experience, hasn't been that difficult to keep contained. If he's broken out, then that's usually a restart, yeah, but I always designate a person as a Nothing There tank that can usually be trusted to get through the workday while consistently working with him. I like the dog. The Mountain of Smiling Bodies. One day, a large group of people were sealed
The
into a
easiest
chamber
one
with
to deal
multiple
with
breaching
by far.
abnormalities. What do you know? They all died. Normally, the cleaning of bodies happens almost overnight, but because those abnormalities continued to breach, they couldn't get in there to do it. And so the mountainous pile of bodies was left to rot. That rotting caused the bodies to fuse. They fused and smiled, now taking the form of a loathsome monster. This log ending with the person recording it swallowing a large bomb. The mountain is coming for him. Maybe that will keep it from killing anymore. Can't get a more imposing name or story than that. And that's really something because in my opinion, this is the second least threatening A-lift right behind Blue Star. This is the
For
de
real.
facto clerk
So
rights
easy to deal
activist
with.
because the smell of 10 bodies will drop its counter, or if an agent steps into its unit will hurt. If it breaks out, this might be
Oh,
the
that part I
easiest
didn't know.
A-lift to contain as long as you
Or if I
get
did,
to
I
them
forgot that I
early
knew.
enough. The more it's left to its own devices, the more clerks and low-level agents it will eat, and the more segments it will amass, becoming an actual massive, screaming, vomiting threat at 3 segments. At this point, that's basically a reset. Its puke does so much damage. Continuing with the A-lift thing of filling in different roles, the Mountain of Smiling Bodies is the most simple, being just sheer aggression. Kind of like Forsaken Murderer's final form. Have a good fortitude worker with high prudence assigned to him and bask in all those tasty A-lift
And great black
boxes,
damage resist.
just like the angry Dongo creature. People that wear a suit heal by eating dead bodies. Finally, some good fucking food.
Oh, a
We
silent
only have
orchestra.
3 abnormalities left to talk about. And these last 3, while not being the most popular to hate, are generally speaking the worst of the worst. Each of which having the ability to wipe your entire facility.
I don't like it blacked out like that.
Disabling your ability to speed up,
The
slow
legs,
down,
like,
or even pause. And right here we have the
Oh.
self-proclaimed composer of Lobotomy
Getting triggered
Corporation,
again.
here to play the music of the apocalypse, surrounded by his hose. Here's what you need to know about the silent orchestra. If you get a good work result, his
Like
counter
Apocalypse
drops. If you get a
Bird.
bad work result, his counter also drops. If you want your facility to survive,
like
always
when
aim
I
for
saw it
those
in
low
Labami Corp, it
work
wasn't that
results.
bad, but seeing
Not
it blacked
common
out
or
like
very
that,
low,
just-
just regular low. And hope you get lucky with a normal work result. Wait, that probably sounded hard to
I'm
follow.
bouncing in my chair right now.
Normal work result, like after you get done with working with it, and you see the happy, sad, or neutral face, you want that to be neutral. But you want to do the work that has a low success rate. If you want your facility to survive, always aim for those low results. Not common or very low, just regular low, and hope you get lucky with a normal work result. Upon breach, it begins a performance with 4 movements and a finale, with each movement stepping up the intensity and damage. The first movement, it's immune to all damage except pale. The second, immune to all but black. Third, all but white. And fourth, all but red. Oh, and by the way, if it gets to the fourth and you have survivors, all the energy you collected in the day will be gone. You're welcome. And the finale where it's
You're
immune to all
welcome.
damage. All its toes are present and it sends a massive shockwave
Backpack
to
speaks
the
for
entire
the development
facility.
team. You're
Oh, yeah.
welcome.
Did I mention that its attacks damage your whole facility? I'm sorry, I was too busy crying about my fucking energy being wiped. Now I gotta go see the foot god
Valid.
again. Wait, that's a bad thing? His equipment is hard as fuck, look at this. And the gift combined with the suit makes an employee completely immune to all white damage, which is absurd. Yeah, that's pretty cool. There is no full stop immunity in this game, except for this. Thank you for that, mister.
Lovely.
In summary, this is one of those abnormalities that you'll want because of its absurd ego, and for every other moment, you'll either be too stacked to care, or you'll be neglecting him out of fear that he's gonna breach and flay your facility with the power of music. There is not a single other sound in this planet that makes my heart drop more than... Yeah, it's this guy again. Where to even begin with White Knight? With the deception
I
of nothing there,
still felt
the
like
control of Blue
electric
Star,
signal
the
go down my
abject
arms.
horror of censored, the infection of melting love.
As expected
the
this time, my body soldier's like,
intangibility of the
"Quickly!"
silent orchestra, with the power to heal and brute force its way through everything like the mountain of smiling bodies. White Knight is deservedly the most dangerous abnormality, turning its 12 apostles from before into 12 different Aleph level threats. Each of them alone being able to go head to head with other Alephs and 9,000,000% of the time winning. The best part, if they do happen to fall, White Knight with his whopping 12,000 health will instantly heal them back to full. White Knight is
he's a
the
jerk like that.
Antichrist, bearing the mark of the beast around its neck and a halo crown of thorns, here to collect its 12 disciples who will learn from it and receive miracles from it. Even being called Lucifer in the game's files. Just like Jesus,
I
one of
didn't
the
know that.
disciples is a betrayer. The 12th that didn't fully become an angel but still wears the mask of an apostle. With them, you can do only one thing. Pray. Confess thy sins. And there's nowhere else to do that but in front of our favorite emoji. When the betrayer confesses their sins, one sin will totally bone White Knight, doing consistent 666 pale damage. Damage
Most
that,
powerful
if you
abnormality
remember,
in the
is
game
linked
gets
to
beaten
a
by the
being's
weakest.
soul.
Later,
White Knight will be
nerd.
defeated, leaving the apostles
by the
to
funny
skewer
German man.
themselves, before being likewise boned like their savior. After the transformation, Plague Doctor will cease to exist and instead appear as White Knight, now an abnormality in containment. This is the most high maintenance guy out of them all. This is the
For
only
real.
non-cool abnormality that drops its Qliphotht counter based on how much real-world seconds have passed. That's right, it shares an attribute with the Pain Locomotive. What a good sign. Just like Censored, White Knight has a new fear level in Reverence, making only level 5 agents capable of working on it, lest they suffer the mind-breaking force of witnessing Ra, the biblically accurate angel. If the person doing work with White Knight gets a good work result, White Knight will be pleased and his counter will raise back up. He also has the courtesy of healing everybody facility-wide.
So kind of
If
you.
not worked with for too long though, he will choose 12 disciples at random in Advent again. Taking away your pause
Dude, every
feature and
time
forcing you to
I
watch
just
those
feel my
disciples
body
rip and
just like
tear through
try
your
to do
beloved
something.
employees once more. White Knight's gear is called Paradise
I'm like-
Lost.
I'm like a trained
reference to the story
Pavlovian
of
dog.
Adam and Eve.
I hear
Equipment
the
that
bell
is
and I have
full
to do
stop,
something.
Some of the best, period. With the suit being the best in the entire game, even outright canceling weaker attacks. And while it does have a weapon, you can't receive
I have
it
it
by
redeemed for that on the
conventional
channel.
means. How do you get it? By defeating White Knight, without the help of one sin. So if 12,000 health and dealing a shit ton of pale damage aside, as well as having a ton of other top-tier Aleph threats roaming your facility, each of which being your own unsavable controlled employees. On top of having 2 static guards that never leave his room that receive constant health from him, on top of being extremely resistant to all types of damage, and outright healing from light damage. Yeah, that fucking blows.
But not black damage.
Here's what you can do. Assign 12 agents to a day, dispose of 11 via execution bullets, and then with the last agent selected, right-click on the We Can Change Anything machine.
Yep.
When White Knight naturally gets angry via his neglect mechanic, your selected agent should turn into an invincible false apostle. When that happens, order them to enter the We Can Change Anything machine. You should still have the We Can Change Anything machine selected, so just click on your agents tab and they should go right in. Congratulations, you now have real infinite energy. Using your infinite energy, you can now go to your favorite German man for a little commission. See where I'm going with this. Commission his tasty German ass to shoot at White Knight and do it again.
It took like an hour.
And again. And again. Listen, nobody said it would be an easy process. What matters is that you have Paradise Lost, unequivocally the best pale damage weapon in the game, and beyond that, arguably the best weapon, period. I don't know, this next
that's definitely up there.
That we're about to talk about has one that's pretty good. I'd say they're equal. They're like on the same plane. Once you have the abnormality defeated,
they're the best
and
at
back in
different
its containment
things.
unit,
Best range weapon versus best melee
rewind to
weapon.
memory repository. This will save all your employees and let you keep your sweet, sweet prize. Good job, you lamed out God and wasted 45 minutes of your life like a real game. That thing will come in handy because wowee, we have a long road still ahead of us.
Apocalypse time. Let me just,
3 birds, now as one, looked around to find the monster.
I'll hide down here, guys. Don't mind me.
There were no creatures, no sun and no moon, and no monster. All that is left is just a bird and the Black Forest. The
He's
prophecy
scary.
has been fulfilled. No sun, no moon can be found over that forest. Just a terrible beast.
When 2 of the 3 birds breach containment, the 3rd will breach and head towards a doorway. This doorway an opening to the Black Forest. There the birds will converge and transform into Apocalypse Bird, a hulking monster with 330,000 health. And with each
It's so
of the
funny that
bird's
he has
signature
health when you
moves,
can't
dealing
target him.
huge damage to your whole facility. Upon the arrival of the bird, 3 eggs will follow, and these eggs are how you really suppress the abnormality. Keep in mind, Small Beak's egg absorbs and heals off of red damage. Long Arms pale and Big Eyes black. Destroying an egg means removing the corresponding
Thankfully, no
bird's
white damage
ability
one.
from Apocalypse Bird. So my strat is to get rid of Long Arms and Big Eyes as soon as possible, later finishing off Small Beak. Keep in mind, Apocalypse Bird will be rampaging through your facility and you won't be able to pause. People will die during this, especially if there's clerk rights activists slinking around the place. The first course of action is to destroy the Long Arms Bird egg, sending any pale damage dealers to Big Bird. Long Arms has 9,900 health, and his ability
called the
keeps you
rabbits
from
on the
pausing
Small
time.
Beak egg.
It should be obvious by now that being able to stop time and carefully plan things out is everything in this game, especially when it comes to Apocalypse Bird, so taking care of this egg is top priority.
A head that looked up to the cosmos has been lowered.
Next priority is Big Eyes, who will do what Big Bird normally does and hypnotize people into coming close for death.
So annoying.
Big Bird is only able to make people come to him that are in his darkness, but when it's Apocalypse Bird, the entire facility is dark, so anybody's at risk.
The far-sighted eyes of Big Bird have been blinded.
Finally, Little Beak. His mouth attack is going to hurt if Apocalypse Bird teleports to a room with your agents in it, but if all that's left is the mouth, you can destroy this egg with patience.
And Little Bird's mouth that devours everything has been shut. The twilight was endured, and we now face towards dawn.
Amazing ego
as the
gift.
birds twittering in the forest finally stopped. All survivors of Apocalypse Bird get a free broken ego gift that rivals White Knight's, with a weapon that deals every damage type and a suit that makes its wearer deal even more damage as their health gets lower. Also doing passive black damage to any enemies to the person in the suit. Busted as fuck. Everyone say thank you, funny birds.
Thank
Along
you,
with
funny
Alice,
birds.
we also have Midnight Ordeals, which are ordeals nobody should ever encounter based on how awful they are. The Ordeal of Amber Midnight is a rough one because it has 2 giant worm heads popping into rooms and chomping up everyone, before spawning in a ton of Amber Dusks, which then spawn Amber Dawns. I don't need to tell you how much of a nightmare this ordeal is. Literally look at the carnage that's unfolding on your screen right now.
Yeah,
at the end
don't
of this
like
day,
you.
only 2 people survived. What a load of poppycock. The Ordeal of Green Midnight introduces the last Helix. An enemy with
this one.
22,000 health, making it the tankiest
Don't
enemy
send Gold
right
Rush
behind
in there.
the first bird. The Helix spawns in and does a massive
That would
fuck
be
you clockwork
terrible.
sweeping beam of the entire
Bloody
facility
hitbox.
that kills every clerk that somehow survived up until midnight. That's pretty scary, but it's still a green ordeal, so it's still the easiest ordeal color. Take all your agents, put them in the elevator, and when the beam is about to pass through and melt everyone's skin, have them go down to a lower floor and be completely unharmed. Then laugh as you slowly shred the last helix until nothing remains. This concludes the green ordeals.
Nothing
leaving them as
remains
the
of
easiest
nothing
ordeal
there.
in literally every category. Thanks, Robo. The ordeals of Violet, Dawn, and Noon were some of the easiest ordeals to get, so the developers at Project Moon decided, you know what, I don't want the players to have fun, actually, and made Violet Midnight. This random
lad.
event somehow makes
Oy.
Apocalypse Bird look like a little baby asking for his rattle. It's ridiculous how difficult they made Violet Midnight. What does it do? It's called the God Delusion and spawns 4 monuments of every damage type. These monuments having insane attacks that spawn absolutely everywhere in the facility.
Yeah,
Like the pale
brutal.
one's eye that shreds everything in front of it. The white one's tentacle that is comedically unfair with how big the area of attack the tentacle has. The red and black with their fast, straight shot claw and thorn that are comparatively easier to avoid than the tentacle and eye, but that doesn't matter when they fucking kill everyone instantly. By the way,
True.
they all attack at the same time. You're welcome. Also, they heal if someone
You're
attacking
welcome.
them has their damage type. You're welcome again. Hey, at least at no point in the game are you forced to fight this thing.
Ah,
yeah, I
tit
would
for
never do
suppression.
something like
Rip.
that. Like,
I think that was when I encountered
no
Violet Midnight
way.
for the
On
first
day
time.
38, Angela admits something to the player. That every single last drop of energy collected in their time was not given out to supply the city, but instead kept inside of the corporation. She also thanks you for giving her the script for the metaphorical play that you and her are doing, before having a rare moment where she opens her eyes and hints at her own free will, a story beat that will go nowhere. And on day 41, she talks about a technology
I didn't notice that
called
she
a
cuts her hair in that
singularity.
image.
Every wing has its own singularity. These being a fantastical piece of technology patented by that wing and used to do physics-defying things. T-Corp controls time. R-Corp is home to the rabbits and uses cloning. P-Corp is preservation, and our own L-Corp with their singularity, Cogito. The ability to reach inside the subconscious mind and pull out a creature that wants to burrow into your skin and use your flesh as a shell. These are also the last few days you can talk to Lady Angela, and her grudge
Yeah, she kinda
against
just
you
disappears
is
after
as
day
clear
45.
as ever. But she's fulfilled her duty as a machine, and thus we move on to back to these guys because we gotta beat the trauma out of them. As it would turn out, the abnormalities are the very least of our troubles in this game. You see, every single Sephira that we've touched on, just like you, is also a reborn person. A person that, because of UNC, have sustained some real heavy trauma. Trauma that will inevitably rear its sinister head no matter what. And upon their mission's completion, every Sephiroth will have a meltdown called a core suppression. These are lobotomy corpse boss fights that give you fantastic rewards in return for being
I have a
really
love-hate relationship
fucking
with these.
hard. Starting off with Malkuth. Before she was Malkuth, she was Elijah. Elijah is a venerated figure in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Yep.
The name itself
Ascended to
Yahweh
heaven
is
on a
my
flaming
God,
chariot.
which in this case, Yahweh could be referring to either A
Back in my fiction writing days, I actually wrote a fake Grand Order fan fiction with Elijah as Grand Rider. So there's a peek behind the curtain into my life for a moment.
or C. Elijah was one of the first Cogito experiments, and given that they had no idea what its effects would be or the correct dosage, she fucking died, describing it now in her Sephira form as knowing true helplessness. So for her meltdown, she aims to make you similarly helpless by remapping your controls. Heh, that's funny. The control team captain takes away your control.
Rude.
They should make every core suppression like this. That would make me hit the like button, since everything in this Roblox experience has to be
I'm probably
wrapped
gonna
up
hit the
in
like button on the
70
video just for the
layers of
effort
symbolism
alone.
and deep metaphor. I despise this game. Now we're
No,
at the
you
point in the
don't.
video where I can really drive home how stupid hard this game is. Here's what you're supposed to do for Malkuth. Every new Qlifoth meltdown level, the 4 work types are rebound to another work type. So using the skull emoji, the Bird of Justice,
it's so
and
rough.
some other who cares baby abnormality, do random who cares work types with them, and then grab a literal physical piece of paper
Especially
out to
on,
write what it got
what's it,
rebound
day
to.
47,
From there,
I
you're
think it
playing
is?
a normal day of
We have to
Lobotomy
deal
Corp.
with Malkuth
It
and the
sounds so
others.
easy, but to me, it took 3 separate streams to understand the gimmick. Once the gimmick was figured out, though, it only took me like 8 minutes to beat.
And the honorable sacrifice of Mr. Beast.
Good job, big man. No, I will not be buying Lunchley. Malkuth was overlooked, and because of that, she worked harder than everybody else, including being one of the first volunteers to the experiment
God, it's
that
so
would
rough.
end up costing her her life. Tragically and coincidentally, dying in the shadow of the person that she was trying to get attention from. And now, after an incomprehensible number of years that the player character doesn't remember, both
Emotional
Malkuth and Aang were able to
damage.
face that memory together. And Malkuth gains the will to stand up straight.
I really like Malkuth's suppression theme. One of the few I have on a playlist from LobCorp.
Lamau. Here in plain
Lamau.
text, we finally see the true end goal of Lobotomy Corp. Redeem yourself to all your friends and collect a fuck ton of energy to nurture the seed of light to 100%. This seed is the true reason why all the energy is being stored instead of being sent out into
Yep.
the city. C's
That
plan
seed
was
needs
to
a
cure
lot
the
of water.
disease of mankind.
And by water, we,
Everybody
of
in
course,
this
mean
world
light.
had no purpose.
And we get light
Instead
with
of filming a
Ecophalon,
bunch of
like,
shitty
yeah, it's not
motivational
white, no.
videos and uploading them to her YouTube channel, she instead elected to force the light into their hearts using this tree of light. The true reason why all the energy produced is being stored inside the corporation. Before he was Yesid, he was Gabriel, and also just as much of an OCD germaphobe as he is when he doesn't have a metal body. Gabriel
Pixels.
is venerated in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, and is an archangel with the power to communicate God's will to humanity. His name meaning literally, God is my strength.
But wish
His
I had
job
thought
was
to find,
ensure
like, a
the
filter to
safety
make
of the
myself all
Kogito
blurry.
experiments, and after seeing Elijah fucking eat it, he went insane with the workplace safety, covering himself from head to toe to prevent bacterial infection, and also he began scratching at his skin relentlessly. The scratching being enough of a cause for concern to have him forcibly medically examined. Nothing was found though, and he was left to scratch until he tore his own throat out. He has the easiest core suppression by far. As the leader of the
Yeah, but
information
just,
team,
headache
he
to look
kneecaps
at.
you by reducing the information you see, by pixelating everything to the point where everything is illegible and you can only see really basic shapes and colors. By this time though, you should be pretty comfortable with discerning the basic shapes of things, especially nothing there in White Knight breaching in succession. But that time doesn't count because
Oh,
those
God,
guys
you had
suck.
White Knight in
So it
your
really
facility
only took
during
one
your
attempt.
sod core
After
suppression?
suppressing Yesid, he's given the rationality to maintain discretion, which sounds like something I would put on my 7th grade research paper if I wanted to sound smart. Hod! Wait, why is everybody screaming? Don't worry, guys. We got the happiness machine. It's okay. She can't do anything. Before
And
she
the hot
was
suppression
Hod,
is
she
not
was
a big
Michelle.
deal.
And Michelle
the first time
is
you deal
just
with
as
it.
much of a dumb bitch. I couldn't really
Alright.
find any biblical origin for the name Michelle, but a similar name that is in the Bible is Michael. Michael is an archangel that is supposedly the protector of the church. Does that make sense with this character? No, not really. She did betray the church though. Michelle was a timid employee during the original Kogito experiments, and after seeing Elijah's horrific death, she sold the group out to the head. This betrayal being something
Womp
she
womp.
dearly regretted, because the head would send a fucking arbiter that would go on to liquidate
Oh my
everyone.
gosh, you
An
could have seen
arbiter
that
we are
coming.
very familiar with at this point. This is one of the most infamous core suppressions based on how many people that popped into my chat and warned me how she'll be hell on earth. Newsflash, sunshine! I beat her on my first try. She was the easiest core suppression. And it's all
It's not
thanks to
that
this little
difficult.
gizmo right here. Hod, as captain of the training team, sort of untrains the agents by lowering their stats. This is bad. At least it could be. If you didn't have a funny little doohickey that could completely reverse her
Doohickey.
efforts. This suppression ended up taking me only 15 minutes with only 1 death. And when you know it, that 1 death was caused by that fucking train. But that's fine.
Get good.
Truth be told, Hod would be a nightmare, but this machine is the perfect counter. When she's beaten, she realizes that, hey, maybe selling out all my closest friends and coworkers to get squad wiped wasn't the nicest action. So she picks herself up, apologizes, and attains the hope to be a better person. She also
Yay.
gives what I think is the best core suppression reward in having every single new
for
hire
real.
start out with all their stats at level 3.
So
making
handy,
every
even though it
single
makes it
new
so I
hire
can't
a
work
level
with
4
the
agent
Wizard of Oz
actually
abnormalities
broken.
anymore.
Before he was Netzach, he was Giovanni, the Hebrew name meaning God is gracious. Giovanni and A never really had that much in common, so they rarely talked. But he was good friends with C, with this cutscene being my first exposure to her real name, Carmen. When Carmen died, A convinced Giovanni that she could be revived with Cogito. He just needed to find the right dosage. This being a tremendous lie, and Giovanni would quickly die. A knew he couldn't revive her from the start. Giovanni was only
I didn't
testing
realize
to
how much
find
his
the
hair
correct
grew from
dosage.
the
Here in
experimentation.
his machine
so
form, he
must have
tries to
gone on for a
overdose
while.
on enkephalin. And from that, the core suppression begins. Netzach's suppression is simple. No healing. None. You can't use healing bullets. Your main Hall healer doesn't work. All damage is permanent until the next Qliephoth meltdown level, where then everyone gets
again, it's
healed
really not that bad.
simultaneously. In short, the game forces you to take everything at a snail's
Unless, of course,
pace
you have,
and
like,
carefully
nothing there in
weigh
your
every
facility,
option.
then you're
Did you
screwed.
know Netzach in his life was a DJ? This is never stated anywhere in the video game. I can only make that assumption based on how much his soundtrack bumps. It doesn't take that much effort to readapt to the game where you can't heal, so Netzach ends up really not being hard. After his
Yeah, that's
failed
fine.
suicide attempt, he recognizes that there's no escape from his duty as leader of the safety department. And instead of trying again to turn back around and escape, he instead gains the fearlessness to keep on living. Tifereth B has foundational issues with being turned into a machine, needing to constantly be crushed and replaced due to numerous errors and bugs. Errors that show up sooner and sooner with every replacement. This has led Tifereth B to be a hollow, empty shell with very little semblance of the original person behind the machine. And because of that,
Yep,
Tifereth
never to
A
be seen
is
again.
none too pleased. Before being known as Tifereth, they were Lisa and Enoch, 2 children from the outskirts of the city, taken back and sheltered on Carmen's request. Enoch would tell Lisa about how much he doesn't like his life and how he was approved to participate in the upcoming Cogito experiments. Uh-oh, that's not good. And he tells Lisa about
that
how
doesn't
he
go well.
wants to talk to her again in another life. Maybe in the next life, things would be different. The Cogito experiments would commence, and ascertainably, ya boy didn't make it very far. He participated in the experiment, and he fucking died in the place of Carmen. Something Lisa would remind Carmen of a lot, and kicking off Enoch's death loop that he is only vaguely aware of, continually making the same exact promise that in the next life, things would be different. Now Tifereth is here on a pile of dead Tifereths, orchestrating the song of their hometown. This is colloquially known as the easiest core suppression to do
so
by the
delightfully
community.
dark.
And just like how Hod was easy, this one took me multiple
that
attempts,
image
and the
goes
one
so
that was
hard.
successful was over half an hour full of nail-biting stress and careful planning, because
Yeah.
it forces you
Oh,
to go
God,
up to
it was so
meltdown level
stressful.
10, which is just the right amount of time to give me 4 fucking Violet Midnights in a row. It's not like a
same.
guaranteed Violet Midnight. I just
Oh,
kept
God, I
getting
feel it so
incredibly
hard.
screwed by the game's RNG. Keep in mind,
I know
every
that
time I saw
feel,
that a Violet
bro.
Midnight prior
Me
to this was going
too.
to happen, I would start over because it's just that ridiculous. This is a 66% chance for me not to get a Violet Midnight, and yet here we are once again. This isn't
And the
quite
game
a
says,
fearsome Mon
"Lamau,
moment, but
you're
it still
welcome."
hurts. It also draws attention to Lobotomy Corp's balancing mechanics. The fact that people genuinely recommend you restart the day after making it this far, seeing you get a Violet Midnight, really says something. It's a problem because even if I did get a Green Midnight or Amber Midnight and won, I won't feel like I overcame an incredible obstacle. I would instead feel like I just got lucky because I didn't get a Violet. After being thoroughly convinced in no uncertain
Wonder if we'll
terms
ever
that the
see
path to
Violet
heaven went through
Midnight
a
in,
Violet Midnight,
Limbus
I
Company.
finally gave in and bit the bullet.
Maybe the very,
Violet
very
Midnight
last
is called an outer god
Lobotomy
in the
Corp
game's files.
event.
And you know what? I ended that day with
Walpurgis-
2 deaths.
the 11th Walpurgis.
2 deaths. I am losing my goddamn mind. As the god delusion crumbles and we escape with our lives, Tifereth A finally accepts the fact that Tifereth B will be eternally resurrected, having his soul rot more and more with every rebirth. But this time, she genuinely holds on to the idea that maybe, at the end of these cycles and with the help of the manager, maybe the next life will be different, gaining the expectation of the meaning of existence. Before he was She said he was Daniel, Daniel meaning God is my judge. In the book of Daniel, he interprets dreams and receives
And the man.
apocalyptic visions. Here, he's a rich high society boy that, due to his knowledge, could have made it into any wing in the world, but chose Lobotomy Corporation. What a big ol' mistake that was. When the
Yeah, that
armorer
was a
sent by
mistake.
the head arrived, he was the first to greet her, and the last to be killed by her. Now in this metal body, he sits there and takes it as Angela and Geborah say nasty things to him, making sure the viewer knows in no uncertain terms that she said is a bottom. His core suppression has to be taken super slowly. As the leader of the welfare
that
team, he
damage
flips the
bonus. Oof.
script and makes work more dangerous for employees, making randomized damage types 5 times stronger. So basically, he just forces you to work with only baby abnormalities. This damage boost also has the kind of hilarious side effect of making dawn ordeals like the worms extremely dangerous, because now there's tons of extremely high damaging monsters in every hall of the facility that has to be dealt with at long range. He forces you to see the game in a completely new light, which I appreciate. And thankfully, doesn't force you to do 4 Violet Midnights back to back to back to back. When finished, Angela calls, she said in no uncertain terms, a loser. But after this, maybe she'll stop bullying him. And she said feels inspired to become one who's faithful and trustworthy, just like Carmen was. Before she was Geborah, she was Kali. Kali being the name of a Hindu goddess associated with time, death, and destruction. A name that could not be more accurate, as Kali here is a living legend, a color fixer known by all as the Red Mist.
Yep,
She's like 50
Gabbers.
A-lifts packed all into one angry metal box. Kali was
Oh,
hired by
God, for
Carmen
real,
to be
though.
the one to do the company's dirty work, to venture into the outskirts and to protect the company in case anything goes wrong. And things did go wrong. After Michelle
they did.
betrayed everyone and the head sent its claws and an arbiter down to put a stop to L-Corp's hijinks, the Red Mist fought like a champion, dicing 2 whole claws before being subdued by the arbiter. When it comes to raw power, arbiters are on a complete other plane of existence. Even though Kali was a living legend, she stood no chance whatsoever. But that doesn't mean she couldn't land a miraculous blow on the arbiter, saving A and B's lives while sacrificing her own. Now she's letting out all the hate and rage on her coworkers, and unfortunately, I'm one of those. To suppress Geborah, you have to take down the Red Mist. She's reawoken, and my god, does she hurt real bad. She also has this theme that sounds like 2 homeless people going at it in a metal dumpster full of cooking appliances, which has this weird quality to it where it sounds like garbage, but after like 2 weeks of listening to it on and off, I started seeing the vision. Like, do I like
Oh,
it?
hey,
I
Carside, welcome
genuinely
back.
don't
Hope you're
know.
doing well.
We can all agree that the last phase theme goes crazy though, so I'm gonna put that here instead. The Red Mist is here to show our lowly agents how to truly wield ego, by beating them over their stupid foreheads with it. In her first phase, she'll use baby little egos like Skull Emoji or Spider Blob, which still hurt like hell for some reason, mixing in occasional freak charges where she uses
So
Gold Rush to
mean.
annihilate all the coworkers trying to make it to the next day. Like this clerk right here that I caught seconds before the moment of impact because I thought it was absolutely hysterical. She goes from 0 to 99 real fast by pulling out AF gear.
God, that
Mimicry
clerk
and
got
Da Capo.
annihilated.
Mimicry and Da Capo hurt to get hit by, so my strat was to be uber safe and have melee damage users draw her aggro while range users peppered her from relative safety. It's not foolproof because occasionally she pulls out Burrowing Heaven's spear and perforates an entire latitude's worth of gallbladders. She still does her Gold Rush thing to get to new rooms, but also breaks the laws of physics by throwing her Da Capo and jumping after it through walls. On phase 3, she'll get fed up with her current weapons and throw them away. Something that shocked the hell out of me because they travel the entire width of the facility and do enough damage to instantly exsanguinate my entire beloved kill team. From there, she switches to Smile, which is more like its Roblox Item Asylum equivalent, and will tear you a new ass, and Judgment. This is a dangerous phase because both of these weapons are insane, so in order to beat them, use a more insane weapon that she doesn't have. That's right, splash your gooey, slimy bathwater all over her thighs, and watch in sheer horror as she unwraps Judgment and goes full anime Demon Slayer mode. When Judgment becomes Twilight, she'll begin blitzing through the facility, dicing everyone that crosses her path into literal red mist. Imagine being pulped so hard that your blood takes a gaseous form. That's the level of absurdity that this boss introduces. She sprints with the goal of killing one person marked with an I, and when she reaches the room they're in, she'll do an imperceptibly fast flurry of slashes spanning the whole room before pausing to recuperate. Your only window of time for getting in a counterattack. She is a monster of a monster, and sadly, she can be cheesed pretty easily too. This boss is so much more fun and
Oh,
so
yeah,
much
yeah,
more
we cheesed
fulfilling
her
if you
on
actually beat
day
it once.
48,
So
I
I
believe.
recommend doing that to get the enjoyment out before restarting the
did.
day and doing the cheese.
At the cost of 30
To cheese a
interns,
red
we
mist,
did
Take an
succeed.
agent, put them in the shelter from the 27th of March, and wait for an hour and a half. I remember putting on a Markiplier video with German subtitles and playing the Nova Cream 31 card to hopefully have little bro hop in to alleviate some of the pain of sitting there for 4 hours straight.
Squidward is real?
Squidward is real, and I'm killing myself in real life.
What?
Oh.
And it's all my fault.
Yeah, it is all your fault. You're gonna be on the note, fucker. The shelter will continually auto-breach all of your abnormalities, which means the red mist has to deal with all the A-lifts that you have. Shout out to
All
Blue
for
Star
the
and
red
Peter
mist
for being
to
the only dudes to
get
really do
punked out
anything
by
good.
Apocalypse
Neo
Bird
of
with
the Rapid
only
Scene
the
and
long neck
Arcor
egg
also
remaining.
Interestingly,
What an
seems to
amazing
have some
moment
kind
that
of
was.
history with the red mist. Though I think animosity is a better word for it because she calls her a bitch. That's kind of weird because it's through one of Gebra's upgrades that we get into contact with Arcorp and obtain access to the rabbits. But it's whatever. Not all coworkers have to like each other. After her suppression, she talks about
My
how
coworkers will tell
despite
you
being
that.
hired to protect the original L Corp workers, she failed dramatically. And because of that, she has since been filled with rage and hate. But she didn't fail completely. She saved both A and B, referring to B as that other person. From this experience, she's given the courage to protect and gives you yet another game-breakingly broken reward. With the reward, you can essentially double the amount of ego gear that you get from the abnormalities. That might not sound that much, but think about it. You've basically just doubled the size of your kill team. You doubled the amount of
It's
agents that won't get
amazing.
killed due to having weak gear. Actually busted. From here, we have the final 2 layers with the most hellish core suppressions. Unsurprisingly, the man in control of time and the woman sent by the head to kill everyone and put an end to L Corp shenanigans aren't easy boss fights. Before he was Hokma, he was B. Benjamin, one of the 3 core founders of Lobotomy Corporation. Benjamin meaning son of the right hand, being basically A's right-hand man.
This suppression
Benjamin was
wasn't
A's
too
biggest
bad.
blazer and the only other survivor of the Arbiter attack. Carmen was dead, and A was upset by that, not
least on its
realizing that the
own.
Carmussy was limited edition. So he built an
I
imitation
had more
of her, aided
trouble
by
doing it
Benjamin. Benjamin
off
kept
stream than I
trying to
did on
warn
stream,
A
that's for
that
damn
building
sure.
Angela was a huge mistake. And wouldn't you know it, after seeing Angela for the first time, A realized that this machine was nothing like Carmen. Brilliant. Hokma's gimmick is probably my favorite just from a pure gameplay perspective. You're stuck on the standard game speed and you can't pause without sacrificing an agent. It wasn't until this suppression that I realized how much of a little bitch I was to the stop time.
I didn't even know that on stream.
Makes it clear how much you take
Once I, because I had theorized that I would be able to control time since he's like the time controlling dude. And the moment I couldn't fast forward, I was like, okay, well, yeah, I can't control time, so I just didn't even bother.
That's
and then for
right.
some reason, the
Pausing
game just
time
decided that,
kills or
yeah, that
panics
attempt didn't
one
count. So when
employee.
I
The time
was doing the
stop
off-stream
become even
grinding,
more
I had to do it
valuable the
again.
Further down the Qliphothian
And I
you go,
reflexively
as
hit
Hokma will
space at some
force
point during
the
that.
natural game speed to double.
Whoopsie.
And by the by, the suppression only ends when you get to meltdown level 10. You know what that means. All right, here's what you have to do with the
LOL.
Violet Midnight without pausing at 2x speed. First, have everyone jump the pale pillar with all pale damagers attacking the white pillar. With sheer firepower, the pale pillar should get dropped pretty quick. Then, get your entire facility skewered by blackthorns and realize that this isn't happening. Step 2, retry until you get a green midnight. Easy. I don't know why people keep complaining about the midnight ordeals. It's so easy. Just press the dodge button. It's gonna take a while because the helix at the end has like 3 billion health, but it's still not this. After the midnight ordeal, the suppression is done, and we prove to Hokma that we're strong enough to complete the script. Hokma admits that the only reason why he did this was because he was afraid to face the end, afraid that X would fly off into the unknown. So he decided it would be safest to keep things as they are now. He never wants to leave you. And before the cognition filter turns Hokma into his robot form, you can see him briefly turn into Benjamin one last time.
There's the
With a
lad.
newfound determination to grant a proper end to everyone here and to A.
The final
Hokma
Sephiroth
becomes the
created.
I embracing the past, building the future. I guess that leaves just the one and only hardest core
Bina.
suppression. Bina is a bitch. Before she was Bina, she was Garion. The meaning,
Yeah, she has her
Gelding,
moments.
which is a castrated male horse. I looked for other possible meanings
Really?
for this name, and it seems like it also mean guardian. I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
this
that
name
makes
has
more
its
sense.
roots in Christianity rather than Judaism, which sets Garion apart from the rest of the L Corp employees.
Oh,
That
that's
makes
clever.
sense since Garion was never even a part of the L Corp organization. Gelding was an arbiter, an assassin by the head whom they send to lay waste to people that break the taboos of the city, or fuck up anybody that could possibly threaten the head.
God, I want to know more about
When
A-Corp.
Hod, then Michelle, told the head about the monsters L Corp was growing, the head grew suspicious of them and sent Garion to destroy them. It's unknown why exactly the head wanted to destroy L Corp at that time. If I had to wager, they'd sense the monsters that L Corp was creating could have threatened the head's power. Regardless of the why, Garion came down, wrecked the place, and died in the surprise encounter with the Red Mist. A would then probe Garion's brain, extracting crucial information like becoming a wing and learning about the head. After that, using her to become the first Sephira, the mass murderer to coworker pipeline. People should not make
yes,
eye
of course.
contact with the drawer. If you're wondering why there are pineapples on the screen right now, it's because I decided to put one up there whenever I died and had to restart the day. Binus suppression is notorious because not only is it insanely hard, but it's also uncheesable. Yep, that immediately makes her hundreds of times more dangerous than every other fight in the game. She also sometimes just decides someone dies, so that's funny, and causes meltdowns at the facility that give her powers and breach abnormalities. I'm having fun right now, guys. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Until those meltdowns are dealt with, she's impervious to damage. Enjoy stupid. So yeah, she sucks. To make her unsuck, for one, put your kill squad in disciplinary. They'll start out close to extraction, but make sure you have a couple people in there to take care of the meltdowns. Next, have everybody that isn't on the kill squad in a containment unit at all times. Believe me, it is so much safer. Next, call the rabbits at the very start of the day. They'll get her through phase 1, and they'll also
Dude, the
rightfully
rabbits
freak the
messed
fuck out
her
that you put
right
them on
up.
the router. In phase 2, she'll do another facility sweeping meltdown attack that you'll have to get people into rooms for. If you can do this quick enough, you'll weaken her enough for the rabbits to down her second phase. Then, phase 3. The rabbits will all die, and that's okay. Her kill squad is stronger anyway. In phase 3, her immunities are all gone, so just kite your agents around attacks and jump her when she's trying to move to another place.
Later.
Congratulations. You can now serve diced pineapple at your birthday party. You've now proven yourself to Bina.
What you mean, bean-apple?
She sees now in you something new that she hadn't before. Something that reminds you of her. Firstly, that you're a sadist monster that smiles at gore, but more so, she admires your ability to ignore the path immediately ahead and set your sights on the future. 2 mutants of the generation. While Bina disagrees with A that anything will really change in the world, she understands now that if change could happen, it won't if they're just repeating the same cycle over and over again. And nobody changes anything about that. And she wants to
and
see
then you
you
side of
thrive,
Angela.
with the eye facing the fear, breaking the cycle. And now, it's the end. The last 5 days. An absolute gauntlet of pain and irritable bowel syndrome. Angela, having gotten to the end of her script, is unceremoniously written out.
Rip.
Certainly the machine with a full set of human emotions that's done harder work than anybody else here won't feel resentful at all for being cast aside like this. From here on out, X begins grappling with mirrored versions of himself, each of which X will have to subdue before completing the script. The first being Abel. Abel is the name of the son of Adam and Eve, who killed his brother. He greets X and warns him about the
No,
agonies
Abel
of
is the one who was killed by his brother.
Sure is. The 45th day introduces white ordeals. Fixers sent by the head as punishment for breaking the AI ethics amendment. They're only little baby fixers though, nowhere near the pay grade of the Red Mist, don't worry. The Red Fixer is a pseudo-cyborg man equipped with futuristic weaponry like a big laser blaster and a knife hand. He's not tough, but when he dies, he gets spiteful and shoots a massive laser in a conical area around him. What a dick. The White Fixer is the worst because she can't just
for
be
real.
overwhelmed and sometimes makes an enormous death cloud that ruins everything.
Also annoying, but
Mid-battle,
no,
she
to
starts
reflect.
preying on thy downfall,
Yeah, that.
reflecting
I
all
hate
enemies,
that.
which is really annoying when I just want to throw her into the kill squad meat grinder. The Black Fixer
So
is unique in that she
obnoxious.
freaks out the abnormalities she's nearby.
Just die
and
like everybody
occasionally
else. You're
makes
just
her
wasting
hammer
my
scream,
time.
upsetting an entire department. Huh, that's pretty annoying. And the rarest is the Pale Fixer. Just some dude with a briefcase. I recognize the Squid Game reference. Just tell him that you don't have a Netflix account and watch as his manager honorably discharges him for not getting someone to pay for their shitty service. At midnight,
Alright.
things are ramped up as an executioner of C Corp is sent to ransack the corporation. The Claw.
The
You've really
Claw.
fucked with the head if they're sending this guy at you. The Claw is one of many super soldiers owned by the head. Using
Yeah.
special serums.
It did not
to
click for me, like when
A
the
good
words
kill
the
team
claw
should
appear. It's
be
like, I
pulled
love the
down
claw.
in
What is
15
it? Oh,
seconds. But
oh
problems
no.
arise when he starts marking your agents for
Yeah.
death. When someone is marked for death, they'll
Serum
get the
W.
spinning gears
Ah,
on them.
jeez. So
After
rough.
which the Claw will rush them at such a fast speed, he is literally a smudge on the screen. If you don't want your beloved children
Gross.
to be meat paste, send them into a containment unit and hope that he doesn't reach them first. This move is why you can't hide or keep everybody together, as seeing people get dropped instantly will cause your employees to panic, and that panicking leads to more panicking and more employees dropping. In short, the Claw is a total bitch and needs to be dealt with Fortnite. The succession after beating day 45 pisses Abel off, who doesn't see a point in going on as he's never made it past this point. He wants X to just accept that nothing will change and that everything will continue to stay the same. He shows us an audio recording of Benjamin's death. If you'll remember earlier in the story when
Yep,
he called
when I
us,
finally
he was
got
cut
the
off
answer
before
I was
finishing
looking
a
for.
statement. It's revealed
It was
that the
driving me
recording was
nuts.
cut off by none other than Angela. Neither Abel nor Benjamin in the story expected change, and to Angela, that wouldn't do. So she killed him, possibly mid-story, and turned him into a compliant machine in Hokma. Benjamin was going to offer an out before things got worse, not expecting that things would ever get better. And now Abel is beating over your stupid little head, the fact that you killed all your friends just to fail to achieve a goal. And normally this would be it. You're shown the door and walk away knowing you've ruined everything, but if you did the core suppressions, then you can use the lessons that your Sephira learned, that you can stand up straight, that you can be a better person, that you can keep living in spite of it all, that you can do whatever this means. If you completed the Asya suppressions, you can stick it to the old man and move on to day 46. This is when the trial truly begins. Day 45 exists only as a way to introduce you to new ordeals that you'll have to face from here on out. The
Yeah,
ordeals.
sure will.
You'll have to fight them in conjunction with, guess what? Every single Sephira per layer. Yay! This is more of
Bruh,
a
same.
suppression than anything else. You can see his thoughts
You're
and
welcome.
words on screen, just like in the other suppressions, when you could see their thoughts and words. This day sucks for 3 reasons. White ordeals, which can hurt a little bit. Breaking out the Malkuth pen and paper again, which hurts a lot. And then Hod. Oh my god. Hod. In her previous suppression, she drops your stats little by little. It's really not so bad. Nothing that can't be fixed with the funny machine. But on day 46,
Yeah,
Hod
it's
does the
quite
equivalent
painful.
of rip every agent's arms and legs off, cut them in half, hand them a pair of chopsticks, and tell them to fist fight a grizzly bear. Something you can't do because you took my hands. Not even the happiness machine can undo the damage that she causes unless you forfeit to chance.
Yeah, at that
and
point
let
in the
it
game,
go
you
for
got
30
like the
seconds.
Alice and the
Half
White
the time you'll
ordeals.
get
Just,
an
ugh.
agent that is just as good as they were before the hardening, and the other half the time they become a
hardening.
toaster strudel. You know it's horrible when even Zayn and Teths are actually killing level 5 agents. Oh, by the way, don't forget those white ordeals, smile. Do worry, it doesn't get better. The next shard of A we have to look at is Abram, which is the original name for Abraham. Abraham was the first ever person to believe in one God. He was the original monotheist. Abram believes that the suffering that he's inflicted on himself and others cannot be overcome, constantly mulling over the past with Carmen. He dreams of her, proposing the idea of the seed of light, of lying with her in the grass and talking. He's constantly reminded of finding her in that bathtub. How he yoinked her nervous system and put it into a tank after being told to Spider-Man
grim.
Elsa herself by Lisa. This is Carmen.
Spider-Man
Here
Elsa,
in this
do I even
tank,
wanna know
she's a
what that
fountain
means?
Of Cogito, now a mother to every abnormality in this facility, the bucket with which they're withdrawn. Abram talks about the process to become a wing, how many awful things A had done, probing through Guardian's brain for information, reincarnating his friends to suffer the same pain every day, killing employees to create more energy. Now A lives in this cyclical hell for his own atonement. But just like with Abel, X uses what he's learned from Bria Sephiroth to get past Abram. Carmen never would have wanted A to stagnate and wallow in his misery like Abram. Everyone wholeheartedly trusts A, even long after Carmen's death. By the way of the indomitable human spirit, Abram steps aside and lets us go to day 48.
Yay.
Boy, this one's rough. It's the same song and dance with every Bria core suppression. I genuinely have no idea what Tifrith does besides force me into a Violet Midnight, but hey, I'm not forced
Oh
to
no,
go
you
to
just
Meltdown
suppressed a
level
red
10,
mist.
and Even if I was, I'd only have to fight the Claw. I love how genuinely busted
Only
Violent Midnight
fight the
is
Claw.
that this late game super enemy is actually the preferred outcome. Phantom Cheesehead is here to whittle down your agents with the help of color fixers, taking them from damn, these enemies suck, to oh my god, the white fixer just blew her load and half the solar system went insane. Wait.
Sure
I'm
did.
forgetting something. Okay, so the Red Mist reawakens at Meltdown level 5, ready to take apart your weakened facility. Same old song and dance for her. Also, I like that doing it this way kind of makes the Red Mist sort of uncheesable, as you'll have to use solid agents to make it this far in the day. And switching gears to have someone camp in the shelter
no,
will
it's still very
definitely
cheesable. I
leave
assure
something
you,
to
I
it.
did
Just deal
that.
with the Red Mist like a man, and remember
I
that
dealt with the
her
Red Mist
phase
like a man
transition from
once
2 to 3
already.
has that massive horizontal hitbox because fuck your agents. When in doubt, squirt it out. Also, the Red Mist is at like 40% health, and Cheesehead stops doing anything when she spawns. I think the health drop that drastic isn't necessary, but oh well. I guess it's
No
nice
question,
that
a good
they're
thing,
having
man.
at least a little bit of mercy on us. This to me is the most fun fight in the entire game, by the way. After watching the Red Mist pulp your beloved baby doll collection, you're taken to Adam. Adam is the first human created by God. Here he's a maniac that's convinced he's found the answer, releasing the seed of light unfinished, turning every human being into an abnormality. They are our truer forms after all, a human subconscious manifested into creatures. Would it not be a wonderful world if everybody revealed their truest form? Is that a fucking Kezu horse? This is the smartest, most powerful version of A Axe has to get through. Adam didn't understand what Carmen's goal was. Carmen wanted to give everyone light, to give them all purpose. But Adam realized
Distortions
that people
abroad.
could never have a purpose, as long as the head and its wings were constantly instating its will. To live is an endless struggle to be a feather in the wings. But if everyone was an abnormality, everybody could be their truest, rawest self. That way they couldn't be controlled by the wings. The wings couldn't use their singularities on the populace anymore. Humankind would finally reach its final state by becoming crab, monkey, fish, or whatever other perfect being is out there. Adam doesn't realize that what Carmen really wanted was to give everyone the light so that they could find their own purpose. So X answers, determined to break the cycle. With eyes that face the fear and eyes that build the future.
Yeah, get the hell out of the
Before
way.
moving on to Adam's challenge, we get brief words by someone, upset that they won't be in the finale of this play. Who cares? It's probably nothing. Time for the hardest
That's
challenge
fine.
in this entire godforsaken video game. Day 49. Pokemon and Bina are here to disable foundational game mechanics and kill everybody in sight. And this one day took me so many attempts. I'm afraid I don't have the amount counted, no, it was like 3 streams in the making. At twitch.tv/pigpig, please, I am so lonely. Here's what you do so it doesn't take 5 years. Have your whole kill squad in the bottommost layer. Keter. Keter is the crown and is the source of all delight and pleasure. You will also take delight in knowing that the Keter layer is completely immune to Bina meltdowns, so you don't have to care at all when you send your kill squad towards the evil spiny tropical plant. We still have white ordeals, which suck bad. The Arbiter spawns at Meltdown level 5, and if you get a noon ordeal at that time, just restart. It's nowhere near worth it. Once you have your kill squad
absolutely
stationed
not.
just outside of the extraction team before Meltdown 5,
I didn't
assign
either.
one person per containment unit and send them to stand outside. The Arbiter has this big wave attack that happens per person. So if all 5 people are in one room, then 5 people will get hit by 5 waves. It's not worth it. Once she's spawned, pause the game and sacrifice an agent. While paused, send every person into their assigned containment unit. And if you see the agent that's panicking from the pause, just kill them. They're not worth the headache. Phase 2 was what really got me down bad. She had so many new moves that were just ridiculous and kept killing people and breaching abnormalities. I was so lost.
Well,
Until
I mean,
decided
phase
to try
2
an
is the same
abnormality
as
that
phase
hadn't
1.
seen a
It's
lot of
phase
use
3
until
that's the
now.
problem.
The backwards clock is an absolute game changer. I would put it in S+++ tier, but I can't find it on the list. I think it teleported away. I cannot believe this fight has a literal win button. After no selling phase 2, in phase 3, do the same thing where you sacrifice one pawn to Crazy Land and have every agent go to their assigned containment unit. After double, triple, and quadruple checking that every meltdown was dealt with, Bina becomes not completely immune to all damage, and you can just focus solely on dropping her. After putting the hate fruit down, the game is finally over, and as it would turn out,
we did it.
was the last Sephira that needed closure.
The knowing
As through
one.
the final suppression, the Seed of Light is completed, and we can finally meet the true
Our
A.
experience almost 1 month ago.
This is Ayin. Ayin meaning nothingness.
Hi, buddy.
The concept of nothingness in Kabbalah, where the Sephiroth came out of being. He states the plan is to sow the seeds of light in the hearts of everyone in the world, so that they can choose what they want to do with the gift of life. Ayin then invites us, the manager, to our final day managing the abnormalities.
Ah, God, what a trip it was. I feel like I'm reliving my own experience right now.
In a beautifully artsy and slightly nonsensical turn of events, the whole facility
very
inverts
nonsensical.
and
I still don't
becomes
even.
a
I don't even know how you
proper
do
tree of
that.
life. Something that I noticed on stream and
Where's
popped
the
fuck off
mechanism?
about, even though nobody really cared. Everyone's upside down. Beautiful music is playing, and after sending Ball Blunder into work with Censored one final time, we can now finally lean back and appreciate what we've created. All those fails, all those deaths, all those salty nights staying up and thinking about
We
how
did it, and nothing bad ever happened to anyone ever again.
To set down the script and step down from the stage. The play is over. The tree of light planted, and it's time for Ayin to fade away without a trace. With the great pillar of light shining into the sky, people felt found, like their life had purpose. It filled their
And
hearts
then
with light
Angela
and joy,
happened.
something to finally feel at peace about. Humanity was saved. And then Angela happened. So yeah, as it turns
Yeah.
out, the android assistant with full human emotion, having experienced over 1 million years worth of thankless nannying, some Sigma grinders trial and errors, will get real upset when he won't even be bothered to notice her at the end of this metaphorical script. Angela, with now no chain to tether her to
damn it,
android assistant
Angela.
life, hits the Jonkler smile and becomes Bird. Sensational. She wants to experience life as something other than an android. She will cut down the tree of light, leaving humanity with incomplete seeds, so she can study the chaos that ensues. Now the ending is looking more like Adam's ending. Ending the tree of light in 3 days instead of 7 created a chaotic world, one that she would gather all the knowledge of and arrange into books. Angela wants to create a library, and following Lobotomy Corp, Project Moon would go on to make Library of Ruina, where all our favorite
Sure
guys and
did.
gals will return. In what state they return in, I really don't know. I haven't played Library of Ruina. I fucking
you're in
plan
for a
to,
treat.
because Lobotomy Corp, as you all should know by now, is amazing, even if it gave me kidney stones. I need to get my love for games that make me hate my life checked out before it goes too far. Ayin dissolved his body into the seed of light alongside the manager, and I must also go and dissolve into a giant beam of light. So I'll leave you, the viewer, with my parting thoughts. 1, thank you so much for watching this far in the video. It does wonders in the algorithm.
You're welcome.
and I'm sure
Thank you
it
for
was
making
a
it.
nightmare of formatting to watch through with Lobotomy Corporation's nature, where you can, approach obstacles and bosses as you go whenever you feel like it. Translating that to video, especially this type of video, it's like it might come off a little scattershot or weird when I talk about what. I'm trying to make
Yeah,
more
that's
of my
fine.
content feel unique or me. Second thing, the editing for some parts of this video might seem pretty rushed. I gave myself only 1 month to edit this thing like an absolute moron. And editing a 3.5-hour video as a one-person team isn't easy. But
No, I can't
despite
imagine.
that, I really like how this video turned out.
You're a
I
really
love
good
Lobotomy
editor.
Corporation, and I hope you guys do too. I'm sure there's problems here and there in the video, like not researching a name correctly or mispronouncing something or just getting lore wrong, and I apologize for that if I did. And if I
That's
did, then
fine.
leave a comment correcting me. I love learning about this stuff. Third, if you want to support me and the channel more directly, you can go to pickdrop.shop. That's right, I'm doing merch now. Everything in the
Look
store
at this
will
guy.
be available from now until the new year, so if you like birds, then go take a look.
I do like
There'll
birds.
Be a link in the description.
I don't know when
And
this video was
lastly,
posted.
Join the Hot Mind. Resistance is futile.
Oh, we're back to this. That's crazy how talented some people are. Okay, so someone did do that. It wasn't all one man. Okay. Oh, this was a hell of a video. Thank you to Netzak for recommending this one to me. I really enjoyed it. I'm gonna have to check this guy out and see if he's done Library of Ruin. Yeah, I don't know how long ago this video was posted. I wasn't paying attention. All right, anyway, one moment here. Wrong button. There we go. There we are. All right. Anyway, time for me to set up for, when was this video posted? 11 months ago. Yeah, so it's definitely too late for the bird merch. Damn it. Okay, has he made a Library of Ruin the video yet? Nope. No, he has not. I do see that he streamed it, though. So, oh no, it's just like a random video about it. Maybe he streamed it. Yeah. I don't know, I can't tell. Either way. Oh, no, there it is. I see it. Okay, so he has done some streams on it. So hopefully we'll see a Library of Ruin the video sometime in the future from him. That'd be awesome. Okay, time for me to get set up for the Dishonored stream. We're starting a little bit behind schedule. Give me a few minutes. I'm going to update some things and get the game started and stuff like that. So yeah, one moment, brief respite, and I'll be right back.